Section 31, Volume 2 of the Book of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lars Rolander. The Book of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞, Volume 2, Section 31. When it was the 85th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan thus continued to Zau al Makan. Now when came the day for the Sultan's fast, the old woman went her ways. And after he had accomplished the 10 days thereof, on the 11th he opened the gugglet and drank what was therein, and found it cordial to his stomach. Within the second 10 days of the month the old woman returned, bringing sweetmeats wrapped in a green leaf, like no leaf of known tree. She went in to thy sire and saluted him, and when he saw her, he rose to her, saying, "Welcome, O pious lady!" "O King," quoth she, "the invisible controls salute thee, for I told them of thee, and they rejoiced in thee and have sent thee their Halwá, which is of the sweetmeats of the other world. Do thou break thy fast on it at the end of the day." The King rejoiced at this with great joy and exclaimed, "Praised be Allah, who hath given me brethren of the invisible world!" Thereupon he thanked the ancient dame and kissed her hands, and he honoured her and the damsels with exceeding honour. She went forth for the 20 days of thy father's fast, at the end of which time she came to him and said, "Know, O King, that I told the invisible controls of the love which is between me and thee, and informed them how I had left the maidens with thee. And they were glad that the damsels should belong to a king like thee, for they were wont when they saw them to be strenuous in offering on their behalf prayers and petitions ever granted. So I would fain carry them to the invisible controls, that they may benefit by thy breath of their favour, and peradventure they shall not return to thee without some treasure of the treasures of the earth, that thou, after completing thy fast, mayst occupy thyself with their raiments and help thyself by the money they shall bring thee, to the extent of thy desires." When thy sire heard her words, he thanked her for them and said, "Except that I fear to cross thee, I would not accept the treasure of aught else. But when wilt thou set out with them?" Replied she, "On the 27th night, and I will bring them back to thee at the head of the month, by which time thou wilt have accomplished thy fast, and they will have had their courses and be free from impurity, and they shall become thine and be at thy disposal. By Allah, each damsel of them is worth many times thy kingdom." He said, "I know it, O pious lady." Then quoth the old woman, "There is no help but that thou send with them some one in thy palace who is dear to thee, that she may find solace and seek a blessing of the invisible controls." Quoth he, "I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. Take her with thee that she may get the blessing."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 86th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al Makan. Quoth thy sire to the ancient woman when she demanded the handmaids of him, "I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. So take her with thee, haply she may get the benediction, and, belike, the invisible controls will sue Allah for her, that her two children may be restored to her." "Thou hast said well," replied she, "for that indeed was her grievous want. Thy sire gave not over finishing his fast till the old woman said to him, 'O my son, I am going to the invisible controls, so bring me Sophia.' Accordingly he summoned her and she came forthright, and he delivered her to the old woman, who mixed her up with the other damsels. Then she went into her chamber and, bringing out a sealed cup, presented it to the Sultan, saying, 'On the 30th day do thou repair to the Hammam and when thou comest out, enter one of the closets in thy palace and drink what is in this cup. Then sleep and thou shalt attain what thou seekest, and peace be with thee.' Thereat the King was glad and thanked her and kissed her hands. Quoth she, 'I commend thee to Allah's care;' whereat quoth he, 'And when shall I see thee again, O pious lady?' 'In very sooth I love not to part with thee.' Then she called down blessings on him and departed with the five damsels and the Queen, whilst the King fasted after her departure other 3 days, till the month ended, when he rose and went to the Hammam and coming out shut himself up in a closet of his palace, commanding that none should go in to him. There, after making fast the door, he drank what was in the cup and lay down to sleep; and we sat awaiting him till the end of the day, but he did not come out, and we said, 'Perchance he is tired with the bath and with watching by night and fasting by day, wherefore he sleepeth.' So we waited till next day, but still he did not come forth. Then we stood at the closet door and cried aloud, so haply he might awake and ask what was the matter; but nothing came of that. So at last we lifted up the door and, going in, found him dead, with his flesh torn into strips and bits of his bones broken. When we saw him in this condition, it was grievous to us, and we took up the cup and found within its cover a piece of paper whereon was inscribed, 'Whoso doth evil leaveth no regrets,' and this to be the reward of him who playeth traitor with the daughters of Kings and who debaucheth them. And we make known to all who fall upon this scroll, that Sharrkan, when he came to our country, seduced our Queen Abrizah; nor did that suffice him, but he must needs take her from us and bring her to you. Then he sent her away in company of a black slave, who slew her; and we found her lying dead on the desert sward and thrown out to wild beasts. This is no kingly deed, and he who did this is requited with naught but what he merited. So do ye suspect none of having killed him, for no one slew him but the cunning witch, whose name is Zat al Dawahi. And behold, I have taken the King's wife Sophia and have carried her to her father, Afridun, King of Constantinople. Moreover, there is no help for it but that we wage war upon you and kill you and take your country from you, and ye shall be cut off even to the last man; nor shall a living soul be spared by death, nor one who bloweth fire with his breath, save he who cross and belt worshippeth." When we read this paper, we knew that the ancient woman had beguiled us and carried out her plot against us; whereupon we cried aloud and buffeted our faces and wept sore, when weeping availed us naught. And the troops fell out as to whom they should make Sultan; some would have thee and others would have thy brother Sharrkan, and we ceased not to dispute about this for the space of a month. at the end of which certain of us drew together and agreed to repair to thy brother Sharrkan. So we set out and journeyed on till we fell in with thee. And such is the manner of the death of Sultan Omar bin al Nu'uman. Now when the Wazir Dandan had made an end of his story, Zau al Makan and his sister Nuzhat al Zaman wept, and the Chamberlain, who wept also, said to Zau al Makan, "O King, weeping will avail thee not, nor shall aught profit thee but that thou harden thy heart and strengthen thy stress and establish thy sovereignty; for verily whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead." Thereupon Zau al Makan gave over his weeping and caused his throne to be set up without the pavilion, and then commanded the army to pass in review order before him. And the Chamberlain sat by his side and all the armour bearers behind him, whilst the Wazir Dandan and the rest of the Emirs and Grandees stood each in his individual stead. Then quoth King Zau al Makan to the Minister Dandan, "Inform me concerning my sire's treasures;" and he replied, "I hear and I obey," and gave him to know of the late King's hoards and monies, and what was in the treasury of amassed wealth and jewels, and acquainted him with other precious things. So Zau al Makan opened his hand to the army and gave a sumptuous robe of honour to the Wazir Dandan, saying, "Thou continues in office;" whereupon Dandan kissed the ground before him and wished him long life. Then he bestowed dresses on the Emirs, after which he said to the Chamberlain, "Bring out before me the tribute of Damascus that is with thee." So he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, when he took them and parted them all amongst the troops.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 87th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Zau al Makan ordered the Chamberlain to bring out before him what he had brought of the tribute of Damascus. And when he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, till nothing was left. And the Emirs kissed the ground before him and wished him long life, saying, "Never saw we a King who gave the like of these gifts." Then all went away to their tents, and when it was morning he gave orders for marching. So they marched for 3 days, till on the 4th day they drew near to Baghdad. When they entered the city, they found it decorated, and Zau al Makan, the Sultan, went up to his father's palace and sat down on the throne, whilst the Emirs of the army and the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain of Damascus stood between his hands. Then he bade his private secretary write a writ to his brother Sharrkan, acquainting him with all that had passed, from first to last, and he concluded, "As soon as thou hast read this letter, make ready thine affair and join us with thine army, that we may turn to holy war upon the Infidels, and take man bote for our father and wipe out the stain upon our honour." Then he folded the letter and sealed it with his seal ring and said to the Minister Dandan, "None shall carry this letter but thou; and it behoveth thee speak my brother fair and say to him, If thou have a mind to thy father's kingdom it is thine, and thy brother shall be Viceroy for thee in Damascus, for to this effect I am instructed by him." So the Wazir went down from before him and made ready for his march. Then Zau al Makan bade set apart a magnificent house for the fireman and furnished it with the best furniture, and long is the tale of that fireman. Presently Zau al Makan went out chasing and hunting, and, as he was returning to Baghdad, one of the Emirs presented him with blood horses and with beauteous handmaids, whose description the tongue evades. One of the damsels pleased him, so he went in unto her and knew her that night, and she conceived by him forthright. After a while the Wazir Dandan returned from his journey, bringing him news of his brother Sharrkan, and that he was then on his way to him, and said, "It were fitting thou go forth to meet him." Zau al Makan replied, "I hear and I consent." And riding forth with his grandees a day's journey from Baghdad, he pitched his pavilions there, awaiting his brother. Next morning appeared King Sharrkan amid the army of Syria, a horseman of might, a lion fierce in fight, a prow and doughty knight. As the squadrons drew nigh and the dust clouds came hard by, and the troops rode up with banners on high, Zau al Makan and those with him pushed forward to meet Sharrkan and his men. And when Zau al Makan saw his brother, he desired to dismount, but Sharrkan conjured him not to do on this wise, and himself footed it, and walked a few paces towards him. As soon as he reached Zau al Makan, the new Sultan threw himself upon him, and Sharrkan embraced him and wept with great weeping, and the twain condoled with each other. Then they mounted and rode onward, they and their troops, till they reached Baghdad, where they alighted and went up to the royal palace, and there they passed that night. And when next morning came, Zau al Makan went forth and bade summon the troops from all parts, and proclaimed a holy war and a razzia. They then awaited the coming of the levies from each quarter of the kingdom, and every one who came they entreated with honour and promised him all manner of good, till in so doing a full month had sped, and the fighting men flocked to them in a continuous body. Then Sharrkan said to Zau al Makan, "O my brother, tell me thy history." So he told him all that had befallen him from first to last, including the benevolent dealing of the Fireman with him. Asked Sharrkan, "Hast thou requited his kindness?" And he answered, "O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but Inshallah! I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 32, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 32. When it was the 88th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sharrkan asked his brother Zau al Makan, "Hast thou requited the Fireman for his kindness?" And he answered, "O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but Inshallah! I will recompense him whenas I return from this raid and find time so to do." Therewith Sharrkan was certified that his sister Nuzhat al Zaman had told him the whole truth, but he concealed what had passed between them and offered his salutation to her by her husband the Chamberlain. She sent him back her greeting, calling down blessings on him and enquiring after her daughter 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻, to which he replied that the maiden was well and in the best of health and safety, whereupon she praised Almighty Allah and gave him thanks. Then Sharrkan went to his brother to take counsel with him for departure, and Zau al Makan said, "O my brother, as soon as the army is complete and the Arabs have come in from all parts, we will march forth." So he bade make ready the commissariat and prepare munitions of war, and went in to his wife, who was now 5 months gone with child, and he put under her astrologers and mathematicians, to whom he appointed stipends and allowances. Then he set out 3 months after the arrival of the army of Syria, and as soon as the Arabs were come in, and the troops were assembled from all directions, and as he fared forth, he was followed by the warriors and the united host. Now the name of the general of the Daylam army was Rustam, and that of the general of the army of the Turks Bahram. And Zau al Makam marched in mid host, and on his right was his brother Sharrkan, and on his left the Chamberlain, his brother in law. So the squadrons broke up and pushed forward, and the battalions and companies filed past in battle array, till the whole army was in motion. They ceased not to fare on for the space of a month, and each body dismounted at its own ground and there rested every week 3 days, for the host was great; and they advanced in this order till they came to the country of the Greeks. Then the people of the villages and hamlets and the poor sort took fright at them and fled to Constantinople. But when King Afridun heard the tidings he arose and betook himself to Zat al Dawahi, the same who had contrived the stratagem, and had travelled to Baghdad and had slain King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and who, after carrying off her slaves and Queen Sophia, had returned with them and all to her native land. Now when she had been restored to her son, the King of Greece, and felt herself safe, she said to King Hardub, "Cool thine eyes, for I have avenged my blood the shame of thy daughter Abrizah, and have killed Omar bin al Nu'uman and have brought back Sophia. So now let us go to the King of Constantinople and carry to him his daughter and acquaint him with what hath happened, that all of us be on guard and prepare our forces; and I will fare with thee to King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, for I opine that the Moslems will not await our attack." Said Hardub, "Tarry thou till they draw near our country, that we may make us ready meantime and assemble our power." Accordingly they took to levying their forces and preparing for war; and when the news of the Moslems' advance reached them, they were prepared for defence, and Zat al Dawahi had preceded them. Now when she and her son arrived at Constantinople, the King of Kings, Afridun, hearing of the approach of Hardub, King of the Greeks, came forth to meet him and asked how it was with him and the cause of his visit. So Hardub acquainted him with the cunning doings of his mother Zat al Dawahi, how she had slain the Moslem King and recovered from him Queen Sophia, and had said, "The Moslems have assembled their forces and are on their way to attack us, wherefore it behoveth that we two join hands in single band and meet them." Now King Afridun rejoiced in the return of his daughter and the killing of King Omar bin al Nu'uman, and he sent to all countries seeking succour and acquainting the folk with the cause of slaying the Moslem King. So the Nazarene troops flocked to him, and 3 months were not past ere the army of the Greeks was complete, beside which there joined themselves to him Franks from all their lands, French, Germans and Ragusans, with men of Zara, Venetians, Genoese, and all the hosts of the Yellow Faces. And when the gathering was at its full, earth was straitened on them by reason of their multitude. Then Afridun, the great King, ordered a march, so they set out and ceased not to defile through the city for 10 days. They fared on till they reached the Wady Heights Al Nu'uman, a broad sided vale hard by the salt sea, where they halted 3 days; and on the fourth they were about to set out again, when news came that the army of Al Islam on them press, and the defenders of the faith of Mohammed of men the best. So they halted in it other 3 days, and on the eighth day espied a dust cloud which towered till it walled the whole land; nor was an hour of the day past ere that dust began to drift and was torn to shreds in the lift, and pierced through its shades the starry radiance of lance and the white livy of blades. Presently there appeared beneath it the banners Islamitan and the ensigns Mahometan. The horsemen urged forward like the letting loose of seas that surged, clad in mail, as they were mackerel back clouds which the moon enveil; whereupon the two hosts clashed like two torrents on each other dashed. Eyes fell upon eyes, and the first to seek combat singular was the Wazir Dandan, he and the army of Syria, numbering 30,000 bridles, and with him were the General of the Turks and the General of Daylam, Rustam and Bahram, amid 20,000 horse, behind whom came the men from the shores of the salt sea, clad in iron mail, as they were full moons that pass through a night overcast. Then the Nazarene host called out on Jesus and Mary and the defiled cross, and they heaped themselves upon the Wazir Dandan and those with him of the Syrian host. Now all this was in pursuance of a stratagem devised by that ancient woman Zat al Dawahi; for before his departure King Afridun had gone in to her and asked her, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us;" and she had answered, "O great King and mighty ℍ𝔀∀, I will teach thee a trick would baffle Iblis himself, though he summon to his assistance all his grisly host."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 89th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, all this was a stratagem of the ancient woman, for that the King before his departure had gone to her and asked, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us." And she had answered, "O great King and mighty ℍ𝔀∀, I will teach thee a trick would baffle the devil himself, though he summon to his assistance all his grisly hosts. It is that thou send 50,000 men going down in ships and sailing over the sea to the Mountain of Smoke, and there let them land and stir not till the standards of Al Islam come upon thee, when do thou up and at them. Then bid the troops from the seaward sally out upon the Moslems and take them in rear, whilst we confront them from the landward. So not one of them shall escape, and our sorrows shall cease and peace abide with us." Now the counsel of this ancient woman commended itself to King Afridun, and he replied, "Right is the recking thou reckest, O Princess of wits and resource of Kings and Cohens varying for their blood wit." So when the army of Al Islam came upon them in Chat valley, before they knew it, the flames began to burn up the tents and the swords in men's bodies to make rents. Then hurried up the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, who numbered 120,000 horse, with Zat al Makan in the front of war. When the host of the Infidels that lay by the sea saw them, they sallied out against them and followed in their tracks; and when Zau al Makan espied this, he cried out to his men, "Turn back to the Infidels, O people of the chosen Apostle, and slay those who deny and hate the authority of the Compassionating, the Compassionate." So they turned and fought with the Christians. Then Sharrkan marched up with another corps of the Moslem host, some 100,000 men, whilst the Infidels numbered nigh upon 1,600,000 men. When the Moslems were united, their hearts were strengthened and they cried out, saying, "Verily Allah hath promised us victory, and to the Infidels hath assigned defeat." And they clashed together with sword and spear. Now Sharrkan tare through rank and row and raged among the masses of the foe, fighting so fierce a fight as to make children grey grow; nor did he cease tourneying among the Infidel horde and working havoc among them with the keen edged sword, shouting, "Allaho Akbar!" Allah is most great, till he drove back the host to the coast. Then failed the force of the foe and Allah gave victory to the faith of Al Islam, and folk fought folk, drunken without strong drink, till they slew of the Infidels in this affair 45,000, while of the Moslems but 3,500 fell. Moreover, the Lion of the Faith, King Sharrkan, and his brother Zau al Makan slept not that night, but occupied themselves with congratulating their braves and with looking to the wounded and with assuring the army of victory and salvation and promise of reward in the world to come. Thus far concerning the Moslem; but as regards King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople and Sovran of Roum, and Zat al Dawahi, they assembled the Emirs and the host and said to them, "Verily we had worked our will and solaced our hearts, but our over confidence in our numbers, and that only, defeated us." Then quoth to them the Ancient One, the Lady of Calamities, "In very sooth naught shall profit you, except ye draw you nigh unto the Messiah and put your trust in the True Belief; for, by the virtue of the Messiah, the whole strength of the Moslem host lieth in that Satan King Sharrkan." "To morrow," said King Afridun, "I have resolved to draw up in battle array and to send out against them that redoubtable cavalier ℌ𝔂𝐻𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥; for if King Sharrkan come forth as a champion to fight single handed, our man will slay him and will slay the other Moslem knights till not one is left. And I purpose this night to sacre you all with the holy incense." When the Emirs heard these words they kissed the ground before him. Now the incense which he designated was the excrement of the Chief Patriarch, the denier, the defiler of the truth; and they sought for it with such instance, and they so highly valued it, that the High Priests of the Greeks used to send it to all the countries of the Christians in silken wraps, after mixing it with musk and ambergris. Hearing of it, kings would pay 1,000 gold pieces for every dram, and they sent for and sought it to fumigate brides withal. And the chief priests and the great kings were wont to use a little of it as collyrium for the eyes and as a remedy in sickness and colic; and the patriarchs used to mix their own skite with it, for that the skite of the Chief Patriarch could not suffice for 10 countries. So as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen, and King Afridun and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 90th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen, and King Afridun summoned his chief knights and nobles and invested them with dresses of honour, and drawing the sign of the cross on their brows, incensed them with the incense which as aforesaid was the skite of the Chief Patriarch, the Cohen the Heresiarch. This incensing done, he called for ℌ𝔂𝐻𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥗌, surnamed the Sword of the Messiah, and after fumigating him and rubbing his palate with the holy mead, caused him to snuff it and smeared his cheeks and anointed his moustaches with the rest. Now there was no stouter champion in the land of Roum than this accursed Luka, nor any better at bending of bow or sway of sword or long with lance on the day of devoir; but he was foul of favour, for his face was as the face of an ass, his shape that of an ape, and his look as the look of a malignant snake. His presence was grievouser than parting from the beloved make, and blacker than night was his blackness, and more fetid than the lion was his breath for foulness, more crooked than bow was his crookedness, and grimmer than the leopard was his ugliness, and he was branded with the mark of the infidels on face. After this he came up to King Afridun and kissed his feet and stood before him; and the King said to him, "I desire thou go out against Sharrkan, King of Damascus, and son of Omar bin al Nu'uman, and deliver us from this affliction." Quoth Luka, "Hearkening and obedience!" and the King made the sign of the cross on his forehead, and felt assured of help from heaven being near hand. Then Luka went out from the presence, and the accursed one mounted a sorrel horse. He was clad in a red robe and a hauberk of gold set with jewels, and he bore a trident spear, as he were Iblis the Damned, on the day of drewing out his hosts war to Darain. Then he rode forward, he and his horde of Infidels, even as though they were driving to the fire, preceded by a herald, crying aloud in the Arabic tongue and saying, "Ho, sect of Mohammed, upon whom be the salutation and salvation! Let none of you come out but your champion Sharrkan, the sword of Al Islam, Lord of Damascus in Sham." Nor had he made an end of speaking when arose a tumult in the plain; all the people heard the strain, and the whole moving bodies of the armies twain called to mind the day of complain. Then the cowards trembled and all necks turned towards the sound, and lo! it was King Sharrkan, son of King Omar bin al Nu'uman; for when his brother Zau al Makan saw that accursed one push out on the plain, and heard the pursuivant, he turned to Sharrkan and said to him, "Of a surety they seek for thee." Said he, "Should it so be 'twere most pleasing to me." So when they made sure of the matter and heard the herald crying in the plain, "Let none of you come out against me save Sharrkan," they knew this accursed Luka to be champion of the land of Roum, who had sworn to sweep the earth clean of Moslems. Now he was one of the greatest of villains, a wretch who caused hearts to pain, and the Daylamites, Turks and Kurds dreaded his might and main. Presently Sharrkan drave at him like a lion angry grim, mounted on a courser, like a wild gazelle flying snell and slim, and coming nigh to him made the spear he hent to shake as it were a darting snake, and recited these couplets, "I have a sorrel steed, whose pride is fain to bear the rein, Shall give thee what thou likest not, and make thee feel his mane. I have a handy limber spear, full bright and keen of point upon, Whose shaft the dam of death her throney seat hath ta'en. I have a trenchant glaive of Hind, and when I bare its face Of scabbard veil, from out its brow the rays of Levi rain." Luka understood not the sense of his speech, nor did he apprehend the vehemence of the verse; but he smote his forehead with his hand, in honour of the cross drawn thereon, and kissed it. Then he couched his throw spear and ran at Sharrkan; but first he tossed a javelin with one hand in air to such height that it was lost to the spectators' sight, and, catching it with the other hand, as do the jugglers, hurled it at Sharrkan. It flew from his grasp like a shooting star, and folk clamoured and feared for Sharrkan; but, as the spear flew near him, he put out his hand and caught it in full flight, to the amazement of all who saw the sight. Then he shook it with the hand that took it, till it was well nigh broken, and hurled it so high into the welkin that it disappeared from view. As it descended he caught it again with the other hand, in less than the twinkling of an eye, and cried out from his heart core, saying: "By the truth of Him who created the sevenfold skies, I will assuredly make this cursed wight a byword for mankind to despise." Then threw he the throw spear at Luka, who thought to do as Sharrkan had done, and put forth his hand to trend it in mid flight; but Sharrkan prevented him, and sped at him a second throw spear, which smote him, and the point fell on his forehead, in the very centre of the sign of the cross, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and dwelling place dire. But when the Infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces and they cried, "Alas, and woe worth the day!" and called for aid upon the Abbots of the monasteries.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of ₁ Nights, Volume 2, read by Lars Rolander. Section 33, Volume 2 of the Book of ₁ Nights, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of ₁ Nights, Volume 2, Section 33. When it was the 91st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces and cried, "Alas, and woe worth the day!" and called upon the Abbots of the monasteries and cried, "Where be the crosses?" So the religious offered up prayers, and the Christians all drew together against Sharrkan, and brandishing their scimitars and lances, rushed forward to the attack. Then army met army, and breasts fell under hoof, while spear and sword ruled the day, and forearms and wrists grew weak, and the coursers seemed created without legs. Nor did the herald of war cease calling to fight, till arms were aweary, and day took flight and night came on with darkness dight. So the two hosts drew apart, whilst every brave staggered like a drunken knave, for that with so much cut and thrust they strave, and the place was choked with the slain, fell where the wounds and the hurt knew not by whom they fell. Then Sharrkan joined his brother Zau al Makan and the Chamberlain and the Wazir Dandan and said to them, "Verily Allah hath opened a door for the Infidels to fall. Praised be the Lord of the worlds one and all!" Replied Zau al Makan, "Let us never cease to praise Allah, for that He hath dispelled trouble from the Arab and the Ajam. Indeed, the folk, generation after generation, shall tell of thy derring do against the accursed Luka, the falsifier of the Evangel; of thy catching the thong spear in mid flight, and how the enemy of Allah among men thou didst smite, and thy fame shall endure until the end of time." Then said Sharrkan, "Harkye, O Grand Chamberlain and doughty Captain!" and he answered, "Adsum." Quoth Sharrkan, "Take with thee the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 horse and lead them 7 parasangs towards the sea, and force the march till ye shall have come near the shore, and there remain only 2 parasangs between thee and the foe. Then ambush ye in the hollows of the ground, till ye hear the tumult of the Infidels disembarking from their ships, and the war cry from every side strike your ear, and ye know that the sabres have begun labour between us and them. And whenso ye see our troops falling back, as if defeated, and all the Infidels following them, as well those in front as those from the seaward and the tents, do ye still lie in wait for them; but as soon as ye see the standard with the words, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is God's apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation, then up with the green banner, and do your endeavour and fall on their rear and shout, Allahu Akbar! Allah is most great! And circled round that they may not interpose between the retreating army and the sea. He replied, To hear is to obey, and forthright they agreed upon this matter and they went forth. Now the Chamberlain took with himself the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 men, even as Sharrkan had commanded. As soon as dawned the moon, the troops sprung to horse, when they had donned their armour gear and drawn the scymitar and slung their spear. Then the Christians dispread themselves over hill and dale, and the ecclesiastics cried out and all heads were bared, and those in the ships hoisted the cross at their mast heads and began making for shore from every side, and landed their horses and get them ready for fight and fray, whilst the sword blades glittered bright and the javelins glanced like livy light on mail shirt white. And all joined fight, and the grindmill of death whirled round and ground those who fought from horse and aground; heads from bodies flew, tongues mute grew, and eyes no vision knew. Scimitars drave with utmost strain, and heads flew over the battle plain; gall bladders crave and wrists were shorn in twain; steeds splashed in pools of gore, and beards were gripped right sore. The host of Al Islam called out saying, On the Prince of Mankind be blessings and peace, and to the Compassionate glory and praise, which never shall cease, for his boons which aye increase. And the host of the Infidels shouted, Glory to the Cross and the Belt and the wine press juice, and the wine presser and the priests and the monks, and the festival of palms and the Metropolitan. Now Zau al Makan and Sharrkan held back, and their troops gave way and feigned flight from before the enemy, while the Infidel array pressed hard upon them, deeming them in rout, and made ready to foin and hew. Then the many of the Moslems raised their voices, reciting the first verses of the chapter of the Cow, whilst the dead were trampled under hoofs of steeds, and the heralds of the Greeks cried out, Ho, servants of the Messiah! Ho, people of the true faith! Ho, followers of the Primate! Verily divine grace upon you opes, for see, the hosts of Al Islam, like birds with broken wings, incline to elope. So turn ye not to them your backs, but let your swords clave deep in their necks, and hold not your hands from them, else are ye outcasts from the Messiah, Mary's son, who spoke even when a cradled one. Now Afridun, King of Constantinople, deemed that the Infidels were victorious, knowing not that this was but a clever stratagem of the Moslems, and sent to King Hardub of Roum congratulations on success, adding, Availed us not but the holy myrrh of the Arch Patriarch, whose fragrance exhaled from the beards and moustachios of the slaves of the Cross near and far; and I swear by the miracles of the Messiah and by thy daughter Abrizah, the Nazarene, the Mariolater, and the waters of baptism, that I will not leave upon the earth a single defender of Al Islam; and to the bitter end will I carry out this plan. So the messenger betook himself with the address to the King Hardub, whilst the Infidels called to one another, saying, Take we vengeance, ℌ𝔀💪 And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 92nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Infidels called to one another, saying, Take we vengeance, ℌ𝔀𝔢₃, while Hardub, King of Greece, cried aloud, Ho, to our revenge for Abrizah! Thereupon King Zau al Makan shouted, Ho, servants of the Requiting King! Smite the children of denial and disobedience with the blanch of sword and the brown of spear." So the Moslems returned to the Infidels and plied them with the keen edged scymitar, whilst their herald cried aloud, "Up and at the foe of the Faith, all ye who love the Prophet elect, with hope of salvation on the day of fear, to win favour of the Bountiful, the Forgiving One, for verily the Garden of Paradise is under the shadow of swords." And behold, Sharrkan and his men charged down upon the Infidels and cut off their retreat and wheeled and tourneyed among the ranks; when lo! a knight of goodly presence opened a passage through the army of Unbelievers and circled hither and thither amongst the deniers, cutting and thrusting and covering the ground with heads and trunks, so that the Faithless feared him and their necks bent under his long and yew. He was girt with two swords, his glances and his brand, and he was armed with two lances, one of bamboo cane and the other his straight one like shape; and his flowing hair stood him in stead of many warriors, even as saith the poet, "Laud not long hair, except it be dispread in twofold locks on day of fight and fray, o'er youth who bears his lance 'twixt flank and thigh, from many a whist–cared knight to win the day." And as singeth another, "I say to him what while he slings his sword, for sword shall serve those looks that sword like show. Says he, my sabre looks for those I love, my sword for those who sweets of love unknow." When Sharrkan saw him, he said to him, "I conjure thee by the Koran and the attributes of the Compassionate One, O champion of the champions, tell me who thou art; for verily by thy deeds this day thou hast pleased the Requiting King, whom one thing distracteth not from other thing, in that thou hast been discomforting the children of impiety and the rebellion revelling." Then cried the Cavalier to him, saying, "Thou art he who made his brother covenant with me but yesterday: how quickly thou hast forgotten me!" Thereupon he withdrew his mouth veil, so that what was hidden of his beauty was disclosed, and lo! it was none other than Zau al Makan. Then Sharrkan rejoiced in his brother, save that he feared for him the rush of fighting and the crush of braves a smiting; and this for two reasons: the first, his tender age of exposure to the evil eye; and the second, that his safety was to the kingdom the greater of the two overshadowing wings. So he said to him, "O King, thou riskest thy life, so join thy steed to mine: in very sooth I fear for thee from the foe, and better thou stint hazarding thyself forth of these squadrons, that we may shoot at the enemy thine unerring shaft." Quoth Zau al Makan, "I desire to even thee in fray and I will not be niggard of myself before thee in the mêlée." Then the host of Al Islam, heaping itself upon the Infidels, girt them on all sides, warred on them a right holy war, and brake the power of the children of impiety and pride and stowre. But King Afridun sighed when he saw the evil wreak that had fallen on the Greek, and they turned their backs from fight and addressed themselves to flight, making for the ships, when lo! there came out upon them from the sea coast another host, led by the Minister Dandan, the champion who was wont to make champions bite the dust, and to lay load on them with cut and thrust. Nor less came forth the Emir Bahram, lord of the provinces of Sham, amid 20,000 horse doughty of arm; and the host of Al Islam pressed them in front and on flank and wrought them grievous harm. Then a body of the Moslems turned against those who in the ships remained, and perdition on them reigned till they threw themselves into the main, and they slew of them many slain, more than 100,000 noblemen, nor was one of their champions, great or small, saved from bale and bane. Moreover, they took their ships, with all the money and treasure and cargo, save a score of keel; and the Moslems got the loot, whose like was never gotten in bygone years, nor was such cut and thrust ever heard of by men's ears. Now amongst the booty were 50,000 horses, besides treasure and spoil past reckoning and arithmetic, whereat the Moslems rejoiced with an exceeding joy, for that Allah had given them victory and protection. Such was the case with them; but as regards the fugitive Infidels, they soon reached Constantinople, whither the tidings preceded them that King Afridun had prevailed over the Moslems. So quoth the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi, "I know that my son Hardub, King of Roum, is no runagate and that he feareth not the Islamitic hosts, but will restore the whole world to the Nazarene faith." Then she bade the great King Afridun give command that the city be decorated, and the people held festival high and drank their wines drunkenly, and knew not the decrees of destiny. Now whilst they were in the midst of the rejoicings, behold, the Raven of dule and downfall croaked over them, and up came the 20 fugitive ships wherein was the King of Cæsarea. So King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, met them on the sea shore, and they told him all that had befallen them from the Moslem, and they wept sore and groaned and moaned, and rejoicing at weal was turned into dismay for unheal; and they informed him concerning Luka, son of Shamlut, how calamity had betided him and how Death had shot him with his shaft. Thereat the horrors of Doom day rose upon King Afridun, and he knew that there was no making straight their crook. Then came up from them the sound of weeping and wailing; the city was full of men mourning, and the keepers were keening, and sighs and cries were heard from all sides. And when King Hardub of Greece met King Afridun, he told him the truth of the case, and how the flight of the Moslems was by way of stratagem and deceit, and said to him, "Look not to see any of the army, save those who have already reached thee." When King Afridun heard these words, he fell down in a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet; and as soon as he revived, he exclaimed, "Surely the Messiah was wroth with them that he caused the Moslems to prevail over them." Then came the Arch Patriarch sadly to the King, who said to him, "O our father, annihilation hath overtaken our army, and the Messiah hath punished us." Replied the Patriarch, "Grieve not nor feel concern, for it cannot be but that one of you have sinned against the Messiah, and all have been punished for his offence. But now we will read prayers for you in the churches, that the Mohammedan hosts may be repelled from you." After which the old woman Zat al Dawahi came to Afridun and said to him, "O King, verily the Moslem hosts are many, and we shall never overcome them save by wile; wherefore I purpose to work upon them by guile and repair to this army of Al Islam. Haply I may win my wish of their leader and slay their champion, even as I slew his father. If my stratagem succeed in this case, not one of the host he leads shall return to his native land, for all are strong only because of him. But I desire to have some Christian dwellers of Syria, such as go out every month and year to sell their goods, that they may help me; for this they can do, in carrying out my plan." Replied the King, "Be it so whenever thou wilt." So he bade fetch 100 men, natives of Najrán in Sham, and the King asked them, "Have ye not heard what hath befallen the Christians with the Moslems?" "Yes," answered they, and he rejoined, "Know ye that this woman hath devoted her life to the Messiah and purposeth to go forth with you, disguised as Monotheists and Mohammedans, to work out a device which shall profit us and hinder the Moslem from us. Say, then, are ye also willing to devote yourselves to the Anointed, and I will give you a quintal of gold. He of you who escapeth shall have the money, and him of you who dieth will the Messiah reward." "O King," replied they, "we will devote our lives to the Messiah, and we will be thy sacrifice." Thereupon the old woman took all she required of aromatic roots and placed them in water, which she boiled over the fire till the black essence of them was extracted. She waited till the decoction was cold, then dipped the corner of a long kerchief therein, and stained her face therewith. Moreover, she donned over her clothes a long gabardine with an embroidered border, and took in her hand a rosary, and afterwards went in to the King Afridun, who knew her not, nor did any of his companions know her, till she discovered herself to them. And there was none in the assembly but who thanked and praised her for her cunning, and her son rejoiced and said, "May the Messiah never fail thee!" Thereupon she took with her the Syrian Christians and set out for the army of Baghdad.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 33 of the Book of ₅1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 34, Volume 2 of the Book of ₅1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of ₅1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 34. When it was the 93rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Afridun heard these words, he fell into a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet; and as soon as he revived, fear fluttered the scrotum below his belly, and he complained to the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi. Now this accursed old woman was a witch of the witches, past mistress in sorcery and deception, wanton and wily, debauched and deceptious, with foul breath, red eyelids, yellow cheeks, dull brown face, eyes bleared, mangy body, hair grizzled, back humped, skin withered, and wan, and nostrils which ever ran. But she had studied the scriptures of Al Islam and had made the pilgrimage to the Holy House of Mecca, and all this that she might come to the knowledge of the Mohammedan ordinances and the miraculous versets of the Koran; and she had professed Judaism in the holy city of Jerusalem for 2 years' space, that she might master the magic of men and demons, so that she was a plague of plagues and a pest of pests, wrong headed as to belief and to no religion fief. Now the chief reason of her sojourn with her son King Hardub of Greece was on account of the slave virgins at his court, for she was given to tribadism and could not exist without sapphism or she went mad. So if any damsel pleased her, she was wont to teach her the art of rubbing clitoris against clitoris, and would anoint her with saffron till she fainted away for excess of volupty. Whoso obeyed her she was wont to favour and make her son incline towards her; but whoso repelled her she would contrive to destroy. And so she abode for a length of time. This was known to Marjanah and Rayhanan and Utrijah, the handmaids of Abrizah, and their princes loathed the old woman and abhorred to lie with her, because of the rank smell from her armpits, the stench of her physals more fetid than carrion, and the roughness of her hide coarser than palm fibre. She was wont to bribe those who rubbed parts with her by means of jewels and instructions. But Abrizah held aloof from her and sought refuge with the Omnipotent, the Omniscient, for, by Allah, right well quoth the poet, Who thou who growl'st low before the great, nor over fording lesser men dost thou blench, who gildest dross by dirham gathering, no otter scent disguises carrion stench. And now to return to the story of her stratagem and the woes of her working. Presently she departed, taking the chief Nazarenes with their hosts, and turned towards the army of the Moslems. Whereupon King Hardub went in to King Afridun and said to him, "O King, we have no need of the Chief Patriarch nor of his prayers, but will consult my mother's counsel, and observe what she will do with her craft unending against the Moslem hosts. For these are marching with all their power. They will soon be upon us and they will encircle us on all sides." When King Afridun heard this, terror took hold upon his heart and he wrote letters, without stay or delay, to all the nations of the Nazarenes, saying, "It behoveth none of the Messiahites or Cross Knights to hold back, especially the folk of the strongholds and forts; but let them all come to us, foot and horse, women and children, for the Moslem hosts already tread our soil. So haste, haste ye, ere what we fear to us here appear." Thus much concerning them; but regarding the work of the old woman Zat al Dawahi, when she went forth from the city with her suite, she clad them in the clothing of Moslem merchants, having provided herself with 100 mules, carrying stuffs of Antioch, such as gold woven satins and royal brocades and so forth. And she had taken a letter from King Afridun to the following effect: "These be merchantmen from the land of Sham who have been with us, so it besitteth none to do them harm or hindrance, nor take tax or tithe of them, till they reach their homes and safe places; for by merchants a country flourisheth, and these are no men of war nor of ill faith." Then quoth the accursed Zat al Dawahi to those with her, "Verily I wish to work out a plot for the destruction of the Moslem." Replied they, "O Queen, command us whatso thou wilt; we are at thy disposal, and may the Messiah never disappoint thy dealings." Then she donned a gown of fine white wool and rubbed her forehead till she made a great mark as of a scar, and anointed it with an ointment of her own fashion, so that it shone with prodigious sheen. Now the old hag was lean bodied and hollow eyed, and she bound her legs tightly round with cords just above her feet till she drew near the Moslem camp, when she unwound them, leaving their marks deeply embedded in her ankles. Then she anointed the wheels with dragon's blood and bade her companions beat her with a severe beating, and set her in a chest, and quoth she, "Cry abroad the refrain of Unity, nor fear from it aught of damage." Replied they, "How can we beat thee, who be our sovereign lady, Zat al Dawahi, mother of the King we glory in?" Then said she, "We blame not nor deal reproach to him who goeth to the jakes, and in need evil becometh good deed. When ye have set me in the chest, take it and make it one of the bales and place it on mule back and fare forth with it and the other goods through the Moslem camp, and fear ye no blame. And if any of the Moslems hinder you, give up the mules and their lading and betake yourself to their King, Zau al Makan, and implore his protection, saying, 'We were in the land of the Infidels and they took nothing from us, but wrote us a passport, that none shall do us hindrance or work our mischance. If he asks you, What profit had ye of your property in the land of Roum?' answer him, 'We profited in the deliverance of a pious man who had been bound down in an underground cell nigh 15 years, crying out for help, yet none helped him. Nay, the Infidels tortured him night and day. We knew not this; but after we had tarried in Constantinople for some time, having sold our goods and bought others in their stead, we determined on and made ready for a return to our native land. We spent that night conversing about our journey. and when day broke, we saw figured upon the wall a human form, and as we drew nigh it, behold, it moved and said, "O Moslems, is there amongst you one who is minded to woo the favour of the Lord of the three Worlds?" "How so?" asked we, and the figure answered, "Know that Allah hath made me speak to you, to the intent that your faith be fortified and that your belief embolden you and that you may go forth of the country of the Infidels and repair to the Moslem host; for with them wounds the sword of the Compassionate One, of our age the champion, King Sharrkan, by whom he shall conquer Constantinople town and destroy the sect of the Nazarene. And when ye shall have journeyed 3 days, you will find an hermitage known as the hermitage of the ascetic Matruhina and containing a cell. Visit it with pure intent and contrive to arrive there by force of will; for therein is a religious from the holy city Jerusalem, by name Abdullah, and he is one of the devoutest of mankind, endowed with the power of working saintly miracles, such as dispel doubts and obscurity. Certain of the monks seized him by fraud and shut him up in a souterrain, where he hath lain a long time. By his deliverance you will please the Lord of faithful men, for such release is better than fighting for the faith." Now when the ancient dame and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, "As soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharrkan, say him further, 'Hearing this from that image we knew that the holy man'"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 94th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the old woman Zat al Dawahi and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, "Now as soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharrkan, say him further, 'Hearing these words from that image we knew that the holy man was indeed of the chiefest devotees and Allah's servants of purest qualities.' So we made 3 days' march till we came in sight of that hermitage, and then we went up to it and passed the day in buying and selling, as is the wont of merchants. As soon as day had departed our sight and night was come to darken light, we repaired to the cell wherein was the dungeon, and we heard the holy man, after chanting some verses of the Koran, repeat the following couplets: "My heart disheartened is, my breast is strait, and sinks my soul in sea of bale and bate. Unless escape be near I soon shall die, and death were better than this doleful strait. O lightning, and thou light my home and folk, and their still brighter charms thy shine abate. Say what my path to meet them, being barred by wars and barricaded succour's gate? When once ye have brought me into the Moslem camp and I mix with them, you shall see," the old woman continued, "how I will make shift to beguile them and slay them all, even to the last man." The Nazarenes, hearing what she said, kissed her hands and set her in the chest, after they had beaten her with a grievous beating in obedience to her commands, for they saw it was incumbent on them to do her bidding in this. Then they all made for the Moslem host, as hath erst been said. Such was the case with the damned hag Zat al Dawahi and her companions. But as regards the Mohammedan army, they indeed, after Allah had given them victory over their enemies, and they had plundered everything in the ships of money and hoards, all sat down to converse with one another, and Zau al Makan said to his brother Sharrkan, "Verily Allah hath granted us to prevail because of our just dealing and discipline and concord amongst ourselves. Wherefore continue, O Sharrkan, to obey my commandment in submission to Allah (be He exalted and extolled!), for I mean to slay 10 kings in blood revenge for my sire, to cut the throat of 50,000 Greeks and to enter Constantinople." Replied Sharrkan. My life be thy ransom against death. Needs must I follow out the holy war, though I wone many a year in their country. But I have, O my brother, in Damascus a daughter named 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻𝔸, whom I love heartily, for she is one of the marvels of the time and she will soon be of age. Said Zau al Makan, and I also have left my wife with child and near her time, nor do I know what Allah will vouchsafe me by her. But promise me, O my brother, that if Allah bless me with a son, thou wilt grant me thy daughter for wife to him and make covenant with me and pledge me thy faith thereon." "With love and good will," replied Sharrkan and, stretching out his hand to his brother, he said, "If she bring thee a son, I will give him my daughter Kuzia Fakan to wife." At this Zau al Makan rejoiced and they fell to congratulating each other on the victory over the enemy. And the Wazir Dandan also congratulated the two brothers and said to them, "Know, O ye Kings, that Allah hath given us the victory, for that we have devoted our lives to Him, be He exalted and extolled, and we have left our homes and households. And it is my counsel that we follow up the foe and press upon him and harass him, so haply Allah shall enable us to win our wishes, and we shall destroy our enemies branch and root. If it please you, do ye go down in these ships and sail over the sea, whilst we fare forward by land and bear the brunt of battle and the thrust of fight." And the Minister Dandan ceased not to urge them to combat and repeated his words who said, "To slay my foes in chiefest bliss I wist, and on the courser's back be borne a list. Comes promising tryst a messenger from friend, full oft when comes the friend withouten tryst." And these words of another, "War for my mother, and I live, I'll take, spear for my brother's, scimitar for sire, with every shag haired brave who meets his death, smiling till won from doom his dear desire." And when the Wazir ended his verses he said, "Praise be to Him who aided us dear victory to uphold and who hath given us spoil of silver and fine gold." Then Zau al Makan commanded the army to depart and they fared on forcing their marches for Constantinople, till they came to a wide and spacious champaign, full of all things fair and fain, with wild cattle frisking and gazelles pacing to and fro across the plain. Now they had traversed great deserts and drink had been 6 days cut off from them, when they drew near this meadow and saw therein waters founting and ripe fruits daunting, and that land as it were Paradise, for it had donned its adornments and decked itself. Gently waved the branches of the trees drunken with the new wine of the dew, and combined with the nectar of Tasnim, the soft breathings of the morning breeze. Mind and gazer were confounded by its beauty, even as saith the poet, "Behold this lovely garden! 'Tis as though Spring over its frame her green cloak had spread. Looking with fleshly eyne thou shalt but sight a lake whose waters balance in their bed; But look with spirit eyes, and lo! shalt see glory in every leaf o'erwaves thy head." And as another saith, "The stream's a cheek by sunlight rosy dyed, whose down is creeping shade of tamarisk stems; Round legs of tree trunks waveless roll in rings, silvern and blossoms are the diadems." When Zau al Makan saw this champaign, with its trees bowing and its flowers blooming and its birds warbling, he called to his brother Sharrkan and said, "O my brother, verily in Damascus is not the like of this place. We will not march from it save after 3 days, that we may take rest ourselves, and that the army of Al Islam may regain strength and their souls be fortified to encounter the blamed Infidels." So they halted therein, and while camping behold, they heard a noise of voices from afar, and Zau al Makan asked the cause thereof, and was answered that a caravan of merchants from the land of Syria had halted there to rest, and that the Moslem troops had come on them and had haply seized something of the goods which they had brought from the country of the Infidels. After a while up came the merchants, crying out and appealing to the King for aidance. When Zau al Makan saw this, he bade them be brought before him, and, when in presence, they said to him, "O King, we have been in the country of the Infidels and they plundered us of nothing. Why then do our brothers the Moslems despoil our goods, and we in their own land? Of a truth, when we saw your troops, we went up to them and they robbed us of what we had with us, and we have now reported to thee all that hath befallen us." Thereupon they brought out to him the letter of the King of Constantinople, and Sharrkan read it and said, "We will presently restore to you what hath been taken from you; but yet it behoveth you not to carry merchandise to the country of the Infidels." Replied they, "O our lord, in very sooth Allah despatched us thither that we might win what Gházi never won the like of, not even thou in all thy razzias." Asked Sharrkan, "What was it ye won?" "O King," answered they, "we will not tell thee save in private; for if this matter be noised among the folk, haply it may come to the ears of some, and this will be the cause of our ruin and of the ruin of all Moslems who resort to the land of the Greeks." Now they had hidden the chest wherein was the damned Zat al Dawahi. So Zau al Makan and his brother brought them to a private place, where they laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee and wept till they made the two Kings weep.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 35, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 35. When it was the 95th Night. She said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Nazarenes who wore merchants' weed, when brought to a private place by Zau al Makan and his brother Sharrkan, laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee and wept till they made the two Kings weep, and repeated to them all which had been taught by the old witch Zat al Dawahi. Thereupon Sharrkan's heart yearned to the devotee, and he was moved to ruth for him and was fired with zeal for the service of Almighty Allah. So quoth he to them, "Did ye rescue this holy man or is he still in the hermitage?" Quoth they, "We delivered him and slew the hermit, fearing for our lives; after which we made haste to fly for dread of death. But a trusty man told us that in this hermitage are quintals of gold and silver and stones of price." Then they fetched the chest and brought out the accursed old woman, as she were a cassia pod of excess of blackness and leanness, and she was laden with the same fetters and shackles. When Zau al Makan and the bystanders saw her, they took her for a man of the best of Allah's devotees and surpassing in pious qualities, more especially because of the shining of her forehead for the ointment wherewith she had anointed her face. So Zau al Makan and Sharrkan wept sore. Then they rose up in honour and kissed her hands and feet, sobbing aloud; but she signed to them and said, "Cease this weeping and hear my words." Hereat they dried their tears in obedience to her bidding, and she said. Know ye both that I was content to accept what my lord did unto me, for I ken that the affliction which befell me was a trial from him. Be he exalted and extolled! And whoso hath no patience under calamity and tribulation, for him there is no coming to the delights of Paradise. I had indeed supplicated him that I might return to my native land, not as a compensation for the sufferings decreed to me, but that I might die under the horse hoofs of warriors fighting for the faith who, being slain in fray, live again without suffering death." Then she repeated the following couplets: "Our fort is tore, and flames the fire of fight. Moses art thou, and this is time for aid. Cast down thy rod, 'twill swallow all they wrought, Nor dread for men their ropes be vipers made. For chapters read on fight day lines of foes, And on their necks grave versets with thy blade." When the old woman had ended her verse, her eyes overflowed with tears and her forehead under the unguent shone like gleaming light; and Sharrkan rose and kissed her hand and caused food be brought before her; but she refused it, saying, "I have not broken my fast by day for 15 years, and how should I break it at such a time, when my Lord hath been bountiful to me in delivering me from the captivity of the Infidels and removing me from that which was more grievous to me than torment of fire? I will wait till sundown." So when it was nightfall, Sharrkan and Zau al Makan came and served her with food and said, "Eat, O ascetic!" But she said, "This is no time for eating; it is the time for worshipping the Requiting King." Then she stood up in the prayer niche and remained praying till the night was spent; and she ceased not to do after this fashion for 3 days and nights, sitting not but at the time of the Salam or salutation, ending with several prayers. When Zau al Makan saw her on this wise, firm belief in her get hold of his heart and he said to Sharrkan, "Cause a tent of perfumed leather to be pitched for this religious and appoint a body servant to wait upon him." On the 4th day she called for food; so they brought her all kind of meats that could seduce the sense or delight the sight; but of all this she would eat only a scone with salt. Then she again turned to her fast and, as the night came, she rose anew to pray, when Sharrkan said to Zau al Makan, "Verily, this man carrieth renunciation of the world to the extreme of renouncing; and, were it not for this holy war, I would join myself to him and worship Allah in his service till I came before his presence. And now I desire to enter his tent and talk with him for an hour." Quoth Zau al Makan, "And I also to morrow will sally forth to fight against Constantinople, and we shall find no time like the present." Said the Wazir Dandan, "And I no less desire to see this ascetic; haply he will pray for me that I find death in this holy war and come to the presence of my Lord, for I am aweary of the world." So as soon as night had darkened they repaired to the tent of that witch Zat al Dawahi, and seeing her standing to pray, they drew near her and fell a weeping for pity of her; but she paid no heed to them till midnight was past, when she ended her orisons by pronouncing the salutation. Then she turned to them and, after wishing them long life, asked them wherefore come ye? Whereto they answered, "O thou holy man, diddest thou not hear us weep around thee?" She rejoined, "To him who standeth in the presence of Allah remaineth no existence in time, either for hearing any or for seeing aught about him." Quoth they, "We would have thee recount to us the cause of thy captivity and pray for us this night, for that will profit us more than the possession of Constantinople." Now when she heard their words she said, "By Allah, were ye not the Emirs of the Moslems, I would not relate to you aught of this at any time, for I complain not but to Allah alone. However, to you I will relate the circumstances of my captivity. Know then that I was in the saintly city of Jerusalem with certain ecstatics and inspired men, and did not magnify myself among them, for that Allah (be He exalted and extolled!) had endowed me with humility and abnegation, till I chanced to go down to the sea one night and walked upon the water. Then entered into me pride, whence I know not, and I said to myself, who like me can walk the water? And my heart from that time hardened and Allah afflicted me with the love of travel. So I journeyed to Roum land and visited every part for a whole year and left no place but therein I worshipped Allah. When I came to this spot, I clomb the mountain and saw there an hermitage, inhabited by a monk called Matrubina, who, when he sighted me, came out and kissed my hands and feet and said, "Verily, I have seen thee since thou enteredst the land of the Greeks, and thou hast filled me with longing for the land of Al Islam." Then he took my hand and carried me into that hermitage and brought me to a dark room, and when I entered it unawares, he locked the door on me and left me there for 40 days, without meat or drink, for it was his intent to kill me by delay. It chanced one day that a knight called 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔅 came to the hermitage, accompanied by 10 squires and his daughter Tamasil, a girl whose beauty was incomparable. When they entered that hermitage, the monk Matruhina told them of me, and the knight said, "Bring him out, for surely there is not on him a bird's meal of meat." So they opened the door of the dark room and found me standing in the niche praying and reciting the Koran and glorifying Allah and humbling myself before the Almighty. When they saw me in this state, Matruhina exclaimed, "This man is indeed a sorcerer of the sorcerers!" And hearing his words they all came in on me, Dakianus and his company withal, and they beat me with a grievous beating, till I desired death and reproached myself, saying, "This is his reward who exalteth himself and who prideth himself on that which Allah hath vouchsafed to him, beyond his own competence. And thou, O my soul, verily self esteem and arrogance have crept into thee. Dost thou not know that pride angereth the Lord and hardeneth the heart and bringeth men to the fire?" Then they laid me in fetters and returned me to my place, which was the dungeon under ground. Every 3 days they threw me down a scone of barley bread and a draught of water, and every month or two the knight came to the hermitage. Now his daughter Tamasil had grown up, for she was 9 years old when I first saw her, and 15 years passed over me in captivity, so that she had reached her 24th year. There is not in our land nor in the land of the Greeks a fairer than she, and her father feared lest the King take her from him, for she had vowed herself to the Messiah and rode with Dakianus in the habit of a cavalier, so that albeit none might compare with her in loveliness, no one who saw her knew her for a woman. And her father had laid up his monies in this hermitage, every one who had aught of pride or treasured hoard being wont to deposit it therein. And I saw there all manner of gold and silver and jewels and precious vessels and rarities; none may keep count of them save Almighty Allah. Now ye are worthier of these riches than those Infidels; so lay hands on that which is in the hermitage and divide it among the Moslems, and especially on fighters in the Holy War." When these merchants came to Constantinople and sold their merchandise, that image which is on the wall spoke to them, by grace of a marvel which Allah granted to me. So they made for that hermitage and slew Matruhina, after torturing him with most grievous torments and dragging him by the beard till he showed them the place where I was, when they took me and found no path but flight for dread or death. Now to morrow night Tamasil will visit that hermitage, as is her habit, and her father and his squires will come after her, as he feareth for her. So if ye would witness these things, take me with you, and I will deliver to you the monies and the riches of the knight Dakianus, which be in that mountain. For I saw them bring out vessels of gold and silver to drink therefrom, and I heard a damsel of their company sing to them in Arabic, and well away, that so sweet a voice should not be busied in chanting the Koran. If then ye will, enter into that hermitage and hide there against the coming of Dakianus and his daughter, and take her, for she is fit only for the King of the age, Sharrkan or King Zau al Makan. Thereat they all rejoiced, with the exception of the Wazir Dandan, who put scant faith in her story, for her words took no hold on his reason, and signs of doubt in her and disbelief showed in his face. Yet he was confounded at her discourse, but he feared to speak with her for awe of the King. Then quoth the ancient dame Zat al Dawahi, "Verily, I fear lest the night come and, seeing these troops encamped in the meadow, be afraid to enter the hermitage." So Zau al Makan ordered the army to march upon Constantinople and said, "I have resolved to take with me 100 horse and many mules and make for that mountain, where we will load the beasts with the monies which be in the hermitage." Then he sent at once for the chief chamberlain, whom they brought into the presence, and he summoned likewise the leaders of the Turks and Daylamites and said, "As soon as it is dawn, do ye set forth for Constantinople, and thou, O Chamberlain, shalt take my place in council and contrivance, while thou, O Rustam, shalt be my brother's deputy in battle. But let none know that we are not with you, and after 3 days we will rejoin you." Then he chose out 100 of their doughtiest riders, and he and Sharrkan and the Minister Dandan set out for the hermitage, and the 100 horsemen led the mules with chests for transporting the treasure.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 36, Volume 2 of The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 36. When it was the 96th Night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sharrkan and his brother Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan set off with 100 horse for the hermitage described to them by that accursed Zat al Dawahi, and they took with them mules and chests for transporting the treasure. Now as soon as dawned the morn, the Chamberlain signalled to the host an order for departure, and they set out thinking that the 2 kings and the Wazir were with them, knowing not that the 3 had made for the monastery. Such was the case with the host, but as regards the 2 kings and the minister, they tarried in their place till the end of that day. Now the Infidels who were with Zat al Dawahi took their departure privily, after they had gone in to her and kissed her hands and feet and obtained her leave to march. So she not only gave them permission, but also taught them all she minded of weal and guile. And when it was dark night, she arose and went into Zau al Makan and his companions, and said to them, "Come, let us set out for the mountain, and take with you a few men at arms." They obeyed her, and left 5 horsemen at the foot of the mountain, whilst the rest rode on before Zat al Dawahi, who gained new strength for excess of joy, so that Zau al Makan said, "Glory be to him who sustaineth this holy man, whose like we never saw." Now the witch had written a letter to the King of Constantinople, and dispatched it on the wings of a bird, acquainting him with what had passed, and ending, "I wish thee to send me 10,000 horsemen of the bravest of the Greeks, and let them steal along the foot of the mountains with caution, lest the host of Al Islam get sight of them. And when they reach the hermitage, let them ambush themselves there, till I come to them with the Moslem king and his brother, for I shall inveigle them, and will bring them thither, together with a Wazir and 100 horse, and no more, that I may presently deliver to them the crosses which be in the hermitage. I am resolved to slay the monk Matruhina, since my scheme cannot be carried out but by taking his life. If my plot work well, not one of the Moslems shall return to his own country, no, not a living wight, nor one who blows the fire alight. And Matruhina shall be a sacrifice for the followers of the Nazarene faith, and the servants of the cross. And praise be to the Messiah, first and last." When this letter reached Constantinople, the keeper of the carrier pigeons carried it to King Afridun, who read it, and forthwith inspected his host, and equipped 10,000 cavaliers with horses and dromedaries, and mules and provaunt, and bade them repair to that hermitage, and, after reaching the tower, to hide therein. Thus far concerning them. But as regards King Zau al Makan and his brother Sharrkan, and the Wazir Dandan, and the escort, when they reached the hermitage, they entered and met the monk Matruhina, who came out to see who and what they were. Whereupon quoth that pious man Zat al Dawahi, "Slay this damned fellow." So they smote him with their swords, and made him drink the cup of death. Then the accursed old woman carried them to the place of offerings and ex votos, and brought out to them treasures and precious things, more than she had described to them. And after gathering the whole together, they set the booty in chests, and loaded the mules therewith. As for Tamasil, she came not, she or her father, for fear of the Moslems. So Zau al Makan tarried there, awaiting her all that day and the next and a third, till Sharrkan said to him, "By Allah, I am troubled anent the army of Al Islam, for I know not what is become of them." His brother replied, "And I also am concerned for them. We have come by this great treasure, and I do not believe that Tamasil or any one else will approach the hermitage, after that befell which hath befallen the host of the Christians. It behoveth us then to content ourselves with what Allah hath given us and depart, so haply He will help us conquer Constantinople." Accordingly they came down from the mountain, while Zat al Dawahi was impotent to oppose their march for fear of betraying her deceit. And they fared forwards till they reached the head of a defile, where the old woman had laid an ambush for them with the 10,000 horse. As soon as these saw the Moslems, they encircled them from all sides, couching lance and bearing the white sabre blade, and the Infidels shouted the watchword of their faithless faith, and set the shafts of their mischief astring. When Zau al Makan and his brother Sharrkan and the Minister Dandan looked upon this host, they saw that it was a numerous army, and said, "Who can have given these troops information of us?" Replied Sharrkan, "O my brother, this be no time for talk, this is the time for smiting with swords and shooting with shafts. So gird up your courage and hearten your hearts, for this strait is like a street with two gates, though, by the virtue of the Lord of Arabs and Ajams, were not the place so narrow, I would bring them to naught, even though they were 100,000 men." Said Zau al Makan, "Had we wotted this, we would have brought with us 5,000 horse." And the Wazir Dandan continued, "If we had 10,000 horse, they had availed us naught in these narrows, but Allah will succour us against them."
I know this defile and its straitness, and I know there be many places of refuge in it, for I have been here on Razzia with King Omar bin al Nu'uman, what while we besieged Constantinople. We abode in this place, and here is water colder than snow. So come, let us push out of this defile ere the infidel host increase on us and get the start of us to the mountain top, whence they will hurl down rocks upon us, and we powerless to come at them. So they began hurrying on to get out of those narrows, but the pious man Zat al Dawahi looked at them and said, What is it ye fear, ye who have vowed yourselves to the Lord, and to working His will? By Allah, I abode imprisoned underground for 15 years, yet never gainsaid the Almighty in aught He did with me. Fight ye in Allah's way, so whoever of you is slain, Paradise shall be his abode, and whoso slayeth, his striving shall be to his honour. When they heard from the ascetic these words, their care and anxiety ceased from them, and they stood firm till the Infidels charged down from all sides, whilst the swords played upon their necks, and the cup of death went round amongst them. The Moslems fought for the service of Allah a right good fight, and wrought upon his foes with sway of sword and lung of lance, whilst Zau al Makan smote upon the men and garred the knights bite the dust and their heads from their bodies take flight, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, till he had done to death a number of them past numbering, and a count beyond counting. Now while so doing he looked at the accursed old woman, who was waving her sword and heartening them, and all who feared fled to her for shelter. But she was also signing the Infidels to slay Sharrkan. So troop after troop rushed on him with design to do him die. But each troop that charged, he charged and drove back, and when another troop attacked him, he repelled the assault with the sword in their backs, for he thought it was the devotee's blessing that gave him the victory, and he said in himself, Verily on this holy man Allah looketh with eyes of his favour, and strengtheneth my prowess against the Infidels with the purity of his pious intent. For I see that they fear me and cannot prevail against me, but every one who assaileth me turneth tail and taketh flight. So they battled the rest of the day, and when night fell, the Moslems took refuge in a cave of that defile, being weary with stress of war and cast of stone. And that day were slain of them 45. And when they were gathered together, they sought the devotee, but could find no trace of him, and this was grievous to them, and they said, Belike he hath died a martyr. Quoth Sharrkan, I saw him heartening the horsemen with divine instances, and using as talisman verses of Holy Writ. Now while they were talking, behold, the accursed old woman Zat al Dawahi stood before them, hending in hand the head of the chief captain of the 10,000 horse, a noble knight, a champion fierce in fight, and a Satan for blight. One of the Turks had slain him with an arrow, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire. And when the Infidels saw what that Moslem had done with their leader, they all fell on him and wrought his bane and hewed him in pieces with their swords. And Allah hurried his soul to heaven. Then the accursed old woman cut off that knight's head and brought it and threw it at the feet of Sharrkan and Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan. Now when Sharrkan saw her, he sprang up hastily before her and exclaimed, Praised be Allah for thy safety and for our sighting thee, O holy man and devout champion of the religion. Replied she, O my son, I have sought martyrdom this day and have thrown my life away amid the infidel array, but they feared me with dismay. When ye dispersed, I waxed jealous for your honour, So I rushed on the chief knight their leader, albeit he was a match for 1,000 horse, and I smote him till I severed head from trunk. Not one of the Infidels could near me, so I brought his head to you." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 97th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damned witch Zat al Dawahi took the head of the knight, the leader of the 20,000 Infidels, she brought it and threw it down before Zau al Makan and his brother Sharrkan and the Wazir Dandan, saying, "When I saw your condition, I waxed jealous for your honour, so I rushed on the chief knight and smote him with the sword till I severed head from trunk, and none could near me, so I brought his head to you, that you may be strengthened in holy war, and work out with your swords the will of the Lord of the Faithful. And now I purpose leaving you to strive against the Infidels, whilst I go to your army, though they be at the gates of Constantinople, and return with 20,000 horse to destroy these unfaithfuls." Quoth Sharrkan, "How wilt thou pass to them, O thou holy man, seeing that the valley is blocked up on all sides by the miscreants?" Quoth the accursed hag, "Allah will veil me from their eyes, and they shall not sight me, nor if any saw me, would he dare to attack me at that time, for I shall be as one non existing, absorbed in Allah, and He will fend off from me his foes." "Thou sayest sooth, O holy man," rejoined Sharrkan, "for indeed I have been witness of that: so if thou can pass out at the first of night, 'twill be best for us." Replied she, "I will set out at this very hour, and if thou desire thou shalt go with me, and none shall see thee. Furthermore, if thy brother also have a mind to go with us, we will take him, but none else, for the shadow of a saint can cover only twain." Sharrkan said, "As for me, I will not leave my comrades; but if my brother will, there is no harm in his going with thee and setting us free of this strait, for he is the stronghold of the Moslems and the sword of the Lord of the three worlds. And if it be his pleasure, let him take with him the Wazir Dandan, or whom else he may elect, and send us 10,000 horse to succour us against these caitiffs." So after debate they agreed on this, and the old woman said, "Give me leisure to go before you and consider the condition of the Infidels, if they be asleep or awake." Quoth they, "We will not go forth save with thee, and trust our affair to Allah." "If I do your bidding," replied she, "blame me not, but blame yourselves, for it is my rede that you await me till I bring you tidings of the case." Then said Sharrkan, "Go to them and delay not from us, for we shall be awaiting thee." Thereupon she fared forth, and Sharrkan turned to his brother, addressing him, and said, "Were not this holy man a miracle worker, he had never slain yonder furious knight. This is proof sufficient of the ascetic's power, and of a truth the pride of the Infidels is laid low by the slaying of this cavalier, for he was violent, an evil devil, and a stubborn." Now whilst they were thus devising of the mighty works of the devotee, behold, the accursed Zat al Dawahi came upon them and promised them victory over the unbelievers, wherefore they thanked her, not knowing that all this was wile and guile. And the damned hag asked, "Where be the King of the Age, Zau al Makan, and the Minister Dandan?" Answered he, "Here am I." "Take with thee thy Wazir," said she, "and follow after me, that we may fare forth to Constantinople." Now she had acquainted the Infidels with the cheat she had put upon the Moslems, and they rejoiced with exceeding great joy and said, "Our hearts will not be contented till we shall have slain their King in return for the knight's death, because we had no stouter rider than he." And they added, bespeaking the ill-omened hag as she told them her plan of faring to the land of the Moslems. "When thou bringest him to us, we will bear him to King Afridun." Then she went out, and went out with her Zau al Makan and the Minister Dandan, and she walked on before the two, saying, "Fare forth with the blessing of Almighty Allah." So they did her bidding, for the shaft of patent fortune of man's lot had shot them; and she ceased not leading them both through the midst of the Grecian camp, till they came to the defile, the narrow path aforesaid, whilst the infidel enemy watched them, but did them no hindrance, for the infernal old woman had enjoined this. Now when Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan saw that the infidel host offered them no let and stay, and yet had them in sight, the Wazir exclaimed, "By Allah, this is one of the holy man's saintly miracles!" "And doubtless he be of the elect," rejoined Zau al Makan. "By Allah, I think the Infidels be naught but blind, for we see them and they see us not." And while they were thus praising the holy man and recounting his mighty works and his piety and his prayers, behold, the Infidels charged down on them from all sides and surrounded them and seized them, saying, "Is there any one else with you twain, that we may seize upon him too?" And the Wazir Dandan replied, "See you not yon other man that is before us?" Replied the unbelievers, "By the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the Primate and the Metropolitan, we see none save you two." Then Zau al Makan said, "By Allah, this is a chastisement decreed to us by Almighty Allah." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 37, Volume 2 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Perry. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 37. When it was the 98th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the unfaithful had seized upon King Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan, they said to the two, Is there any one else with you twain, that we may seize upon him also? And the Wazir Dandan replied, See you not yon other man who be with us? They rejoined, By the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the Primate and the Metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then the infidels laid shackles on their feet, and set men to guard them during the night, whilst Zat al-Dawahi fared on and disappeared from their sight. So they fell to lamenting and saying to each other, Verily, the opposing of pious men leadeth to greater distress than this, and we are punished by the strait which hath befallen us. So far concerning Zau al Makan and the Wazir Dandan. But as regards King Sharrkan, he passed that night in the cavern with his comrades, and when dawned the day and he had prayed the morn prayer, he and his men made ready to do battle with the infidel, and he heartened them and promised them all good. Then they sallied out till they were hard upon the unbelievers, and when these saw them from afar, they cried out to them, saying, O Moslems, we have taken captives of your Sultan and your Wazir, who hath the ordering of your affairs, and except ye leave off fighting us, we will slay you to the last man. But an you yield yourselves, we will take you to our king, who will make peace with you on condition that you quit our country, and return home and harm us in naught, and we will do you no harm in aught. If ye accept, it will be well for you, but if ye refuse, there remaineth nothing for you but death. So we have told you sooth, and this is our last word to you. Now when Sharrkan heard this, and was certified of the captivity of his brother and the Wazir Dandan, he was weighed down with woe and wept. His force failed him, and, making sure of death, he said to himself, Would I know the cause of their capture? Did they fail of respect to the holy man, or disobey him, or what was the matter? Then they sprang up to battle with the unbelievers, and slew great numbers of them. The brave was known that day from craven men, and sword and spear were dyed with bloody stain, for the infidels flocked upon them as flies flock to drink, from hill and from plain. But Sharrkan and his men ceased not to wage the fight of those who fear not to die, nor let death hinder them from the pursuit of victory, till the valley ran gore, and earth was full of the slain she bore. And when night fell, the armies separated, each making for his own place, and the Moslems returned to the cavern where gain and loss were manifest to them. Few remained of them, and there was no dependence for them but on Allah and the scimitar. Now there had been slain of them that day 35 men of the chiefest emirs, and they had killed thousands of the infidels, footmen and fighters on horse. When Sharrkan saw this, the case was grievous to him, and he asked his comrades, "What shall we do?" Whereto all answered, "That which Almighty Allah willeth shall befall us." On the morning of the second day, Sharrkan said to the remnant of his troop, "If ye go forth to fight, not one of you will remain alive, and we have but little left of food and water. So I deem ye would do better to bear your brands and go forth and stand at the mouth of this cavern, to hinder any from entering. Haply the holy man may have reached the Moslem host, and may return with 10,000 horses to succour us in the fight with the infidels, for belike the unfaithful may have failed to see him and those with him." They said, "This were the better course to take, and of its expediency no doubt we make." So the troop went out and held the cavern mouth standing by its walls, and every one of the infidels who sought to enter in they slew. Thus did they fend off the foe from the gape of the cavern, and they patiently supported all such assaults, till day was done, and night came on, dusky and dun. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased her permitted say. When it was the 99th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the army of the Moslems held the cavern mouth, and stood by its walls, and they fended off the foe, and every one of the infidels attempted to charge them, him they slew, and they patiently supported all such assaults till day was done, and the night came on dusky and dun, by which time King Sharrkan had only 25 men, and no more left. Then quoth the infidels to one another, "When shall these battle days have an end? We are weary of warring the Moslems." And quoth one of them, "Up and at them, for there remain of them but 25 men. If we cannot prevail on them to fight, let us light a fire upon them, and if they submit themselves and yield to us, we will take them prisoners, but if they refuse, we will leave them for fuel to the fire, so they become to men of foreseeing mind a warning dire. May the Messiah on their fathers have no grace, and may the sojourn of the Nazarenes be for them no abiding place." So they carried fuel to the jaws of the cavern and set fire to it. Thereupon Sharrkan and his companions made sure of perdition, and yielded themselves prisoners. And while they were in this condition, lo, the knight their captain said to those who counselled their slaughter, "It is not for any save for King ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 to kill them, that he may gratify his wrath. Therefore it behoveth us to keep them in durance by us till the morrow, when we will journey with them to Constantinople, and deliver them to our king, who shall deal with them as he please." Said they, "This is the right course," and he commanded to pinion them and set guards over them. Then, as soon as it was black night, the infidels busied themselves with feasting and making festival, and they called for wine, and drank it till all fell upon their backs. Now Sharrkan and his brother 𝔌𝔶𝒪𝒂n were in confinement, and so also were his companion knights. Whereupon the elder turned to the younger brother and said to him, "O my brother, how win free?" "By Allah," replied 𝔌𝒶𝒪𝒂n, "I know not, for here we be like birds in cage." Then Sharrkan waxed wroth and sighed for excess of rage, and stretched himself, till his pinion bonds brast asunder. Whereupon, being free, he arose and went up to the captain of the guard, and taking from his pocket the keys of the fetters, freed 𝔌𝒶𝒪𝒂n and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of his men. Then he turned to the two and said, "I desire to slay 3 of these infidels, and take and don their dress, we 3, so that we shall be guised as Greeks, and we will pass through them without their knowing us, and fare forth to our own force." Replied 𝔌𝒶𝒪𝒂n, "This is no safe counsel, for if we kill them, I fear some of their comrades may hear their shrieks, and the foe be aroused upon us, and kill us. 'Twere the surer way to pass out of the defile." So they agreed upon this, and set out, and when they had left the head of the strait a little distance behind, they saw horses picketed, and the riders sleeping, and Sharrkan said to his brother, "Better we take each one of us a steed." There were 25 horsemen, so they took 25 horses, whilst Allah sent sleep upon the infidels for a purpose he knew, and the faithful mounted and fared on till they were out of reach. Meanwhile Sharrkan set to gathering from the infidels as many weapons, swords, and spears as were wanted. And while they took saddle and struck forwards, none of the infidels supposed that any one could release 𝔌𝒶𝒪𝒂n and his brother and their men, or that their prisoners had power to escape. Now when all the captives were safe from the unfaithful, Sharrkan came up with his comrades and found them awaiting his arrival on coals of flame, expecting him in anxious grame. So he turned to them and said, Feel no fear, since Allah protecteth us. I have that to propose which haply shall effect our purpose. What is it? Asked they. And he answered, I desire that ye all climb to the mountain top, and cry out with one voice, Allahu Akbar, and ye add, The army of Al-Islam is upon you, Allahu Akbar. This wise their company will surely be dissolved, nor will they find out the trick, for they are drunk. But they will think that the Moslem troops have encompassed them about on all sides, and have mingled with them. So they will fall upon one another, brand in hand, during the confusion of drunkenness and sleep, and we will cleave them asunder with their own swords, and the scimitar will go around amongst them till dawn. Replied Zau al-Makan, This plan is not good. We should do better to make our way to our army, and speak not a word, for if we cry out Allahu Akbar, they will wake and fall on us, and not one of us will escape. Rejoined Sharrkan, By Allah, though they should awake, 'tis no matter, and I long that ye fall in with my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon, and clomb the mountain, and shouted Allahu Akbar, and hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. But when the Kafirs heard this slogan, they cried out to one another, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased her permitted say. End of Section 37 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Lucy Perry, in Bath, on February the 27th, 2009.
Section 38, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐍𝐿. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 38. When it was the 100th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharrkan spake thus, I long that ye fall in with this my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon, and clomb the mountain head, and shouted, Allahu Akbar. And hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. The infidels heard it, and cried out one to other, and donned their armor, and said, The foe is upon us, by the truth of the Messiah. Then they fell on one another, and slew of their own men more than any knoweth, save the Almighty Allah. As soon as it was dawn, they sought for the captives, but found no trace of them. And their captains said, They who did this were the prisoners in our possession. Up then, and after them in haste till ye overtake them, when we will make them quaff the cup of requital. And let not fright nor the panic of sudden awakening possess you. So they took the horses, and rode after the fugitives, and it wanted but an eye twinkling before they overtook them, and surrounded them. Now when Zau al-Makan saw this, he was seized with increase of terror, and said to his brother, What I feared would come is upon us, and now it remaineth only for us to fight for the faith. But Sharrkan preferred to hold his peace. Then Zau al-Makan and his companions rushed down from the hill crest, shouting, Allahu Akbar. And his men repeated the war cry, and addressed themselves to fight and to sell their lives in the service of the Lord of faithful men. And while they were in this case, behold, they heard many voices voicing, There is no God but the God. God is most great. Salutation and salvation upon the apostle, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. So they turned towards the direction of the sound, and saw a company of Muslims who believed in one God, pushing towards them, whereat their hearts were heartened, and Sharrkan charged upon the infidels, crying out, There is no God but the God. God is most great, he and those with him, so that earth quaked as with an earthquake, and the unbeliever host brake asunder, and fled into the mountains, and the Muslims followed them with lunge and blow. And Zau al-Makan and his comrades of the Muslims ceased not to smite the hosts of the infidel foe, and parted heads from bodies till day darkened, and night coming on stark in sight. Thereupon the Muslims drew together, and passed the night in congratulations. And when morning dawned and daybreak shone with its shine and sheen, they saw Bahram, the captain of the Dalemites, and Rustam, the captain of the Turks, advancing to join them, with 20,000 cavaliers like lions grim. As soon as they saw Zau al-Makan, the riders dismounted and saluted him, and kissed ground between his hands, when he said to them, Rejoice ye in the glad tidings of the victory of the Moslem, and the discomfiture of the tribe of unbelievers. Then they gave one another joy of their deliverance, and of the greatness of the reward after resurrection day. Now the cause of the coming of the succours to that place was this: when the Emir Bahram and the Emir Rustam and the chief chamberlain, with the Moslem host and flags flaunting high ahead, came in sight of Constantinople, they saw that the Nazarenes had mounted the walls and manned the towers and the forts, and had set all their defenders in order of defence. As soon as they learned of the approach of the host of Al-Islam and the banners Mohammedan, and they heard the clash of arms and the noise of war voices and tramp of horse hoofs, and from their lookouts they beheld the Moslems, with their standards and ensigns of the faith of unity under the dust clouds, and lo, they were like a flight of locusts or rain clouds raining rain, and the voices of the Moslems chanting the Koran and glorifying the Compassionate One struck their ears. Now the infidels knew of the approach of this host through 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 with her craft and whoredom, calumny and contrivance. And the armies of Al-Islam drew near, as it were the swollen sea, for the multitude of footmen and horsemen and women and children. Then quoth the general of the Turks to the general of the Dalamites, O Emir, of a truth we are in jeopardy from the multitude of the foe who is on the walls. Look at yonder bulwarks, and at this world of folk like the seas that clash with dashing billows. Indeed, yon infidel outnumber us 100-fold, and we cannot be safe from spies who may inform them that we are without a sultan. In very sooth we run danger from these enemies, whose numbers may not be told, and whose resources none can withhold, especially in the absence of King Zau al-Makan and his brother Shere Khan, and the illustrious Wazir Dandan. If they know of this, they will be emboldened to attack us in their absence, and with the sword they will annihilate us to the last man. Not one of us safety shall see. So it is my counsel that thou take 10,000 riders of the allies and the Turks, and march them to hermitage of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞🡪 and the meadow of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔞🡪 in quest of our brothers and comrades. If thou act by my advice, it may be we shall approve ourselves the cause of their deliverance, in case they be hard pressed by the infidels. And if thou act not, blame will not attach to me. But an ye go, it behoveth that ye return quickly, for ill suspicion is part of prudence. The Emir aforesaid fell in with his counsel, so they chose 20,000 horses, and they set out covering the roads, and making for the monastery above mentioned. So much for the cause of their coming. But as regards the ancient dame, 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, as soon as she had delivered Sultan Zau al-Makan and his brother Shere Khan and the Wazir Dandan into the hands of the infidels, the foul whore mounted a swift steed, saying to the faithless, I design to rejoin the Moslem army which is at Constantinople, and contrive for their destruction. For I will inform them that their chiefs are dead, and when they hear that from me, their joining will be disjointed, and the cord of their confederation cut, and their host scattered. Then I will go to King Afridun, lord of Constantinople, and to my son Hardub, king of Rome, and relate to them their tidings, and they will sally forth on the Moslems with their troops, and will destroy them, and will not leave one of them alive. So she mounted and struck across country on her good steed all the livelong night. And when day dawned, appeared the armies of Bahram and Rustam advancing towards her. So she turned into a wayside brake, and hid her horse among the trees, and she walked while saying to herself, Haply the Moslem hosts be returning, routed from the assault of Constantinople. However, as she drew near them she looked narrowly, and made sure that their standards were not reversed, and she knew that they were coming not as conquered men, but fearing for their king and comrades. When she was assured of this, she hastened towards them, running at speed like a devil of ill rede, till reaching them she cried out, Haste ye, haste ye, O soldiers of the Compassionate One, hasten to the holy war against the hosts of Satan. When Bahram saw her, he dismounted and kissed the ground before her, and asked her, O friend of Allah, what is behind thee? Answered she, question not of sad case and sore condition, for when our comrades had taken the treasure from the hermitage of Matahurun, and designed to win their way Constantinople wards, thereupon came out on them a driving host and a dreadful of the infidels. And the damned witch repeated to them the story to fill them with trouble and terror, adding, The most of them are dead, and there are but 25 men left. Said Bahram, O holy man, when didst thou leave them? But this night, replied she. He cried, Glory be to Allah, to Him who hath rolled up the far distance for thee like a rug, so thou hast sped thus walking upon thy feet, and props upon a midrib of a palm tree. But thou art one of the saints which fly like birds when inspired and possessed by His directions. Then he mounted his horse, and he was perplexed and confounded by what he had heard from the Bedlam so strong in lies and ill calumnies. And he said, There is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily our labour is lost, and our hearts are heavy within us, for our Sultan is a prisoner, and those who are with him. Then they cut across the country, wide and side, night and day, and when morning dawned they reached the head of the defile, and saw Zau al-Makan and Sharrkan shouting, There is no God, Allahu Akbar, and salutation and salvation upon the Congratulator, the Communinator. Whereupon he and his drove at the unbelievers and whelmed them, as the rain torrent whelms the waste, and cried out their war cries, till fear get hold of the prowess knights, and the mountains were cloven in affright. And when shone the day, and showed its shine and sheen, the breeze of morning blew upon them sweet and fragrant, and each recognized other, as hath been said before. Then they kissed the ground before the king, and before his brother Shere Khan, who told them all that had befallen the party in the cave. Now thereat they marvelled, and said to one another, Hasten we back to Constantinople, for we left our companions there, and our hearts are with them. So they hurried departure, commending themselves to the subtle, the all-wise, and Zau al-Makan exhorted the Moslems to steadfastness, and versified in the following couplets. Be praises mine to all praiseworthy thee, O Lord, who stinted not mine aid to be. Though was I lost abroad, thou west to me strongest support which vouchsafed victory. Thou gavest me wealth and reign and goodly gifts, and slungest conquering sword of valiancy. Thou madest me blessed beneath thy kingly shade, engraced with generous boons dealt fain and free. Thou savest from every fear I feared by aid of my Wazir, the age's noblest he. Gird us thy grace in fight to throw the Greek, who yet came back dight in war's cramoisy. Then made I faint to fly from out the fight, but like grim lion turning made them flee, and left on valley sole my foemen drunk, not with old wine, but death cup's revelry. Then came the saintly hermit, and he showed his marvels wrought for town and wold to see, when slew the hero wights who woke to dwell in Eden bowers wherein sweet riolets well. But when Zau al-Makan had made an end of versifying, his brother Sharrkan congratulated him on his safety, and thanked him for the deeds he had done. After which both set out, forcing their marches to rejoin their army. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 101st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Shere Khan congratulated his brother Zau al-Makan on his safety, and thanked him for the deeds he had done. After which both set out, forcing their marches to rejoin their army. Such was their case. But as regards the old woman, Zat al-Dawalhi, after she had foregathered with the hosts of Rustam and Bahram, she returned to the coppice, where she took her steed, and mounted and sped on at speed, till she drew near the Moslem army that beleaguered Constantinople, when she lighted down from her destrier, and led it to the pavilion tent of the chief chamberlain. And when he saw her, he stood up to her in honour, and signed to her with his right hand, and said, Welcome, O pious recluse. Then he questioned her of what had befallen, and she repeated to him her disquieting lies and deluding calumnies, saying, In sooth I fear for the Emir Rustam and the Emir Bahram, for that I met them and theirs on the way, and sent them and their following to relieve the king and his companions. Now there are but 20,000 horses, and the unbelievers outnumber them. So I would have thee at this moment send off the rest of thy troops at full speed to their succour, lest they be slain to the last man. And she cried to them, Haste, haste! When the chamberlain and the Moslems heard these words, their spirits fell and they wept. But 𝑍𝔅𝐻𝐻 said to them, Ask aidance of Allah, and bear patiently this tribulation, for ye have the example of those who have been before you of the people of Muhammad. And paradise with its palaces is laid out by Allah for those who die martyrs, and needs must all die, but most praiseworthy is dying while fighting for the faith. The chamberlain, hearing this speech of the accursed old woman, called for the Emir Bahram's brother, a knight by the name of Tarkash, and choosing out for him 10,000 horses, riders famed for force, bade him set out at once. So he fared forth and marched all that day and the whole of the next night, till he neared the Moslems. When daylight dawned, Sharrkan saw the dust cloud about them, and feared for the men of Al-Islam, and said, If these troops which are coming upon us be Moslem men, our victory is assured by them. But if these be Nazarenes, there is no gainsaying destiny's decrees. Then he turned to his brother Zau al-Makan and said, Never fear, for with my life I will ransom thee from death. If these be Mohammedan troops, then were it an increase of heavenly favours. But if they be our foes, there is no help save that we fight them. Yet do I long to meet the holy men ere I die, so I may beg him to pray that I die not save by death of martyrdom. Whilst the twain were thus speaking, behold, there appeared the banners inscribed with the words, There is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. And Sharrkan cried out, How is it with the Moslems? All are sound and safe, replied they, and we came not but out of concern for you. Then the chief of the army dismounted, and, kissing ground before Sharrkan, asked, O my lord, how be the Sultan, and the Wazir Dandan, and Rustam, and my brother Bahram? Are they all in safety? He answered, All well, but who brought thee tidings of us? Quoth Tarkash, It was the holy man who told us that he had met my brother Bahram and Rustam, and had sent them both to you, and he also assured us that the infidels had encompassed you and outnumbered you. But I see not the case, save the contrary thereof, and that you are victorious. They questioned him, And how did the holy man reach you? And he replied, Walking on his feet, and he had compassed in a day and a night 10 days' journey for a well-girt horseman. There is no doubt but that he is a saint of Allah, said Sharrkan, but where is he now? They rejoined, We left him with our troops, the folk of faith, moving them to do battle with the rebels and the faithless. Thereat Sharrkan rejoiced, and thanked Allah for their own deliverance and the safety of the holy man, and commended the dead his mercy, saying, This was writ in the book. Then they set out, making for Constantinople by forced marches, and whilst they were on this enterprise, behold, a dust cloud arose to such height that it walled the 2 horizons, the eastern and the western, from man's sight, and the day was darkened by it to night. But Sharrkan looked at it and said, Verily I fear lest this be the infidels who have routed the army of Al-Islam, for that this dust walleth the world east and west, and hideth the 2 horizons north and south. Presently appeared under the dust a pillar of darkness, blacker than the blackness of dismal days, nor ceased to come upon them that column more dreadful than the dread of the day of doom. Horse and foot hastened up to look at it, and know the terrors of the chase, when behold, they saw it to be the recluse aforesaid. So they thronged round him to kiss his hand, and he cried out, O people of the best of mankind, the lamp which shineth in darkness blind, verily the infidels have outwitted the Moslems by guile, for they fell upon the host of the one God, whilst they deemed themselves safe from the faithless, and attacked them in their tents, and made a sore slaughter of them, what well they looked for no while. So hasten to the aid of the believers in the unity of God, and deliver them from those who deny him. Now when Sharrkan heard these words, his heart flew from his breast with sore trouble, and alighting from his steed in amazement, he kissed the recluse's hands and feet. On likewise did his brother Zau al-Makan and the rest of the foot and horse troops, except the Wazir Dandan, who dismounted not but said, By Allah, my heart flieth from this devotee, for I never knew show of devotion to religion that bred not bane. So leave him and rejoin your comrades the Moslems, for this man is of the outcast from the gate of the mercy of the Lord of the three worlds. How often have I here made razzia with the King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and trodden the earth of these lands, said Sharrkan. Put away from thee such evil thought. Hast thou not seen this holy man exciting the faithful to fight, and holding spears and swords light? So slander him not, for backbiting is blamable, and poisoned is the flesh of the pious. Look how he inciteth to fight the foe, and did not Almighty Allah love him? He had cast him aforetime into fearful torment. Then Sharrkan bade bring a Nubian mule for the ascetic to ride, and said, Mount, O pious man, devout and virtuous. But the devotee refused to ride, and feigned self-denial that he might attain his end, and they knew not that his holy personage was like him of whom the poet saith, He prayeth and he fasteth, for an end he doth espy. When once his end is safely won, then fast and prayer goodbye. So the devotee ceased not to walk among the horsemen and the footmen, like a wily fox meditating guile, and began to uplift her voice, chanting the Koran and praising the Compassionate One. And they continued pressing forward till they approached the camp of Al-Islam, where Sharrkan found the Moslems in conquered plight, and the chamberlain upon the brink of falling back in flight, whilst the sword of Greece havoc dight among the faithful, the righteous and those who work upright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 38 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Section 39, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𥗌. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 39. When it was the 102nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sharrkan saw the Moslems in conquered plight, and the chamberlain upon the brink of retreat and flight, and the sword havoc dight among the righteous and workers of upright, the cause of this weakness among the Moslems was the accursed old woman Zat al-Dawahi, the foe of the faith. After seeing that Bahram and Rustam had set forward with their troops to join Sharrkan and his brother Zal al-Makan, repaired to the camp of the Mahometans before Constantinople, and caused the mission of the Emir ℌ𝔂𝔂𝔂, as had been before said. In this her purpose was to divide the Moslem forces the better to weaken them. Then she left them and entered Constantinople, and called with a loud voice on the knights of the Greeks, saying, Let me down a cord, that I may tie thereto this letter, and do ye bear it to your King Afridun, that he may read it, and to my son King Hardub, that they both do what is written therein of bidding and forbidding. So they let down for her a string, and she tied thereto a letter, whose purport was the following: From the terriblest of tribulations and the chiefest of all calamities, Zat al-Dawahi, to King Afridun, greeting. But afterwards of a truth I have contrived a device for destroying the Moslems. So bid you quiet and content. I have cozened and captured their Sultan and the Wazir Dandan, and then I returned to their camp and acquainted them therewith, whereby their pride had a fall and their withers were wrung. And I have so wrought upon the host leaguering Constantinople, that they have sent 10,000 men under the Emir ℌ𝔂𝔂𝔂𝔂 to succor the captives, of whom there be now left but few. It is therefore my object that ye sally forth against them with all your power while this day endureth, and that ye fall on them in their tents, and that ye leave them not till ye shall have slain them to the last man. For verily the Messiah looketh down upon you, and the Blessed Virgin favoureth you. And I hope of the Messiah that he forget not what deed I have done. When her letter came to King Afridun, he rejoiced with great joyance, and sending at once for King Hardub of Greece, son of Zat al-Dawahi, read the letter to him as soon as he came, whereat he was exceedingly glad, and said, See my mother's craft, verily it dispenses with sword, and her aspect standeth in stead of the terrors of the day of dread. Rejoined Afridun, May the Messiah not berave us for the venerable parent, nor deprive her of her wile and guile. Then he bade the knights give orders for sallying outside the city, and the news was noised abroad in Constantinople. So the Nazarenes and cohorts of the cross burst forth and unsheathed their keen sabres in their numbers, shouting out their professions of impiety and heresies, and blaspheming the Lord of all creatures. When the chamberlain saw the sally, he said, Behold, the Greek is upon us, and they surely have learned that our Sultan is far away, and happily they have attacked us, for that the most part of our troops have marched to the succour of King 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔊. Therewith he waxed wroth and cried out, Ho soldiers of Al-Islam and favourers of the true faith, an ye flee and are lost, but if ye stand fast, ye win. Know ye that valiancy lieth in endurance of outrance, and that no case is so strait, but that the Almighty is able to make it straight. Allah son you and look upon you with eyes of compassion and faith. Thereupon the Moslems cried out, Allah Akbar! And the believer in the one God shouted his slogan, and whirled the mill wheels of fight with cutting and thrusting in main and might. Scimitars and spears played sore, and the plains and valleys were swamped with gore. The priests and monks priested it, tight girding their girdles and uplifting the crucifixes, while the Moslems shouted out the professions of the requiting king, and verses of the Koran began to sing. The hosts of the Compassion are one fought against the legion of Satan, and head flew from body of man, while the good angels hovered above the people of the chosen prophet. Nor did the sword cease to smite till the day darkened and night came on and starkened. Now the miscreants had encompassed the Moslems and made sure of escaping the pains that awaited them, and the faithless greeded for victory over the faithful until day dawned and dazzled. Thereupon the chamberlain mounted, he and his men, trusting thee Allah would help them to victory, and host was mingled with host, and battle rose afoot and took post, and heads flew from trunks whilst the brave stood in fast stead. The craven turned tail and fled, and the judge of death judged, and sentence sped, so that the champions fell from their saddles slain, and corpse cumbered meadow and plain. Then the Moslems began to give ground, and rearwards bent, and the Greek took possession of some of their tents. Whereupon the Moslems were about to break and retreat and take flight, when meanwhile behold, up came Sharrkan with the rest of the host of Al-Islam, and the standards of the believers in unity. And having come up with them, he charged the infidels. And followed him 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔊 and the Wazir Dandan, and the Emirs Bahram and Rustam, with his brother Tarkash. When the foe saw this, they lost head, and their reason fled, and the dust clouds towered till they covered the country, whilst the righteous believers joined their pious comrades. Then Sharrkan accosted the chamberlain and praised him for his steadfastness. And he in turn gave the prince joy of his timely succour and his gaining the day. Thereat the Moslems were glad and their hearts were hardened, so they rushed upon their enemies and devoted themselves to Allah in their fight for the faith. But when the idolaters beheld the standards of Mohammedan, and thereon the profession of faith of Islamitan, proclaiming the unity, they shrieked woe and ruin, and besought succour of the patriarchs of the monasteries. Then they fell to calling upon John and Mary and the cross abhorrent, and stayed their hands from slaughter, whilst King Afridun went up to consult King Hardub of Greece, for the two kings stood one at the head of each wing, right and left. Now there was with them also a famous cavalier, 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀, who commanded the centre, and they drew out in battle array, but indeed they were full of alarm and affray. Meanwhile the Moslems aligned their forces, and thereupon Sharrkan came to his brother 𝔅𝔌𝔍𝔍𝔀𝔀 and said, O King of the Age, doubtless they mean to champion it, and that is also the object of our desire, but it is my wish to push forward the stoutest hearted of our fighters, for by forethought is one half of life wrought. Replied the Sultan, As thou wilt, O companion of good counsel. It is my wish, added Shere Khan, to stand in mid-line opposite the infidel, with the Wazir Dandan on my left, and thee on my right, whilst the Emir Bahram leads the dexter wing, and the Emir Rustam leads the wing sinistral. And thou, O mighty King, shalt be under the standards and the ensigns, for that thou art the pillar of our defence. Upon thee, after Allah, is our dependence, and we will all be thy ransom from aught that can harm thee. Zau al-Makan thanked him therefor, and the slogan arose and the sabre was drawn. But as things stood thus, behold, there came forth a cavalier from the ranks of Rome. And, as he drew near, they saw that he was mounted on a slow-paced she-mule, fleeing with her master from the shock of swords. Her housings were of white silk covered by a paper carpet of cashmere stuff, and on her back sat a sheikh, an old man of comely presence and reverend aspect, garbed in a gown of white wool. He stinted not pushing her and hurrying her on till he came near the Moslem and said, I am an ambassador to you all, and an ambassador hath naught to do save to deliver. So give me safe conduct and permit of speech, that I communicate to you my message. Replied Shere Khan, Thou art in safety. Fear neither sway of sword nor lunge of lance. Thereupon the old man dismounted, and, taking the cross from his neck, placed it before the Sultan, and humbled himself with much humility. Then quoth to him the Moslems, What is with thee of news? And quoth he, I am an ambassador from King ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, for I counselled him to avert the destruction of all these frames of men and temples of the Compassionate One, and to him it seemed righteous to stay the shedding of blood, and limit it to the encounter of 2 knights in shock of fight singular. So he agreed to that, and he saith to you, Verily, I will ransom my army with my life. So let the Moslem king do as I do, and with his life ransom his host. And if he kill me, there will be no stay left in the army of Rome, and if I kill him, there will be no stability with the Moslems. When Shere Khan heard this, he said, O monk, I agree to that, for it is just, nor it may be gainsaid. And behold, I will meet him in duel, and do with him daring do. For I am champion of the faithful, even as he is champion of the faithless. And if he slay me, he will have won the day, and naught will remain for the Moslems' forces save flight. So return to him, O thou monk, and say that the single combat shall take place tomorrow, for this day we have come off our journey, and we are aweary. But after rest, neither reproach nor blame fear ye. So the monk returned, and he rejoicing, to King ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 and King Hardub, and told them both what Shere Khan had said. Whereat King ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 was glad with exceeding gladness, and fell from him anxiety and sadness. And he said to himself, No doubt but this Shere Khan is their doughtiest swayer of the sword, and their durest at lunge of lance. And when I shall have slain him, their hearts will be disheartened, and their strength will be shattered. Now Zat al-Dawahi had written to King ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 of that, and had told him how Shere Khan was a knight of the braves, and the bravest of knights, and had warned him against him. But ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔫𝔫 was a stalwart cavalier, who fought in many a fashion. He could hurl rocks, and throw spears, and smite with the iron mace, and he feared not the prowess of the prow. So when he heard the report of the monk, that Shere Khan agreed to the duel, he was likely to fly for exceeding joy, because he had self-confidence, and he knew that none could withstand him. The infidels passed that night in joy and jubilee and wine-bibbing, and, as soon as it was dawn, the 2 armies drew out the sword of spear and the blanch of blade, and behold, a cavalier rode single-handed into the plain, mounted on a steed of purest strain, and for foray and fray full ready and fain. And that knight had limbs of might, and he was clad in an iron cuirass, made for stress of fight. On his breast he wore a jewelled mirror, and in his hand he bore a keen scimitar, and his lance of Cahalan wood, the curious work of the Frank, weighing a quintal. Then The rider uncovered his face and cried out, saying, Whoso knoweth me verily hath enough of me, and whoso knoweth me not, right soon shall ken who I be. I am Afridun, the overwhelmed by the well-omened 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𥐥. But he had not ended speaking ere Sharrkan, the champion of the Moslems, fared forth to meet him, mounted on a sorrel horse, worth 1,000 pieces of red gold, with accoutrements purfled in pearls and precious stone. And he bore in baldric a blade of watered Indian steel, that through neck shore, and made easy the hard and sore. He crave his charger between the two hosts in line, whilst the horsemen all fixed on him their eyne. And he cried out to Afridun, Woe to thee, O accursed! Dost thou deem me one of the horsemen thou hast overtaken, who could not stand against thee on a battle plain? Then each rushed upon other, and they bashed together like two mountains crashing, or two billows dashing and clashing. They advanced and retreated, and drew together and withdrew, and stinted not of fray and fight and weapon play, and strife and stay, with stroke of sword and lunge of lance. Of the two armies looking on, some said, Sharrkan is victor, and others, Afridun will conquer. And the two riders stayed not their hands from the hustle, until ceased the clamour and the bustle. And the dust columns rose, and the day waned, and the sun waxed yellow and warm. Then cried out King Afridun to Sharrkan, saying, By the truth of the Messiah, and the faith which is no liar, thou art not save a doughty rider, and a stalwart fighter, but thou art fraudful, and thy nature is not that of the noble. I ken thy work is other than praiseworthy, nor is thy prowess that of a prince. For thy people behave to thee as though thou wert a slave, and see, they bring thee out a charger which is not thine, that thou mayst mount and return to the fight. But by the truth of my faith, thy fighting irketh and fatigueth me, and I am weary of cutting and thrusting with thee. And if thou propose to lay on a load with me to-night, thou wouldst not change aught any of the harness nor thy horse, till thou approve to the cavaliers thy generous blood and skill and brunt. When Sharrkan heard him say these words concerning his own folk behaving to him as though he were a slave, he waxed wroth and turned towards his men, meaning to sign to them and bid them not to prepare him change of harness or horse, when lo! Afridun shook his throw spear high in the air and cast it at Sharrkan. Now when the Moslem turned his back, he found none of the men near him, and he knew this to be a trick of the accursed infidel. So he wheeled round in haste, and behold, the javelin came at him. So he swerved from it, till his head was bent low as his saddle bow. The weapon grazed his breast, and pierced the skin of his chest, for Sharrkan was high-bosomed. Whereupon he gave one cry, and swooned away. Thereat the accursed Afridun was joyful, thinking he had slain him, and shouted to the infidels, bidding them rejoice. Whereat the faithless were encouraged, and the faithful wept. When Zau al-Makan saw his brother reeling in seal, so that he well nigh fell, he dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the braves hurried to his aid, and came up with him. Thereupon the infidels dove at the Moslems. The two hosts joined battle, and the two lines were mingled, whilst the keen scimitar of Al-Yaman did good work. Now the first to reach Sharrkan was the Wazir Dandan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 39. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2.
Section 40, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Sir Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𥥥. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 40. When it was the 103rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Zau al-Makan saw that the accursed infidel had struck with javelin his brother Sharrkan, he deemed him dead, and dispatched cavaliers towards him. And the first to reach him were the Wazir Dandan and the Emir of the Turks, Bahram, and the Emir of the Daylamites, Rustam. They found him falling from his horse. So they stayed with him in his saddle and returned with him to his brother Zau al-Makan. Then they gave him in charge to his pages, and went again to do the work of cut and thrust. So the strife redoubled, and the weapons together clashed and ceased, not bate and debate, and naught was to be seen but blood flowing and necks bowing. Nor did the swords cease on the napes of men to make play, nor the strife to rage with more and more affray, till the most part of the night was passed away, and the two hosts were aweary of the melee. So they called a truce, and each army returned to its tents, whilst all the infidels repaired to King Afridun and kissed the ground before him, and the priests and monks wished him joy of his victory over Sharrkan. Then the king fared for Constantinople, and sat upon the throne of his realm, when King Hardub came to him and said, "May the Messiah strengthen thy forearm, and never cease to be thy helper, and hearken to what prayers my pious mother, Zat al-Dawahi, shall pray for thee. Know that the Moslems can make no stay without Sharrkan." Replied Afridun, "Tomorrow shall end the affair when to fight I fare. I will seek Zau al-Makan and slay him, and their army shall turn tail, and the flight shall avail." Such was the case with the Kafirs, but as regards the host of Al-Islam, when Zau al-Makan returned to his tent, he thought of naught but his brother and, going into the pavilion, found him in evil case and sore condition. Whereupon he summoned for counsel the Wazir Dandan and Rustam and Bahram. When they entered, they opined to assemble the physicians that they might medicine Sharrkan, and they wept and said, "The world will not readily afford his like." And they watched by him all that night, and about the later hours came to them the recluse in tears. When Zau al-Makan saw him, he rose in honor, and the religious stroked Sharrkan's wound with his hand, chanting somewhat of the Quran and repeating by way of talisman some of the verses of the Compassionate One. And the pretender ceased not to watch over him till dawn, when he came to himself, and opening his eyes, moved his tongue in his mouth and spake. At this Zau al-Makan rejoiced, saying, "Of a truth the blessing of the holy man hath taken effect on him." And Sharrkan said, "Praised be Allah for recovery! Indeed I am well at this hour. That accursed one played me false, and, but that I swerved aside lighter than lightning, the throw spear had pierced through my breast. So praised be Allah for saving me! And how is it with the Moslems?" Answered Zau al-Makan, "All are weeping for thee." Quoth Sharrkan, "I am well and in good case, but where is the holy man?" Now he was sitting by him and said, "At thy head." So the Prince turned to him and kissed his hand, when he said, "O my son, be of good patience, and Allah shall increase thy reward, for the wage is measured by the work." Sharrkan rejoined, "Pray for me," and he prayed for him. As soon as morning dawned and day brake in shine and sheen, the Moslems sallied out to the plain, and the Kafirs made ready to thrust and cut. Then the Islamite host advanced and offered fight with weapons ready dight, and King Zau al-Makan and Afridun made to charge one at other. But when Zau al-Makan fared forth into the field, there came with him the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Bahram, saying, "We will be thy sacrifice." He replied, "By the Holy House and Zemzem and the place, I will not be stayed from going forth against these wild asses." And when he rode out into the field, he played with sword and spear till riders marvelled, and both armies wondered. Then he rushed upon the foe's right wing, and of it slew 2 knights, and in like manner he dealt with the left wing. Presently he stayed his steed in the midst of the field, and cried out, "Where is Afridun, that I may make him taste the cup of disgrace?" But when King Hardub saw the case, he conjured Afridun not to attack him, saying, "O King, yesterday it was thy turn to fight, it is mine today. I care naught for his prowess." So he rushed out towards Zau al Makan, brand in hand, and under him a stallion like Abjar, which was Antar's charger, and its coat was jet black, even as saith the poet: "On the glancing racer, outracing glance, he speeds as though he would collar doom. His steed's black coat is of darkest jet, and likest night in her nightliest gloom, whose neigh sounds glad to the hearer's ears, like thunders rolling in thunderous boom. If he race the wind, he will lead the way, and the lightning flash will behind him loom." Then each rushed upon the opponent, parrying blows and proving the marvellous qualities were stored in him, and they fell to drawing on and withdrawing, till the breasts of the bystanders were straitened, and they were weary of waiting for the event. At last Zau al Makan cried out his war cry, and rushed upon Hardub, king of Caesarea, and struck him a stroke that shore head from trunk, and slew him on the spot. When the infidels saw this, they charged in a body, compact and united, upon Zau al Makan, who met them amid field, and they engaged in hewing and foining till blood ran in rills. Then the Moslems cried out, "Allahu Akbar," God is most great, and "There is no God but the God," and invoked salvation for the Prophet, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. And there befell a great fight, but Allah assigned victory to the faithful and defeat to the faithless. The Wazir Dandan shouted, "Take your blood revenge for King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his son Sharrkan," and bared his head and cried out to the Turks. Now there were by his side more than 20,000 horse, and all charged with him as men, when the faithless found naught to save their lives but flight. So they turned tail to fly, while the biting sabre wrought its havoc, and the Moslems slew of them that day some 50,000 horse, and took more than that number. Much folk also were slain, while going in at the gates, for the flock was great. Then the Greeks hove to the doors, and swarmed up the walls to await the assault, and in fine the Moslem hosts returned to their tents, aided to glory and victory, and King Zau al Makan went into his brother, whom he found in most joyous case. So he made a prostration of thanks to the Bountiful and the Exalted, and then he came forward and gave Sharrkan joy of his recovery. Answered he, "Verily, we are all under the benediction of this religious, holy, and righteous, nor would you have been victorious but for his accepted orisons. Indeed, all day he remained at prayer to invoke victory on the Moslems." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 104th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Zau al Makan went in to his brother Sharrkan, he found him sitting with the holy man by his side. So he rejoiced and drew near him, and gave him joy of his recovery. Answered he, "Verily, we are all under the benediction of this recluse, nor would you have been victorious but for his prayers. Indeed, he felt no fear this day, and he ceased not supplication for the Moslems. I found strength return to me when I heard your Allahu Akbar, for then I knew you to be victorious over your enemies. But now recount to me, O my brother, what befell thee." So he told him all that had passed between him and the accursed Hardub, and related how he had slain him and sent him to the malediction of Allah. And Sharrkan praised him and thanked him for his prowess. When Zat al-Dawahi heard tell of her son's death, and she still dressed as a devotee, her face waxed yellow and her eyes ran over with railing tears. She kept her counsel, however, and feigned to the Moslems that she was glad, and wept for excess of joy. But she said to herself, "By the truth of the Messiah, there remaineth no profit of my life, if I burn not his heart for his brother Sharrkan, even as he hath burned my heart for King Hardub, the mainstay of Christendom and the hosts of Crossdom." Still she kept her secret, and the Wazir Dandan and King Zau al-Makan and the chamberlain remained sitting with Sharrkan till they had dressed and salved his wound. After which they gave him medicines and he began to recover strength. Whereat they joyed with exceeding joy and told the troops, who congratulated themselves, saying, "Tomorrow he will ride with us and do manly devoir in the siege." Then said Sharrkan to them, "Ye have fought through all this day and are aweary of fight, so it behoveth that you return to your places and sleep and not sit up." They accepted his counsel, and then each went away to his own pavilion, and none remained with Sharrkan but a few servants and the old woman Zat al-Dawahi. He talked with her through part of the night. Then he stretched himself to rest, and his servants did likewise, and presently sleep overcame them all, and they lay like the dead. Such was the case with Sharrkan and his men, but as regards the old woman, she alone abode awake while they slumbered in the tent, and, looking at Sharrkan, she presently saw that he was drowned in sleep. Thereupon she sprang to her feet, as she were a scald she-bear or a speckled snake, and drew from her waist cloth a dagger so poisoned that if laid thereon it would have melted a rock. Then she unsheathed the poniard and went up to Sharrkan's head, and she drew the knife across his throat and severed his weasand and hewed off his head from his body. And once more she sprang to her feet, and going the round of the sleeping servants, she cut off their heads also, lest they should awake. Then she left the tent and made for the Sultan's pavilion, but finding the guards on the alert, turned to that of the Wazir Dandan. Now she found him reading the Koran, and when his sight fell upon her, he said, "Welcome to the holy man." Hearing this from the Wazir, her heart trembled, and she said, "The reason of my coming hither at this time is that I heard the voice of a saint amongst Allah's saints, and am going to him." Then she turned her back, but the Wazir said to himself, "By Allah, I will follow our devotee this night." So he rose and walked after her, but when the accursed old woman sensed his footsteps, she knew that he was following her. Whereupon she feared the disgrace of discovery, and said in herself, "Unless I serve some trick upon him, he will disgrace me." So she turned and said to him from afar, "Ho thou Wazir, I am going in search of this saint that I may learn who he is, and after learning this much, I will ask his leave for thee to visit him. Then I will come back and tell thee, for I fear thine accompanying me, without having his permission, lest he take umbrage at me seeing thee in my society." Now when the Wazir heard these words, he was ashamed to answer her, So he left her and returned to his tent, and would have slept, but sleep was not favourable to him, and the world seemed heaped upon him. Presently he rose and went forth from the tent, saying in himself, I will go to Sharrkan and chat with him till morning. But when he entered into Sharrkan's pavilion, he found the blood running like an aqueduct, and saw the servants lying with their throats cut like beasts for food. At this he cried a cry which aroused all who were asleep. The folk hastened to him, and, seeing the blood streaming, set up a clamour of weeping and wailing. Then the noise awoke the Sultan, who inquired what was the matter, and it was said to him, Sharrkan thy brother and his servants are murdered. So he rose in haste and entered the tent, and found the Wazir Dandan shrieking aloud, and he saw his brother's body without a head. Thereat he swooned away, and all the troops crowded around him, weeping and crying out, and so remained for a while, till he came to himself, when he looked at Sharrkan and wept with sore weeping, while the Wazir and Rustam and Bahram did the like. But the Chamberlain cried and lamented more than the rest, and asked leave to absent himself, such was his alarm. Then said Zau al-Makan, Know ye who did this, and how is it I see not the devotee, him who the things of this world hath put away? Quoth the Wazir, And who should have been the cause of this affliction, save that devotee, that Satan? By Allah, my heart abhorred him from the first, because I know that all who pretend to be absorbed in practices religious are vile and treacherous. And he repeated to the king the tale of how he would have followed the religious, but he forbade him, whereupon the folk broke out into a tumult of weeping and lamentation, and humbled themselves before him who is ever near, him who ever answereth prayer, supplicating that he would cause the false devotee who denied Allah's testimony to fall into their hands. Then they laid Sharrkan out, and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far famed virtues. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 40 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Henrik M., Houston, Texas, USA.
Section 41, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 41. When it was the 105th night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious king, that they laid Sharrkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far-famed virtues. Then they looked for the opening of the city gate, but it opened not, and no sign of man appeared to them on the walls, whereat they wondered with exceeding wonder. But King Zu al-Makan said, By Allah, I will not turn back from them, though I sit here for years and years, till I take blood revenge for my brother Sharrkan, and waste Constantinople, and kill the king of the Nazarenes, even if death overcome me, and I be at rest from this woeful world. Then he bade be brought out the treasure taken from the monastery of 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and mustered the troops and divided the monies among them, and he left not one of them, but he gave him gifts which contented him. Moreover, he assembled in the presence 300 horse of every division, and said to them, Do ye send supplies to your households, for I am resolved to abide by this city year after year, till I have taken man boat for my brother Sharrkan, even if I die in this deed. And when the army heard these words, and had received his gifts of money, they replied, To hear is to obey. Thereupon he summoned couriers and gave them letters, and charged them to deliver the same, together with the monies, to the soldiers' families, and inform them that all were safe and satisfied, and acquaint them, saying, We are encamped before Constantinople, and we will either destroy it or die, and, albeit we be obliged to abide here months and years, we will not depart hence till we take it. Moreover, he bade the Wazir Dandan write to his sister Nushat al-Zaman, and said to him, Acquaint her with what has befallen us, and what be our situation, and command my child to her care, since that, when I went out to war, my wife was near her delivery, and by this time she must needs have been brought to bed. And if she has given birth to a boy, as I have heard say, hasten your return and bring me the acceptable news. Then he gave them somewhat of money, which they pouched and set out at once, and all the people flocked forth to take leave of them, and entrust them with the monies and the messages. After they had departed, Zau al-Makan turned to the Wazir Dandan and commanded him to advance with the army against the city walls. So the troops pushed forward, but found none on the ramparts, whereat they marvelled, while Zau al-Makan was troubled at the case. For he deeply mourned the severance from his brother Sharrkan, and he was sore perturbed about the traitor the ascetic. In this condition they abode 3 days without seeing any one. So far concerning the Moslems. But as regards the Greeks and the cause of their refusing to fight during these 3 days, the case was this. As soon as Zat al-Dawahi had slain Sharrkan, she hastened her march and reached the walls of Constantinople, where she called out in the Greek tongue to the guards to throw her down a rope. Quoth they, Who art thou? And quoth she, I am Zat al-Dawahi. They knew her, and let down a cord to which she tied herself, and they drew her up. And when inside the city, she went in to the King Ephraim and said to him, What is this I hear from the Moslems? They say that my son king-ħāṭab is slain. He answered, Yes. And she shrieked out and wept right grievously, and ceased not weeping thus till she made Ephraim and all who were present weep with her. Then she told the king how she had slain Sharrkan and 30 of his servants, whereat he rejoiced and thanked her, and kissing her hands exhorted her to resignation for the loss of her son. Said she, By the truth of the Messiah, I will not rest content with killing that dog of the Moslem dogs in blood revenge for my son, a king of the kings of age. Now there is no help for it, but that I work some guile and contrive a wile whereby to slay the Sultan, Zau al-Makan, and the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain, and Rustam and Bahram, and 10,000 cavalries of the army of Al-Islam. For it shall never be said that my son's head be paid with the blood-wit of Sharrkan's head. No, never. Then said she to King Ephraim, Know, O King of Age, that it is my wish to set forth mourning for my son, and to cut my girdle and to break the crosses. Replied Ephraim, Do what thou desire. I will not gainsay thee in aught. And if thou prolong thy mourning for many days, it were a little thing. For though the Moslems resolve to beleaguer us years and years, they will never win their will of us, nor gain aught of us save trouble and weariness. Then the accursed one, when she had ended with the calamity she had wrought, and the ignominies which in herself she had sought, took inkcase and paper and wrote thereon. From Shawahi, Zat al-Dawahi, to the host of the Moslems. Know ye that I entered your country and dubbed by my cunning your nobles, and at first hand I slew your king Omar bin al-Nu'man in the midst of his palace. Moreover, I slew in the affair of the mountain pass and of the cave many of your men, and the last I killed were Sharrkan and his servants. And if fortune do not stay me, and Satan obey me, I needs must slay me your Sultan and the Wazir Dandan, for I am she who came to you in disguise of a recluse, and who heaped upon you my devices and deceits. Wherefore, an you would be in safety after this, fare ye forth at once, and if you seek your own destruction, cease not abiding for the nuns. And though ye tarry here years and years, ye shall not do your desire on us. And so peace be yours. After writing her writ, she devoted 3 days to mourning for king-ħāṭab. Arid on the 4th she called a knight and bade him take the letter and make it fast to a shaft and shoot it into the Moslem camp. When this was done, she entered the church and gave herself up to weeping and wailing for the loss of her son, saying to him who took the kingship after him, Nothing will serve me, but I must King Zau al-Makan and all the nobles of Al-Islam. Such was the case with her. But as regards what occurred to the Moslem, all passed 3 days in trouble and anxiety, and on the 4th, when gazing at the walls, behold, they saw a knight holding a bow and about to shoot an arrow, along whose side a letter was bound. So they waited till he had shot it among them, and the Sultan bade the Wazir Dandan to take the missive and read it. He perused it accordingly, and when Zau al Makan heard it to end and understood its purport, his eyes filled with tears, and he shrieked for agony at her perfidy. And the Minister Dandan said, "By Allah, my heart shrank from her." Quoth the Sultan, "How could this whore play her tricks upon us twice? But by the Almighty, I will not depart hence till I fill her cleft with molten lead, and jail her with the jailing of a bird caged, then bind her with her own hair, and crucify her over the gate of Constantinople." And he called to mind his brother, and wept an excessive weeping. But when Zat al-Dawahi arrived amongst the infidels, and related to them her adventures at length, they rejoiced at her safety, and at the slaying of Sharrkan. Thereupon the Moslems addressed themselves again to the siege of the city, and the Sultan promised his men that, if it should be taken, he would divide its treasures among them in equal parts. But he dried not his tears, grieving for his brother, till his body was wasted and sick, growing thin as a toothpick. Presently the Wazir Dandan came in to him and said, "Be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear. In very sooth thy brother died not because his hour was come, and there is no profit in this mourning. How well saith the poet, whatso is not to be no slight shall bring to pass. What is to be without a failure shall become. Soon the becoming fortune shall be found to be, and Folly's brother shall abide forlorn and glum. Wherefore do thou leave this weeping and wailing, and hearten thy heart to bear arms." He replied, "O Wazir, my heart is heavy for the death of my father and my brother, and for our absence from hearth and home, and my mind is concerned for my subjects." Thereupon the Wazir and the bystanders wept, but they ceased not from pushing forward the siege of Constantinople for a length of days. And they being thus, behold, news arrived from Baghdad by one of the emirs to the effect that the king's wife had been blessed with a boy, and that his sister, Nasr al-Zaman, had named him 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. Moreover, that the boy bid fair to be famous, already showing wondrous signs and marvellous tokens, and that she had commanded the Ulema and the preachers to pray for mother and child from the pulpits, and bless them in all wise. Furthermore, that the twain were well, that the land had enjoyed abundant rains, and that his comrade the fireman was established in all prosperity, with eunuchs and slaves to wait upon him, but that he was still ignorant of what had befallen him. And she ended with the greeting of peace. Then quoth Zau al Makan to the Wazir Dandan, "Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son whose name is 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 106th Night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious King, that when they brought him the news of his wife having borne him a boy child, Zau al Makan rejoiced with great joy and cried, "Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son, whose name is 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥." And he spake to the Wazir Dandan, saying, "I am minded to leave this mourning, and order perfections of the Koran for my brother, and command alms deeds on his account." Quoth the Wazir, "Thy design is good." Thereupon he caused tents to be pitched over his brother's tomb, so they raised them, and gathered together such of the men at arms as could repeat the Koran. And some began reciting the holy volume, whilst others chanted litanies containing the names of Allah, and thus they did till the morning. Then Zau al Makan went up to the grave of his brother Sharrkan, and poured forth copious tears, and improvised these couplets. They bore him buried, and all who followed wept. With Moses' shrieks what they overheard took toll, till reached the grave which Fate had made his home, dug in men's souls who one sole God adore. Never had I thought before to see my joy born on the bier which heads of bearers bore. Ah no, nor here the home tea in the dust that stars of heaven earth ever covered over. Is the tomb dweller hostage of a steed, where light and splendor over thy face shall pour? Praise to restore his life her word has pledged, cribbed and confined he shall dispread the more. When Zau al Makan had made an end of his versifying, he wept, and wept with him all the troops. Then he came to the grave, and threw himself upon it, wild with woe, and the Wazir repeated the words of the poet, "Pain, leaving life that's fleet towards the eternal one. Thou didst bewilder many of doer like thee has done, leftest this worldly house without reproach or blame. Ah, may the exchange secure thy every benison." thou west from hostile onset shield and firm defence, for us to baffle shafts and whistling spears to shun. I see this world is only cheat and vanity, where man not else must seek but to please the truthful one. The Empyreans Lord allow the bower of heavenly bliss, and with thy faithful friends thy guide show goodly won. I bid thee last good even with sigh of bitter grief, seeing the west in woe for lacking of easting sun. When the Vasidandan had finished his reciting, he wept with sore weeping, and the tears rained from his eyes like cushioned pearls. Then came forward one who had been of Sharrkan's boon companions in his cups, and wept till ran in rills the drops, and he enumerated the dead man's generous qualities, reciting the following pentastichs. Where gone is bounty since thy hand is turned to clay, and I in misery lie since thou wast taken away. Seest not, O little guide, heaven keep thee glad and gay, how tears adorn my cheeks, these furrowed winkles fray. A sight of joy shine eyes, and fill thee with dismay. By Allah, never 'tis heart within I spoke of thee. Ah no, no dared my sight to see thy brilliancy, save that my teardrop sorest wound have garred me dree, and if ever on other rest this eyne of me, my yearning draw their reins nor suffer sleep to see. When the man stinted reciting, so 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 and the minister Dandan wept, and the whole army was moved to tears. After which all retired to their tents, and the king returned to the Wazir to counsel with him concerning the conduct of the campaign. On this wise the two passed days and nights, while 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 was weighed down with grief and mourning till the last he said, I long to hear stories and adventures of kings and tales of lover folk enslaved by love. Haply Allah may make this solace that which is on my heart of heavy anxiety, and stint and stay my weeping and wailing. Quoth the Wazir, if naught can dispel thy trouble but hearing curious tales of kings and people long gone before, and stories of folk enslaved by love of yore, and so forth, this thing were easy, for I had no other business in the lifetime of thy father, who has found mercy, than to relate stories and to repeat verses to him. This very night I will tell thee a tale of a lover and his beloved, so shall thy breast be broadened. When 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𥐴 heard these words from the minister, his heart was set upon that which had been promised to him, and he did nothing but watch for the coming of the night, that he might hear what the Vasidandan had to tell of the kings of yore and distracted lovers long gone before. And hardly would he believe that night had fallen near, he bade light the wax candles and the lamps, and bring all that was needful of meat and drink and perfume gear, and what not. And when all was in presence, he summoned the Vasidandan, and the Emirs Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash, and the Grand Chamberlain. Then waited till the whole party was seated before him, whereupon he turned to the minister and said, Know, O Wazir, that night is come, and has let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promised us. Replied the Wazir, with joy and goodwill. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 41 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Ellie, May 2009.
Section 42, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Ian McMillan. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 42. When it was the 107th night, she said, It has reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zau al-Makan summoned the Wazir and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram, he turned towards the minister Dandan and said, Know, O Wazir, that night is come, and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promised us. Replied the Wazir, with love and gladness, Know, O auspicious king, that there reached my ears a relation of a lover and a loved one, and of the discourse between them, and what befell them of things rare and fair, a story such as repelleth care from the heart, and dispelleth sorrow, like unto that of the patriarch Jacob. And it is as follows. Tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, the lover and the loved. There stood in times long gone by, behind the mountains of Ispahan, a city hight the Green City, wherein dwelt a king named Sulayman Shah. Now he was a man of liberality and beneficence, of justice and integrity, of generosity and sincerity, to whom travellers repaired from every country, and his name was noised abroad in all regions and cities, and he reigned many a year in high worship and prosperity, save that he owned neither wives nor children. He had a minister who rivalled him in goodness and generosity, and it so happened that one day he sent for him, and when he came into the presence, said to him, O my Wazir, my heart is heavy, and my patience is past, and my force faileth me, for that I have neither wife nor child. This is not the way of kings who rule over all men, princes and paupers, for they rejoice in leaving behind them children and successors, whereby are doubled their number and their strength. Quoth the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, marry ye, increase ye, and multiply ye, that I may boast me of your superiority over the nations on the day of resurrection. So what is thy rede, O Wazir? Advise me of what course and contrivance be advisable. And when the minister heard these words, the tears sprang from his eyes in streams, and he replied, Far be it from me, O King of the age, that I debate on that which appertaineth to the Compassionate One. Wilt thou have me cast into the fire by the all-powerful King's wrath and ire? Buy thee a concubine. Rejoined the King, Know, O Wazir, that when a sovereign buyeth a female slave, he knoweth neither her rank nor her lineage, and thus he cannot tell if she be of simple origin, that he may abstain from her, or of gentle strain, that he may be intimate in her companionship. So, if he have commerce with her, haply she will conceive by him, and her son be a hypocrite, a man of wrath and a shedder of blood. Indeed, the like of such woman may be instanced by a salt and marshy soil, which, if one till it for ever, it yieldeth only worthless growth, and no endurance showeth. For it may be that her son will be obnoxious to his lord's anger, doing not what he biddeth him, or abstaining from what he forbiddeth him. Wherefore will I never become the cause of this through the purchase of a concubine. And it is my desire that thou demand for me in marriage the daughter of some one of the kings, whose lineage is known, and whose loveliness hath renown. If thou can direct me to some maiden of birth and piety of the daughters of Muslim sovereignty, I will ask her in marriage, and wed her in presence of witnesses. So may accrue to me the favour of the Lord of all creatures. And said the Wazir, O King, verily Allah hath fulfilled thy wish, and hath brought thee to thy desire. Presently adding, Know, O King, it hath come to my knowledge that King Zahr Shah, Lord of the White Land, hath a daughter of surpassing loveliness, whose charms talk and tale fail to express. She hath not her equal in this age, for she is perfect in proportion and symmetry, black-eyed as if coal dyed, and long-locked, wee of waist and heavy of hip. And when she draweth nigh, she seduceth, and when she turneth her back, she slayeth. She ravisheth heart and view, and she looketh even, as saith of her the poet, a thin waist maid who shames the willow wand, nor sun nor moon can like her rising shine. 'Tis as her honey dew of lips were blent with wine, and pearls of teeth were bathed in wine. Her form like heavenly houris, graceful slim, fair face and ruin dealt by glancing eyne. How many a dead done man her eyes have slain, upon her way of love in ruin lain. I live, I she's my death. I'll say no more, but dying without her, vain were life of mine. Now when the Wazir had made an end of describing that maiden, he said to Sulayman Shah, It is my counsel, O King, that thou dispatch to her father an ambassador, sagacious, experienced, and trained in the ways of the world, who shall courteously demand her in marriage for thee of her sire. For in good sooth she hath not her equal in the far parts of the world, nor in the near. so shalt thou enjoy her lovely face in the way of grace, and the Lord of glory be content with thy case. For it is reported of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, there be no monkery in al-Islam. At this the king was transported to perfect joy. His breast was broadened and lightened, care and cark ceased from him, and he turned to the wazir and said, Know thou, O minister, that none shall fare about this affair save thou, by reason of thy consummate intelligence and good breeding. Wherefore hie thee home, and do all thou hast to do, and get thee ready by the morrow, and depart, and demand me in marriage this maiden, with whom thou hast occupied my heart and thought, and return not to me but with her. Replied the wazir, I hear and I obey. And then he tried to his own house, and bade make ready presents befitting kings, of precious stones, and things of price, and other matters light of load, but weighty of worth, besides rabbit steeds and coats of mail, such as David made, and chests of treasure, for which speech hath no measure. And the wazir loaded the whole on camels and mules, and set out, attended by 100 slave girls, with flags and banners flaunting over his head. The king charged him to return to him after a few days, and when he was gone, Sulayman Shah lay on coals of fire, engrossed night and day with desire, while the envoy fared on, without ceasing, through gloom and light, spanning fertile field and desert site, till but a day's march remained between him and the city whereto he was bound. Here he sat him down on the banks of a river, and summoning one of his confidants, bade him wend his way to King Zahr Shah, and announce his approach without delay. Quoth the messenger, I hear and I obey. And he rode on in haste to that city, and as he was about to enter therein, it so chanced that the king, who was sitting in one of his pleasaunces before the city gate, espied him as he was passing the doors, and knowing him for a stranger, bade bring him before the presence. So the messenger coming forward informed him of the approach of the wazir of the mighty king Sulayman Shah, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Isfahan, whereat King Zahr Shah rejoiced and welcomed him. Then he carried him to his palace, and asked him, Where leavest thou the wazir? And he answered, I left him in early day on the banks of such a river, and tomorrow he will reach thee. Allah continue his favours to thee, and have mercy upon thy parents. Thereupon King Zahr Shah commanded one of his wazirs to take the better part of his grandees and chamberlains and lieutenants and lords of the land, and go out to meet the ambassador in honour of King Sulayman Shah, for that his dominion extended over the country. Such was the case with Zahr Shah, but as regards the wazir, he abode in his stead till night was half spent, and then set out for the city. But when morning shone and the sun rose upon hill and down, of a sudden he saw King Zahr Shah's wazir approaching him with his chamberlains and high lords and chief officers of the kingdom. And the two parties joined company at some parasangs distance from the city. Thereat the wazir made sure of the success of his errand, and saluted the escort, which ceased not preceding him till they reached the king's palace, and passed in before him through the gate to the 7th vestibule, a place where none might enter on horseback, for it was near to where the king sat. So the minister alighted and fared on afoot, till he came to a lofty saloon, at whose upper end stood a marble couch set with pearls and stones of price, and having for legs 4 elephants' tusks. Upon it was a coverlet of green satin, purfled with red gold, and above it hung a canopy adorned with pearls and gems, whereon sat King Zahr Shah, whilst his officers of state stood in attendance before him. And when the wazir went in to him, he composed his mind, and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs, and saluted the king in the language of eloquence. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 108th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir of King Sulayman Shah entered the presence of King Zahr Shah, he composed his mind, and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs, and saluted the king in the language of eloquence, and improvised these couplets. He cometh robed and bending gracefully, o'er crop and cropper dews of grace sheds he. He charms, nor characts, spells, nor 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 may fend the glances of those aimed from thee. Say to the blamer, blame me not, for I from love of him will never turn to flee. My heart hath played me false while true to him, and sleep in love with him abhorreth he. O heart, thou'rt not the soul who loveth him, so bide with him while I desertion do. There's naught to joy mine ears with joyous sound, save praise of 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 in jubilee. A king, albeit thou leave thy life to win, one look, that look were all sufficiency. And if a pious prayer thou breathe for him, shall join all faithfuls in such pious gree. Folk of his realm, if any shirk his right, for other hoping, growths, and faith I see. And when the Wazir had ended his poetry, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 bade him draw near, and honoured him with the highest honours. And then, seating him by his own side, smiled in his face, and favoured him with a gracious reply. They ceased not on this wise till the time of the undermeal, when the attendants brought forward the tables of food in that saloon, and all ate till they were sated. After which the tables were removed, and those who were in the assembly withdrew, leaving only the chief officers. Now when the minister saw this, he rose to his feet, and after complimenting the king a second time, and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows. O mighty king and dread lord, I have travelled hither, and have visited thee upon a matter which shall bring thee peace, profit, and prosperity, and it is this, that I come as ambassador to thee, seeking in marriage thy daughter, the noble and illustrious maid from Sulayman Shah, a prince famed for justice and integrity, sincerity and generosity, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, who sendeth thee of presents a store, and gifts of price galore, ardently desiring to become thy son-in-law. But art thou inclined to him as he to thee? He then kept silence, awaiting a reply. And when 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 heard these words, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground respectfully before the Wazir, while the bystanders were confounded at his condescension to the ambassador, and their minds were amazed. Then he praised him who is Lord of honour and glory, and replied, and he still standing, O mighty Wazir and illustrious chief, hear thou what I say. Of a truth we are to King Sulayman Shah of the number of his subjects, and we shall be ennobled by his alliance, and we covet it ardently, for my daughter is a handmaid to his handmaidens, and it is my dearest desire that he may become my stay and my reliable support. Then he summoned the Qazis and the witnesses, who should bear testimony that King Sulayman Shah had dispatched his Wazir as proxy to conclude the marriage, and that 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 joyfully acted and officiated for his daughter. So the Qazis concluded the wedding contract, and offered up prayers for the happiness and prosperity of the wedded fairs. After which the Wazir arose, and, fetching the gifts and rarities and precious things, laid them all before the king. Then 𝔅𝔻𝐻 occupied himself anent the fitting out of his daughter, and honourably entertained the Wazir, and feasted his subjects all, great and small, and for 2 months they held high festival, omitting naught that could rejoice heart and eye. Now, when all things needful for the bride were ready, the king caused the tents to be carried out, and they pitched the camp within sight of the city, where they packed the bride's stuffs in chests, and get ready the Greek handmaids and Turkish slave girls, and provided the princess with great store of precious treasures and costly jewels. Then he had made for her a litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and stones of price, and set apart 2 mules to carry it, a litter which was like one of the chambers of a palace, and within which she seemed as she were of the loveliest houris, and it became as one of the pavilions of paradise. And after they had made bales of the treasures and monies, and had loaded them upon the mules and camels, 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 went forth with her for a distance of 3 parasangs. After which he bade farewell to her and the Wazir and those with him, and returned to his home in gladness and safety. Thereupon the Wazir, faring with the king's daughter, pushed on, and ceased not his stages over desert ways, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. And when it was the 109th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir fared on with the ℅𝔀𝔀𝑅's daughter, and ceased not forcing his stages over desert ways, and hastened his best through nights and days, till there remained between him and his city but 3 marches. Thereupon he sent forward to King Sulayman Shah one who should announce the coming of the bride. And the king rejoiced thereat, and bestowed on the messenger a dress of honour, and bade his troops march forth in grand procession to meet the princess and her company for due worship and honour, and don their richest apparel, with banners flying over their heads, and his orders were obeyed. He also commanded to cry throughout the city that neither curtained damsel, nor honoured lady, nor ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥 should fail to fare forth and meet the bride. And so they all went out to greet her, and the grandest of them vied in doing her service, and they agreed to bring her to the king's palace by night. Moreover, the chief officers decided to decorate the road and to stand in espalier of double line, whilst the bride should pass by, preceded by her eunuchs and serving women, and clad in the gear her father had given her. So when she made her appearance, the troops surrounded her, those of the right wing and those of the left, and the litter ceased not advancing with her till she approached the palace, nor remained any but came forth to gaze upon the princess. Drums were beaten, and spears were brandished, and horns blared, and flags fluttered, and steeds pranced for precedence, and scents shed fragrance till they reached the palace gate. And the pages entered with the litter through the harem wicket. The place shone with its splendours, and the walls glittered for the glamour of its gear. Now when night came, the eunuchs threw open the doors of the bridal chamber, and stood surrounding the chief entrance, whereupon the bride came forward, and amid her damsels she was like the moon among stars, or a union shining on a string of lesser pearls. And she passed into the bridal closet, where they had set for her a couch of alabaster inlaid with unions and jewels. As soon as she had taken seat there, the king came in to her, and Allah filled his heart with her love, so he abated her maidenhead, and ceased from him his trouble and disquiet. He abode with her well nigh a month, but she had conceived by him the first night. And when the month was ended, he went forth and sat on his sofa of state, and dispensed justice to his subjects till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished. On the last day of the 9th month, towards daybreak, the queen was seized with the pangs of labour. So she sat down on the stool of delivery, and Allah made travail easy on her. And she gave birth to a boy child, on whom appeared auspicious signs. And when the king heard of this, he joyed with exceeding joy, and rewarded the bearer of the good tidings with much treasure. And of his gladness he went in to the child, and kissed him between the eyes, and wondered at his brilliant loveliness. For in him was approved the saying of the poet, In the towering forts Allah throned a king, a lion, a star in the skies of rain. At his rising the spear and the throne rejoiced, the gazelle, the ostrich, the men of Maine. Mount him not on the paps, for right soon he'll show that to throne on the war steed's loins he's fain, and wean him from sucking of milk, for soon a sweeter drink, the foe's blood, he'll drain. Then the midwives took the newborn child, and cut the navel cord, and darkened his eyelids with coal powder, and named him Taj al-Muluk Karan. He was suckled at the breast of fond indulgence, and was reared in the lap of happy fortune. And thus his days ceased not running, and the years passing by, till he reached the age of 7. Thereupon Sulayman Shah summoned the doctors and learned men, and bade them teach his son writing and science and belles-lettres. And this they continued to do for some years, till he had learnt what was needful. And when the king saw that he was well grounded in whatso he desired, he took him out of the teachers' and professors' hands, and engaged for him a skilful master, who taught him cavalrys and knightly exercises till the boy attained the age of 14. And when he fared abroad on any occasion, all who saw him were ravaged by his beauty, and made him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 42 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2.
Section 43, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 43. When it was the 110th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Taj al-Muluk Kharan, son of Sulayman Shah, became perfect in riding craft, and excelled all those of his time, his excessive beauty, when he fared abroad on any occasion, caused all who saw him to be ravished, and to make him the subject of verse. And even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. Quoth the poet of him, I clipped his form and waxed drunk with his scent, fair branch to whom Zephyr gave nutriment, nor drunken as one who drinks wine, but drunk with night draught his lips of the honeydew lent. All beauty is shown in the all of him, hence all human hearts he in hand hath hence. My mind by Allah shall never unmind his love while I wear life's change till spent. If I live, in his love I live; if I die, for pine and longing, O blest, I'll cry. When he reached the 18th year of his age, tender down sprouted on his side face fresh with youth, from a mole upon one rosy cheek, and a second beauty spot, like a grain of ambergris, adorned the other. And he won the wits and eyes of every wit who looked on him, even as saith the poet, He is Caliph of beauty in Yusuf's lieu, and all lovers fear when they sight his grace. Pause and gaze with me on his cheek, thou'lt sight the Caliphate's banner of sable hue. And as saith another, Thy sight hath never seen fairer sight of all things men can in the world espy, than yon brown mole that studs his bonny cheek of rosy red beneath the jet black eye. And as saith another, I marvel seeing yon mole that serves his cheek's bright flame, yet burneth not in fire, albeit infidel. I wonder eke to see the apostolic glance, miracle working, though it work by magic spell. How fresh and bright the down that decks his cheek, and yet bursten gall bladders feed with e'en as waters well. And as saith another, I marvel hearing people questioning of the fount of life and in what land 'tis found. I see it sprung from lips of dainty fawn, sweet rosy mouth with green moustacho downed. And wondrous wonder 'tis when Moses viewed that fount, he rested not from weary round. Now having developed such beauty, when he came to man's estate, his loveliness increased, and it won for him many comrades and intimates, while every one who drew near to him wished that Taj al-Muluk Kharan might become Sultan after his father's death, and that he himself might be one of his Emirs. Then took he passionately to chasing and hunting, which he would hardly leave for a single hour. His father, King Sulayman Shah, would have forbidden him the pursuit, fearing for him the perils of the waste and the wild beasts; but he paid no heed to his warning voice, and it so chanced that once upon a time he said to his attendants, Take ye 10 days' food and forage, and when they obeyed his bidding, he set out with his suite for sport and disport. They rode on into the desert, and ceased not riding 4 days, till they came to a place where the ground was green, and they saw in it wild beasts grazing, and trees with ripe fruit growing, and springs flowing. Quoth Taj al Muluk to his followers, "Set up the nets here, and peg them in a wide ring, and let our trysting place be at the mouth of the fence in such a spot." So they obeyed his words, and staked out a wide circle with toils, and there gathered together a mighty matter of all kinds of wild beasts and gazelles, which cried out for fear of the men, and threw themselves for fright in the face of the horses. Then they loosed on to them the hounds and lynxes and hawks, and they shot the quarry down with shafts which pierced their vitals, and by the time they came to the further end of the net ring, they had taken a great number of the wild beasts, and the rest fled. Then Taj al Muluk dismounted by the water side, and bade the game be brought before himself, and divided it, after he had set apart the best of the beasts for his father King Sulayman Shah, and despatched the game to him, and some he distributed among the officers of his court. He passed the night in that place, and when morning dawned, there came up a caravan of merchants conveying negro slaves and white servants, and halted by the water and the green ground. When Taj al Muluk saw them, he said to one of his companions, "Bring me news of yonder men, and question them why they have halted in this place." So the messenger went up to them and addressed them, "Tell me who you be, and answer me an answer without delay." Replied they, "We are merchants, and have halted to rest, for that the next station is distant, and we abide here because we have confidence in King Sulayman Shah and his son Taj al Muluk, and we know that all who alight in his dominions are in peace and safety. Moreover, we have with us precious stuffs which we have brought for the Prince." So the messenger returned and told these news to the King's son, who, hearing the state of the case and what the merchants had replied, said, "If they have brought stuff on my account, I will not enter the city, nor depart hence till I see it shown to me." Then he mounted the horse and rode to the caravan, and his Mamelukes followed him till he reached it. Thereupon the merchants rose to receive him and invoked on him divine aid and favour, with continuance of glory and virtues; after which they pitched him a pavilion of red satin, embroidered with pearls and jewels, wherein they spread him a kingly divan upon a silk carpet worked at the upper end with emeralds set in gold. There Taj al Muluk seated himself, whilst his white servants stood in attendance upon him, and sent to bid the merchants bring out all that they had with them. Accordingly they produced their merchandise and displayed the whole, and he viewed it and took of it what liked him, paying them the price. Then he looked about him at the caravan, and remounted and was about to ride onwards, when his glance fell on a handsome youth in fair attire and a comely and shapely make, with flower white brow and moonlike face, save that his beauty was wasted and that yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 111th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Taj al Muluk, when he looked about him at the caravan, saw a handsome youth in neat attire and of shapely make, with flower like forehead and moon like face, save that his beauty was wasted and yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved. And great was his groaning and moaning, and the tears streamed from his eyelids as he repeated these couplets: Longsome is absence, care and fear are sore. and ceaseless tears, O friend, mine eyes outpour. Yea, I farewelled my heart on parting day, and heartless, hopeless now I bide forlore. Pause, O my friend, with me farewelling one, whose words my cure can work, my health restore. Now when the youth ended his poetry, he wept awhile and fell down in a fainting fit, whilst Taj al Muluk looked at him and wondered at his case. Then coming to himself he stared with distracted air, and versified in these couplets: Beware her glance, I rede thee, 'tis like wizard weight; none can escape unscathed those eyes' shafts' glancing flight. In very sooth black eyes with languorous sleepy look pierce deeper than white swords however these may bite. Be not thy senses by her sweets of speech beguiled, whose brooding fever shall ferment in thought and sprite. Soft sided fair did silk but press upon her skin, 'twould draw red blood from it, as thou thyself canst sight. Chary is she whose charms 'twixt neck and anklets dwell, and ah, what other scent shall cause me such delight? Then he sobbed a loud sob and swooned away. But when Taj al Muluk saw him in this case, he was perplexed about his state and went up to him; and as the youth came to his senses and saw the King's son standing at his head, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground between his hands. Taj al Muluk asked him, "Why didst thou not show us thy merchandise?" And he answered, "O my lord, there is naught among my stock worthy of thine august highness." Quoth the Prince, "Needs must thou show me what thou hast and acquaint me with thy circumstance, for I see thee weeping eyed and heavy hearted. If thou have been oppressed, we will end thine oppression, and if thou be in debt, we will pay thy debt, for of truth my heart burneth to see thee, since I first set eyes on thee." Then Taj al Muluk bade the seats be set, and they brought him a chair of ivory and ebony with a network of gold and silk, and spread him a silken rug for his feet. So he sat down on the chair and bidding the youth seat himself on the rug, said to him, "Show me thy stock in trade." The young merchant replied, "O my lord, do not name this to me, for my goods be unworthy of thee." Rejoined Taj al Muluk, "It needs must be thus," and bade some of the pages fetch the goods. So they brought them in despite of him, and when he saw them, the tears streamed from his eyes and he wept and sighed and lamented. Sobs rose in his throat and he repeated these couplets: By what thine eyelids show of Kohl and coquetry, by what thy shape displays of lissom symmetry, by what thy liplets store of honey dew and wine, by what thy mind adorns of gracious kindly gree, to me thy sight dream visioned, O my hope exceeds the happiest escape from horriblest injury. Then the youth opened his bales and displayed his merchandise to Taj al Muluk in detail, piece by piece, and amongst them he brought out a gown of satin brocaded with gold, worth 2,000 dinars. When he opened the gown there fell a piece of linen from its folds. As soon as the young merchant saw this, he caught up the piece of linen in haste and hid it under his thigh, and his reason wandered, and he began versifying: When shall be healed of thee this heart that ever bides in woe? Then thee the Pleiad stars more chance of happy meeting show. Parting and banishment and longing pain of love, procrastinating and delay these ills my life lay low. Nor union bids me live in joy, nor parting kills by grief.
nor travels draws me nearer thee, nor nearer comest thou. Of thee no justice may be had, in thee dwells not of rush, nor gain of grace by side of thee, nor flight from thee I know. For love of thee all goings forth and comings back are straight on me, and I am puzzled sore to know where I shall go. Taj al Muluk wondered with great wonder at his verse, and could not comprehend the cause. But when the youth snatched up the bit of linen and placed it under thigh, he asked him, "What is that piece of linen?" "O my lord," answered the merchant, "thou hast no concern with this piece." Quoth the King's son, "Show it me." And quoth the merchant, "O my lord, I refuse to show thee my goods on account of this piece of linen, for I cannot let thee look upon it." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 112th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant said to Taj al Muluk, "I did not refuse to show thee my goods save on this account, for I cannot let thee look upon it." Whereupon Taj al Muluk retorted, "Perforce I must and will see it," and insisted and became angry. So the youth drew it out from under his thigh and wept and moaned and redoubled his sighs and groans, and repeated these verses: "Now blame him not, for blame brings only irk and pain. Indeed I spake him sooth, but never his ear could gain. May Allah guard my moon which writheth in the vale beside our camp, from loosed robe like skiey plain. I left him, but had love vouchsafed to leave for me some peace in life, such leave of him I ne'er had ta'en. How long he pleaded for my sake on parting morn, while down his cheeks and mine tears ran in railing rain. Allah belie me not the garb of mine excuse, this parting rent, but I will mend that garb again. No couch is easy to my side, nor on such wise aught easeth him when all alone without me lain. Time with ill omened hand hath wrought between us two, and made my waxing joys to wane and his to wane, and poured mere grief and woe. What time fain had crowned, the bowl he made me drink and gave for him to drain." When he ended his recitation, quoth Taj al Muluk, "I see thy conduct without consequence. Tell me then, why weepest thou at the sight of this rag?" When the young merchant heard speak of the piece of linen, he sighed and answered, "O my lord, my story is a strange and my case out of range, with regard to this piece of linen, and to her from whom I brought it, and to her who wrought on it these figures and emblems." Hereupon he spread out the piece of linen, and behold, thereon was the figure of a gazelle wrought in silk and worked with red gold, and facing it was another gazelle traced in silver, with a neck ring of red gold, and three bugles of chrysolite upon the ring. When Taj al Muluk saw the beauty of these figures, he exclaimed, "Glory be to Allah, who teacheth man that which he knoweth not!" And his heart yearned to hear the youth's story, so he said to him, "Tell me thy story with her who owned these gazelles." Replied the young man, "Hear, O my lord, the tale of Aziz and Azizah. My father was a wealthy merchant, and Allah had vouchsafed him no other child than myself; but I had a cousin, Azizah hight, daughter of my paternal uncle, and we twain were brought up in one house, for her father was dead, and before his death he had agreed with my father that I should marry her. So when I reached man's estate and she reached womanhood, they did not separate her from me or me from her, till at last my father spoke to my mother and said, "This very year we will draw up the contract of marriage between Aziz and Azizah." So having agreed upon this, he betook himself to preparing provision for the wedding feast. Still we ceased not to sleep on the same carpet, knowing naught of the case, albeit she was more thoughtful, more intelligent, and quicker witted than I. Now when my father had made an end of his preparations, and naught remained for him but to write out the contract, and for me but to consummate the marriage with my cousin, he appointed the wedding for a certain Friday, after public prayers; and, going round to his intimates among the merchants and others, he acquainted them with that, whilst my mother went forth and invited her women friends and summoned her kith and kin. When the Friday came, they cleaned the saloon and prepared for the guests, and washed the marble floor. Then they spread tapestry about our house, and set out thereon what was needful, after they had hung its walls with cloth of gold. Now the folk had agreed to come to us after the Friday prayers, so my father went out and bade them make sweetmeats and sugar dishes, and there remained nothing to do but to draw up the contract. Then my mother sent me to the bath, and sent after me a suit of new clothes of the richest, and when I came out of the Hammam donned those habits, which were so perfumed that as I went along there exhaled from them a delicious fragrance scenting the wayside. I had designed to repair to the cathedral mosque, when I bethought me of one of my friends, and returned in quest of him, that he might be present at the writing of the contract, and quoth I to myself, "This matter will occupy me till near the time of congregational prayer." So I went on and entered a by street which I had never before entered, perspiring profusely from the effects of the bath and the new clothes on my body; and the sweat streamed down whilst the scents of my dress were wafted abroad. I therefore sat me at the upper end of the street, resting on a stone bench, after spreading under me an embroidered kerchief I had with me. The heat oppressed me more and more, making my forehead perspire, and the drops trickled along my cheeks; but I could not wipe my face with my kerchief, because it was dispread under me. I was about to take the skirt of my robe and wipe my cheeks with it, when unexpectedly there fell on me from above a white kerchief, softer to the touch than the morning breeze, and pleasanter to the sight than healing to the diseased. I held it in hand and raised my head, to see whence it had fallen, when my eyes met the eyes of the lady who owned these gazelles.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 43 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 44, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 44. When it was the 113th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth continued to Taj al-Muluk. So I raised my head to see whence this kerchief had fallen, when my eyes met those of the lady who owned these gazelles. And lo! she was looking out of a wicket in a lattice of brass, and never saw my eyes a fairer than she, and in fine my tongue faileth to describe her beauty. When she caught sight of me looking at her, she put her forefinger into her mouth, then joined her middle finger and her witness finger and laid them on her bosom between her breasts, after which she drew in her head and closed the wicket shutter and went her ways. Thereupon fire broke out in and was heaped upon my heart, and greater grew my smart. The one sight cost me 1,000 sighs, and I abode perplexed for that I heard no word by her spoken, nor understood the meaning of her token. I looked at the window a second time, but found it shut, and waited patiently till sundown, but sensed no sound and saw no one in view. So when I despaired of seeing her again, I rose from my place and taking up the handkerchief, opened it, when there breathed from it a scent of musk, which caused me so great delight, I became as one in Paradise. Then I spread it before me, and out dropped from it a delicate little scroll; whereupon I opened the paper, which was perfumed with a delicious perfume, and therein were writ these couplets: I sent to him a scroll that bore my plaint of love, writ in fine delicate hand, for writing proves man's skill. Then quoth to me my friend, why is thy writing thus? So fine, so thin drawn, 'tis to read unsuitable. Quoth I, for that I'm fine drawn wasted waxed thin. Thus lovers writ should be, for so love wills his will. And after casting my eyes on the beauty of the kerchief, I saw upon one of its two borders the following couplets worked in with a needle: His cheek down writeth, O fair fall the goodly scribe, two lines on table of his face in Rayhan hand. O the wild marvel of the moon, when comes he forth, and when he bends, O shame to every willow wand. And on the opposite border these two couplets were traced: His cheek down writeth on his cheek with ambergris on pearl, two lines like jet on apaline, the goodliest design. Slaughter is in those languid eyne whene'er a glance they deal, and drunkenness in either cheek, and not in any wine. When I read the poetry on the handkerchief, the flames of love darted into my heart, and yearning and pining redoubled their smart. So I took the kerchief and the scroll and went home, knowing no means to win my wish, for that I was incapable of conducting love affairs, and inexperienced in interpreting hints and tokens. Nor did I reach my home ere the night was far spent, and I found the daughter of my uncle sitting in tears. But as soon as she saw me, she wiped away the drops and came up to me and took off my walking dress and asked me to reason of my absence, saying, all the folk, emirs and notables and merchants and others, assembled in our house, and the Kazi and the witnesses were also present at the appointed time. They ate and tarried awhile, sitting to await thine appearance for the writing of the contract; and when they despaired of thy presence, they dispersed and went their ways. And indeed," she added, "thy father raged with exceeding wrath by reason of this, and swore that he would not celebrate our marriage save during the coming year, for that he hath spent on these festivities great store of money." And she ended by asking, "What hath befallen thee this day to make thee delay till now? And why hast thou allowed that to happen which happened because of thine absence?" Answered I, "O daughter of mine uncle, question me not concerning what hath befallen me." Then I told her all that had passed from beginning to end, and showed her the handkerchief. She took the scroll and read what was written therein, and tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated these cinquains: "Who saith that love at first of free will came? Say him, thou liest; love be grief and grame. Yet shall such grame and grief entail no shame. All annals teach us one thing and the same. Good current coin clips coin, we may not creep. And please thou say there's pleasure in thy pain. Find fortune's playful gambols glad and fain, or happy blessings in the unhappy's bane, that joy or grieve with equal might and main. Twixt phrase and antiphrase I'm all a heap, but he withal whose days are summer bright, whom maids e'er greet with smiling lips delight, whom spicy breezes fan in every sight, and wins whatever he wills that happy wight, white-blooded coward heart should never keep. Then she asked me, what said she, and what signs made she to thee? I answered, she uttered not a word, but put her forefinger in her mouth, then joining it to her middle finger, laid both fingers on her bosom, and pointed to the ground. Thereupon she withdrew her head and shut the wicket, and after that I saw her no more. However, she took my heart with her, so I sat till sundown, expecting her again to look out of the window, but she did not, and, when I despaired of her, I rose from my seat and came home. This is my history, and I beg thee to help me in this my sore calamity." Upon this she raised her face to me and said, "O son of mine uncle, if thou soughtest my eye, I would tear it for thee from its eyelids, and perforce I cannot but aid thee to thy desire, and aid her also to her desire, for she is whelmed in passion for thee even as thou for her." Asked I, "And what is the interpretation of her signs?" And Azizah answered, "As for the putting her finger in her mouth, it showed that thou art to her as her soul to her body, and that she would bite into union with thee with her wisdom teeth. As for the kerchief, it betokeneth that her breath of life is bound up in thee. As for the placing her two fingers on her bosom between her breasts, its explanation is that she saith, the sight of thee may dispel my grief. For know, O my cousin, that she loveth thee and she trusteth in thee. This is my interpretation of her signs, and could I come and go at will, I would bring thee and her together in shortest time, and curtain you both with my skirt." Hearing these words I thanked her (continued the young merchant) for speaking thus, and said to myself, "I will wait 2 days." So I abode 2 days in the house, neither going out nor coming in, neither eating nor drinking, but I laid my head on my cousin's lap, whilst she comforted me and said to me, "Be resolute and of good heart and hope for the best."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 114th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth pursued to Taj al Muluk: "And when the 2 days were past she said to me, Be of good cheer and clear thine eyes of tears and take courage to dress thyself and go to her, according to thy tryst." Then she rose and changed my clothes and perfumed me with incense smoke. So I braced myself up and heartened my heart and went out and walked on till I came to the by street, where I sat down on the bench awhile. And behold, the wicket suddenly opened and I looked up and seeing her, fell down in a swoon. When I revived, I called up resolution and took courage and gazed again at her and again became insensible to the world around me. Then I came to myself and looking at her, saw that she held in hand a mirror and a red kerchief. Now when she caught my glance, she bared her forearms and opened her 5 fingers and smote her breast with palm and digits. And after this she raised her hands and, holding the mirror outside the wicket, she took the red kerchief and retired into the room with it, but presently returned and, putting out her hand with the kerchief, let it down towards the lane three several times, dipping it and raising it as often. Then she wrung it out and folded it in her hands, bending down her head the while, after which she drew it in from the lattice and, shutting the wicket shutter, went away without a single word. Nay, she left me confounded and knowing not what signified her signs. I tarried sitting there till supper time and did not return home till near midnight, and there I found the daughter of my uncle with her cheek props in her hand and her eyelids pouring forth tears, and she was repeating these couplets: Woe's me! why should the blamer gar thee blaming bow? How be consoled for thee that art so tender bow? Bright being, on my vitals cost thou prey and drive, my heart before Platonic passion force to bow. Thy Turk like glances havoc deal in core of me, as furbished sword thin ground at curve could never show. Thou weighs me down with weight of care, while I have not strength even to bear my shift, so weakness lays me low. Indeed I weep blood tears to hear the blamer say, the lashes of thy lover's eyne shall pierce thee through. Thou hast, my prince of loveliness, an overseer who wrongs me, and a groom who beats me down with brow. He foully lies who says all loveliness belonged to Joseph; in thy loveliness is many a Joe. I force myself to turn from thee in deadly fright of spies, and what the force that turns away my sight? When I heard her verse, cark increased and care redoubled on me and I fell down in a corner of her house, whereupon she arose in haste and, coming to me, lifted me up and took off my outer clothes and wiped my face with her sleeve. Then she asked me what had befallen me, and I described all that had happened from her. Quoth she, "O my cousin, as for her sign to thee with her palm and 5 fingers, its interpretation is, Return after 5 days, and the putting forth of her head out of the window, and her gestures with the mirror, and the letting down and raising up and wringing out of the red kerchief signify, Sit in the dyer's shop till my messenger come to thee." When I heard her words, fire flamed up in my heart and I exclaimed, "O daughter of my uncle, thou sayest sooth in this thine interpretation, for I saw in the street the shop of a Jew dyer." Then I wept and she said, "Be of good cheer and strong heart. Of a truth others are occupied with love for years and endure with constancy the ardour of passion, whilst thou hast but a week to wait. Why then this impatience?" Thereupon she went on cheering me with comfortable talk and brought me food, so I took a mouthful and tried to eat, but could not; and I abstained from meat and drink and estranged myself from the solace of sleep, till my colours waxed yellow and I lost my good looks; for I had never been in love before, nor had I ever savoured the ardour of passion save this time. So I fell sick and my cousin also sickened on my account; but she would relate to me, by way of consolation, stories of love and lovers every night till I fell asleep; and whenever I awoke I found her wakeful for my sake, with tears running down her cheeks. This ceased not till the 5 days were past, when my cousin rose and warmed some water and bathed me with it. Then she dressed me in my best and said to me, "Repair to her and Allah fulfil thy wish, and bring thee to thy desire of thy beloved." So I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the upper end of the by street. And it was the Sabbath. I found the dyer's shop locked and sat before it, till I heard the call of the mid afternoon prayer. Then the sun yellowed and the muezzins chanted the call to sundown prayer, and the night came; but I saw no sign nor heard one word, nor knew any news of her. So I feared for my life sitting there alone, and at last I arose and walked home, reeling like a drunken man. When I reached the house I found my cousin Azizah standing with one hand grasping a peg driven into the wall and the other on her breast, and she was sighing and groaning and repeating these couplets: "The longing of an Arab lass forlorn of kith and kin, who to Hijaz in willow wand and myrtle cloth incline, and who, when meeting caravan, shall with love set light to bivouac fire and bank for ℍ𝔀𝔌𝔌 tears of pain and pine, exceeds not mine for him, nor more devotion shows, but he, seeing my heart is folly, he spurns love as sin indign." Now when she had finished her verse, she turned to me and, seeing me, wiped away her tears and my tears with her sleeve. Then she smiled in my face and said, "O my cousin, Allah grant thee enjoyment of that which He hath given thee! Why didst thou not pass the night by the side of thy beloved, and why hast thou not fulfilled thy desire of her?" When I heard her words, I gave her a kick in the breast and she fell down in the saloon, and her brow struck upon the edge of the raised pavement and hit against a wooden peg therein. I looked at her and saw that her forehead was cut open and the blood running.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 45, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 45. When it was the 115th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: Now when I kicked the daughter of my uncle in the breast, she fell on the edge of the raised pavement in the saloon and her brow struck upon a wooden peg. Thereby her forehead was cut open and the blood ran down, but she was silent and did not utter a single sound. Presently she rose up and made some tinder of rags, then staunching with it the bleeding wound, bound her forehead with a bandage, after which she wiped up the blood that had fallen on the carpet, and it was as if nothing had been. Presently she came up to me and smiling in my face, said with gentle voice, By Allah, O son of my uncle, I spake not these words to mock at thee or at her; but I was troubled with an ache in my head and was minded to be blooded; but now thou hast eased my head and lightened my brow: so tell me what hath befallen thee to day." Thereupon I told her all that had passed between me and her that day, and she wept as she heard my words and said, "O son of my uncle, rejoice at the good tidings of thy desire being fulfilled and thine aim being attained. Of a truth this is a sign of acceptance, for that she stayed away only because she wishes to try thee and know if thou be patient or not, and sincere in thy love for her or otherwise. To morrow repair to her at the old place and see what sign she maketh to thee, For indeed thy gladness is near and the end of thy sadness is at hand." And she went on to comfort me, but my cark and care ceased not to increase on me. Presently she brought me food which I kicked away with my foot, so that contents of every saucer was scattered in all directions, and I said, "Every lover is a madman: he inclineth not to food, neither enjoyeth he sleep." And my cousin Azizah rejoined, "By Allah, O son of my uncle, these be in very deed the signs of love." And the tears streamed down her cheeks, whenas she gathered the fragments of the saucers and wiped up the food. Then she took seat and talked to me, whilst I prayed Allah to hasten the dawn. At last, when morning arose with its sheen and shine, I went out to seek her and hastening to her by street, sat down on that bench, when lo! the wicket opened and she put out her head laughing. Then she disappeared within and returned with a mirror, a bag and a pot full of green plants, and she held in hand a lamp. The first thing she did was to take the mirror and, putting it into the bag, tie it up and throw it back into the room. Then she let down her hair over her face and set the lamp on the pot of flowers during the twinkling of an eye. Then she took up all the things and went away, shutting the window without saying a word. My heart was riven by this state of the case, and by her secret signals, her mysterious secrets and her utter silence; and thereby my longing waxed more violent and my passion and distraction redoubled on me. So I retraced my steps, tearful eyed and heavy hearted, and returned home, where I found the daughter of my uncle sitting with her face to the wall, for her heart was burning with grief and galling jealousy, albeit her affection forbade her to acquaint me with what she suffered of passion and pining when she saw the excess of my longing and distraction. Then I looked at her and saw on her head two bandages, one on account of the accident to her forehead, and the other over her eye in consequence of the pain she endured for stress of weeping; and she was in miserable plight, shedding tears and repeating these couplets, "I number nights indeed, I count night after night, yet lived I long ere learnt so sore account to see. Ah! Dear friend, I compass not what Allah pleased to doom For Laylá, nor what Allah destined for me. Ah! To other giving her and unto me her love, what loss but Layla's loss would He I ever dree. Ah!" And when she had finished her reciting, she looked towards me and seeing me through her tears, wiped them away and came up to me hastily, but could not speak for excess of love. So she remained silent for some while and then said, "O my cousin, tell me what befel thee with her this time." I told her all that had passed and she said, "Be patient, for the time of thy union is come and thou hast attained the object of thy hopes. As for her signal to thee with the mirror which she put in the bag, it said to thee, 'When the sun is set'; and the letting down of her hair over her face signified, 'When night is near and letteth fall the blackness of the dark and hath starkened the daylight, come hither.' As for her gesture with the pot of green plants, it meant, 'When thou comest, enter the flower garden which is behind the street'; and as for her sign with the lamp, it denoted, 'When thou enterest the flower garden, walk down it and make for the place where thou seest the lamp shining, and seat thyself beneath it and await me, for the love of thee is killing me.'" When I heard these words from my cousin, I cried out from excess of passion and said, "How long wilt thou promise me and I go to her, but get not my will nor find any true sense in thine interpreting?" Upon this she laughed and replied, "It remaineth for thee but to have patience during the rest of this day, till the light darken and the nights darker and thou shalt enjoy union and accomplish thy hopes. And indeed all my words be without leasing." Then she repeated these two couplets, "Let days their faults and plies deploy, and shun the house that deals annoy. Full oft when joy seems farthest far, thou night most art to hour of joy." Then she drew near to me and began to comfort me with soothing speech, but dared not bring me aught of food, fearing lest I be angry with her and hoping I might incline to her. So, when coming to me, she only took off my upper garment and said to me, "Sit, O my cousin, that I may divert thee with talk till the end of the day, and, Almighty Allah willing, as soon as it is night thou shalt be with thy beloved." But I paid no heed to her and ceased not looking for the approach of darkness, saying, "O Lord, hasten the coming of the night." And when the night set in, the daughter of my uncle wept with sore weeping and gave me a crumb of pure musk and said to me, "O my cousin, put this crumb in thy mouth, and when thou hast won union with thy beloved and hast taken thy will of her and she hath granted thee thy desire, repeat to her this couplet: Who, lovers all, by Allah say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexes youth?" And she kissed me and swore me not to repeat this couplet till I should be about to leave my lover, and I said, "Hearing is obeying." And when it was supper tide I went out and ceased not walking on till I came to the flower garden whose door I found open. So I entered and seeing a light in the distance, made towards it and reaching it came to a great pavilion vaulted over with a dome of ivory and ebony, and the lamp hung from the midst of the dome. The floor was spread with silken carpets embroidered in gold and silver, and under the lamp stood a great candle burning in the candelabrum of gold. In mid pavilion was a fountain adorned with all manner of figures, and by its side stood a table covered with a silken napkin, and on its edge a great porcelain bottle full of wine, with a cup of crystal inlaid with gold. Near all these was a large tray of silver covered over, and when I uncovered it I found therein fruits of every kind, figs and pomegranates, grapes and oranges, citrons and shaddocks, disposed amongst an infinite variety of sweet scented flowers, such as rose, jasmine, myrtle, eglantine, narcissus, and all sorts of sweet smelling herbs. I was charmed with the place and I joyed with exceeding joy, albeit I found not there a living soul, and my grief and anxiety ceased from me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the One Hundred and Sixteenth Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: I was charmed with the place and joyed with great joy, albeit there I found not a living soul of Almighty Allah's creatures, and saw nor slave nor handmaid to oversee these things or to watch and ward these properties. So I sat down in the pavilion to await the coming of the beloved of my heart. But the first hour of the night passed by, and the second hour and the third hour, and still she came not. Then hunger grew sore upon me, for that it was long since I had tasted food by reason of the violence of my love. But when I found the place, even as my cousin had told me, and saw the truth of her interpretation of my beloved's signs, my mind was set at rest and I felt the pangs of hunger. Moreover, the odour of the viands on the table excited me to eat. So, making sure of attaining my desire, and being famished for food, I went up to the table and raised the cover, and found in the middle a china dish containing 4 chickens reddened with roasting and seasoned with spices, round the which were 4 saucers, one containing sweetmeats, another conserve of pomegranate seeds, a third almond pastry, and a fourth honey fritters; and the contents of these saucers were part sweet and part sour. So I ate of the fritters and a piece of meat, then went on to the almond cakes and ate what I could; after which I fell upon the sweetmeats, whereof I swallowed a spoonful or 2 or 3 or 4, ending with part of a chicken and a mouthful of something beside. Upon this my stomach became full and my joints loose, and I waxed too drowsy to keep awake; so I laid my head on a cushion, after having washed my hands, and sleep overcame me. I knew not what happened to me after this, and I awoke not till the sun's heat scorched me, for that I had never once tasted sleep for days past. When I awoke I found on my stomach a piece of salt and a bit of charcoal, so I stood up and shook my clothes and turned to look right and left, but could see no one, and discovered that I had been sleeping on the marble pavement without bedding beneath me. I was perplexed thereat, and afflicted with great affliction; the tears ran down my cheeks, and I mourned for myself. Then I returned home, and when I entered I found my cousin beating her hands on her bosom and weeping tears like rain shedding clouds, and she versified with these couplets: Blows from my lover's land a zephyr coolly sweet, and with its every breath makes olden love new glow. O Zephyr of the morning hour, come show to us each lover hath his lot, his share of joy and woe. Could I but win one dearest wish we had embraced, with what embrace and clip of breast fond lovers know? Allah forbids, while bides unseen my cousin's face, all joys the world can give, or hand of time bestow. Would Heaven I knew his heart were like this heart of me, melted by passion flame and charged with longing owe. When she saw me, she rose in haste and wiped away her tears and addressed me with her soft speech, saying, "O son of my uncle, verily Allah hath been gracious to thee in thy love, for that she whom thou lovest loveth thee, whilst I pass my time in weeping and bewailing my severance from thee who blamest me and chidest me; but may Allah not punish thee for my sake." Thereupon she smiled in my face a smile of reproach and caressed me; then taking off my walking clothes she spread them out and said, "By Allah, this is not the scent of one who hath enjoyed his lover! So tell me what hath befallen thee, O my cousin." I told her all that had passed, and she smiled again a smile of reproach and said, "Verily my heart is full of pain, but may he not live who would hurt thy heart! Indeed this woman maketh herself inordinately dear and difficult to thee, and by Allah, O son of my uncle, I fear for thee from her. O my cousin, that the meaning of the salt is thou west drowned in sleep like insipid food, disgustful to the taste; and it is as though she said to thee, it behoveth thou be salted, lest the stomach eject thee; for thou profess to be of the lovers noble and true, but sleep is unlawful and to a lover undue, therefore is thy love but a lie. However, it is her love for thee that lieth, for she saw thee asleep yet aroused thee not, and were her love for thee true, she had indeed awoken thee. As for the charcoal, it means, Allah blacken thy face, for thou makest a lying presence of love, whereas thou art naught but a child and hast no object in life other than eating and drinking and sleeping. Such is the interpretation of her signs, and may Allah Almighty deliver thee from her." When I heard my cousin's words, I beat my hand upon my breast and cried out, "By Allah, this is the very truth, for I slept and lovers sleep not. Indeed, I have sinned against myself, for what could have wrought me more hurt than eating and sleeping? Now what shall I do?" Then I wept sore and said to the daughter of my uncle, "Tell me how to act and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee, else I shall die." As my cousin loved me with very great love,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 46, Volume 2 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 46. When it was the 117th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued his tale to Taj al Muluk. Thereupon quoth I to the daughter of my uncle, Tell me what to do and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee. As the daughter of my uncle loved me with great love, she replied, On my head and eyes. But, O my cousin, I repeat what I have told thee oftentimes. If I could go in and out at will, I would at once bring you two together and cover you both with my skirt. Nor would I do this but hoping to win thy favour, Inshallah! I will do my utmost to endeavour to unite you. But hear my words and do my bidding. Go thou to the very same place and sit down where thou sattest before, and at supper tide look thou eat not, for eating induceth sleep, and have a care thou slumber not, for she will not come to thee till a fourth part of the night be past, and the Almighty avert her mischief from thee. Now when I heard these words I rejoiced and besought Allah to hasten the night, and as soon as it was dark I was minded to go, and my cousin said to me, When thou shalt have met her, repeat to her the couplet I taught thee before, at the time of thy leave taking. Replied I, On my head and eyes, and went out and repaired to the garden, where I found all made ready in the same state as on the previous night, with every requisite of meat and drink, dried fruits, sweet scented flowers, and so forth. I went up into the pavilion and smelt the odour of the viands, and my spirit lusted after them. But I possessed my soul in patience for a while, till at last I could no longer withstand temptation. So I arose from my seat and went up to the table, and, raising its cover, found a dish of fowls, surrounded by 4 saucers containing 4 several meats. I ate a mouthful of each kind, and as much as I would of the sweetmeats and a piece of meat. Then I drank from the saucer a sauce yellowed with saffron and, as it pleased me, I supped it up by the spoonful till I was satisfied and my stomach was full. Upon this my eyelids drooped, so I took a cushion and set it under my head, saying, Haply I can recline upon it without going to sleep. Then I closed my eyes and slept, nor did I wake till the sun had risen, when I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single tip cat stick, the stone of a green date, and a carob pod. There was no furniture nor aught else in the place, and it was as if there had been nothing there yesterday. So I rose and shaking all these things off me, fared forth in a fury, and going home found my cousin groaning and versifying with these couplets, A wasted body, heart enpierced to core, and tears that down my poor cheeks pour and pour. And lover cure of access, but still not say what's fair can come from fairest flower. O cousin mine, thou fill'st my soul with pain, and from these tears mine eyelids ache full sore. I chid the daughter of my uncle and abused her, whereat she wept; then, wiping away her tears, she came up to me and kissed me and began pressing me to her bosom, whilst I held back from her, blaming myself. Then said she to me, O my cousin, it seemeth thou sleptest again this night. Replied I, Yes, and when I awoke I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single tip cat stick, a stone of a green date, and a carob pod, and I know not why she did this. Then I wept and went up to her and said, Expound to me her meaning in so doing and tell me how shall I act and aid me in my sore strait?" She answered, "On my head and eyes. By the single tip–cat stick and the cube of bone which she placed upon thy stomach, she saith to thee, Thy body is present, but thy heart is absent; and she meaneth, Love is not thus, so do not reckon thyself among lovers. As for the date stone, it is as if she said to thee, An thou wert in love thy heart would be burning with passion, and thou wouldst not taste the delight of sleep. For the sweet of love is like a green date, which kindleth a coal of fire in the vitals. As for the carob pod, it signifieth to thee, the lover's heart is wearied, and thereby she saith, Be patient under our separation with the patience of Job. When I heard this interpretation, fire started into my vitals like a dart and grief redoubled upon my heart, and I cried out, saying, Allah decreed sleep to me for my ill fortune. Then I said to her, O my cousin, by my life, devise me some device whereby I may win my will of her. She wept and answered, O Aziz, O son of my uncle, verily my heart is full of sad thought which I cannot speak. But go thou again to night to the same place, and beware thou sleep not, and thou shalt surely attain thy desire. This is my counsel, and peace be with thee. Quoth I, If Allah please, I will not sleep, but will do as thou biddest me. Then my cousin rose and brought me food, saying, Eat now what may suffice thee, that nothing may divert thy heart. So I ate my fill, and when night came, my cousin rose and bringing me a sumptuous suit of clothes, clad me therein. Then she made me swear I would repeat to my lover the verse aforesaid, and bade me beware of sleeping. So I left her and repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion, where I occupied myself in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 118th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: So I repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion and occupied myself in gazing upon the flower beds and in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me. And presently I grew hungry with watching, and the smell of the meats being wafted towards me, my appetite increased. So I went up to the table and took off the cover and ate a mouthful of every dish and a bit of meat, after which I turned to the flagon of wine, saying to myself, I will drink 1 cup. I drank it, and then I drank a second and a third, till I had drunk full 10, when the cool air smote me and I fell to the earth like a felled man. I ceased not to lie thus till day arose, and when I awoke and found myself outside the garden, and on my stomach were a butcher's knife and a dram weight of iron. Thereat I trembled and taking them with me went home, where I found my cousin saying, Verily, I am in this house wretched and sorrowful, having no helper but weeping. Now when I entered, I fell down at full length and throwing the knife and the dram weight from my hand, I fainted clean away. As soon as I came to myself, I told her what had befallen me and said, Indeed, I shall never enjoy my desire. But when she saw my tears and my passion, they redoubled her distress on my account, and she cried, Verily, I am helpless. I warned thee against sleeping, but thou wouldst not hearken to my warning, nor did my words profit thee aught. I rejoined, By Allah, I conjure thee to explain to me the meaning of the knife and the iron dram weight. By the dram weight, replied my cousin, she alludeth to her right eye, and she sweareth by it and saith, by the Lord of all creatures and by my right eye, if thou come here again and sleep, I will cut thy throat with this very knife. And indeed I fear for thee, O my cousin, from her malice. My heart is full of anguish for thee, and I cannot speak. Nevertheless, if thou can be sure of thyself not to sleep when thou returnest to her, return to her and beware of sleeping, and thou shalt attain thy desire. But if when returning to her thou wilt sleep, as is thy wont, she will surely slaughter thee. Asked I, what shall I do, O daughter of my uncle? I beg thee by Allah to help me in this my calamity. Answered she, on my head and eyes, if thou wilt hearken to my words and do my bidding, thou shalt have thy will. Quoth I will indeed hearken to thy words and do thy bidding. And quoth she, when it is time for thee to go, I will tell thee. Then she pressed me to her bosom and laying me on the bed, shampooed my feet, till drowsiness overcame me and I was drowned in sleep. Then she took a fan and seated herself by my head, with the fan in her hand, and she was weeping till her clothes were wet with tears. Now when she saw that I was awake, she wiped away the drops and fetched me some food and set it before me. I refused it, but she said to me, did I not tell thee that thou must do my bidding? Eat. So I ate and thwarted her not, and she proceeded to put the food into my mouth and I to masticate it till I was full. Then she made me drink jujube sherbet and sugar, and washed my hands and dried them with a kerchief; after which she sprinkled me with rose water, and I sat with her awhile in the best of spirits. When the darkness had closed in, she dressed me and said to me, O son of my uncle, watch through the whole night and sleep not, for she will not come to thee this tide till the last of the dark hours and, Allah willing, thou shalt be at one with her this night. But forget not my charge. Then she wept and my heart was pained for her by reason of her overmuch weeping, and I asked, what is the charge thou gavest me? She answered, when thou takest leave of her, repeat to her the verse before mentioned. So full of joy I left her and repairing to the garden went up into the pavilion where, being satiated with food, I sat down and watched till a fourth part of the dark hours was past. That night seemed longsome to me as it were a year, but I remained awake till it was 3/4 spent and the cocks crew, and I was famished for long watching. Accordingly I went up to the table and ate my fill, whereupon my head grew heavy and I wanted to sleep, when behold a light appeared making towards me from afar. I sprang up and washed my hands and mouth and roused myself; and before long she came with 10 damsels, in whose midst she was like the full moon among the stars. She was clad in a dress of green satin purfled with red gold, and she was as saith the poet, she lords it over our heart in grass green gown, with buttons loose and locks long flowing down. Quoth I, what is thy name? Quoth she, I am she who burns the lover heart like coals upon. I made my plaint to her of loving lowe. Laughed she, to stone thou moanest useless moan. Quoth I, and be of hardest stone thy heart, Allah drew sweetest spring from hardest stone. When she saw me, she laughed and said, how is it that thou art awake and that sleep overcame thee not? Forasmuch as thou hast watched through the night, I know that thou art a lover, for night watching is the mark of lovers displaying brave endurance of their desires. Then she turned to her women and signed to them and they went away from her. whereupon she came up to me and strained me to her breast and kissed me, whilst I kissed her, and she sucked my upper lip whilst I sucked her lower lip. I put my hand to her waist and pressed it, and we came not to the ground save at the same moment. Then she undid her petticoat trousers, which slipped down to her anklets, and we fell to clasping and embracing and toying and speaking softly, and biting and intertwining of legs, and going round about the holy house and the corners thereof, till her joints became relaxed for love delight and she swooned away. I entered the sanctuary, and indeed that night was a joy to the sprite and a solace to the sight, even as saith the poet: Sweetest of nights the world can show to me that night, when cups went round and round, as fed by ceaseless spring. Their utter severance made I twixt mine eyes and sleep, and joined, rejoined mine ear drop with the anklet ring. We lay together in close embrace till the morning, when I would have gone away, but she stopped me and said, Stay till I tell thee something.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 47, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 47. When it was the 119th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued his recital to Taj al Muluk. When I would have gone away she stopped me and said, Stay till I tell thee something and charge thee with a charge. So I stayed whilst she unfolded a kerchief and drew out this piece of linen and spread it open before me. I found worked on it these two figures of gazelles, and admired it with great admiration. Then I took the piece of linen and went away, joyful, after we had agreed that I should visit her every night in the garden. But in my joy I forgot to repeat to her the verse my cousin had taught me, for when giving me the piece of linen with the gazelles, she had said to me, Keep this carefully, as it is my sister's handiwork. I asked her, What is thy sister's name? And she answered, Her name is Nur al Huda. When I went to my cousin, I found her lying down, but as soon as she saw me, she rose with the tears running from her eyes, and came up to me and kissed me on the breast and said, Didst thou do as I enjoined thee, and repeat the verse to her? I forgot it, replied I, and nothing drew it out of my mind but these two figured gazelles. And I threw the piece of linen on the floor before her. She rose and sat down again, but was unable to contain herself for impatience, and her eyes ran over with tears whilst she repeated these two couplets. O thou who seek'st parting, softly fare, let not the pair delude with cunning art. Par softly, Fortune's nature is to guile, and end of every meeting is to part. And when she ended her recitation, she said, O my cousin, give me this piece of linen. So I gave it to her, and she took it and unfolding it, saw what was therein. When the tryst came for me going to my lover, the daughter of my uncle said to me, Go, and peace attend thee, and when thou art about to leave her, recite to her the verse I taught thee long ago, and which thou didst forget. Quoth I, Tell it me again, and she repeated it. Then I went to the garden and entered the pavilion, where I found the young lady awaiting me. When she saw me, she rose and kissed me and made me sit in her lap, and we ate and drank and did our desire as before. In the morning I repeated to her my cousin's verse, which was this: Ho, lovers all, by Allah say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexeth youth? When she heard this, her eyes filled with tears, and she answered and said, Strive he to cure his case, to hide the truth, patiently humble self and sue for rush. I committed it to memory and returned home rejoicing at having done my cousin's bidding. When I entered the house, I found her lying down and my mother at her head weeping over her case. But as soon as I went in to her, my mother said to me, A foul plague on such a cousin! How couldst thou leave the daughter of thy uncle ailing and not ask what ailed her? But when my cousin saw me, she raised her head and sat up and asked me, O Aziz, didst thou repeat to her the couplet I taught thee? I answered, Yes, and when she heard it she wept and recited in answer another couplet which I committed to memory. Quoth my cousin, Tell it me. I did so, and when she heard it she wept with much weeping and repeated the following verses: How shall youth cure the care his life undoth, and every day his heart in pieces youth? In sooth he would be patient, but he findeth not save a heart which love with pains imbueth. Then added my cousin, When thou goest to her as a wont, repeat to her also these two couplets which thou hast heard. I replied, Hearkening and obedience. And I went at the wonted time to the garden, where there passed between my mistress and myself what tongue faileth to describe. When I was about to leave her, I repeated to her those two couplets of my cousin's, whereupon the tears streamed from her eyes and she replied, If he of patience fail the truth to hide, for him no cure save death my vision vieweth. I committed them to memory and returned home, and when I went in to my cousin, I found her fallen into a fit and my mother sitting at her head. When she heard my voice, she opened her eyes and asked, O Aziz, didst thou repeat the two couplets to her? Whereto I answered, Yes, but she wept on hearing them, and she replied with this couplet beginning, If he of patience fail to the end, and I repeated it, whereupon my cousin swooned again, and when she came to herself, she recited these two couplets, Hearkening, obeying with my dying mouth, I greet who joy of union ne'er alloweth. Pair fall all happy loves, and fair befal the hapless lover dying in his drouth. Again, when it was night, I repaired to the garden as usual, where I found the young lady awaiting me. We sat down and ate and drank, after which we did all we wanted and slept till the morning, and as I was going away I repeated to her the saying of my cousin. When she heard the couplet she cried out with a loud cry, and was greatly moved and exclaimed, Awah! Awah! By Allah, she who spake these lines is dead! Then she wept and said to me, Woe to thee! How is she who spoke thus related to thee? Replied I, She is the daughter of my father's brother. Thou liest, rejoined she. By Allah, were she thy cousin thou hadst borne her the same love as she bore thee. It is thou who hast slain her, and may the Almighty kill thee as thou killedst her. By Allah, hadst thou told me thou hadst a cousin, I would not have admitted thee to my favours. Quoth I, Verily, it was she who interpreted to me the signs thou madest, and it was she who taught me how to come to thee and how I should deal with thee; and, but for her, I should never have been united to thee." She then asked me, "Did thy cousin then know of us?" And I answered, "Yes." Whereupon she exclaimed, "Allah give thee sorrow of thy youth, even as thou hast sorrowed her youth." Then she cried to me, "Go now and see after her." So I went away, troubled at heart, and ceased not walking till I reached our street, when I heard sounds of wailing, and asking about it was answered, "Azizah, we found her dead behind the door." I entered the house, and when my mother saw me, she said, "Her death lieth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 120th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Maluk: "So I entered the house and when my mother saw me she said, Her death lieth heavy on thy neck, and may Allah not acquit thee of her blood! A plague on such a cousin!" Then came my father and we laid her out and get ready her bier and buried her; and we had recitations of the whole Koran over her tomb, and we abode by her grave 3 days, after which we returned to our home, and I grieving for her grievously. Then my mother came to me and said, "I would fain know what thou didst to her to break her heart, for, O my son, I questioned her at all times of the cause of her complaint, but she would tell me nothing nor let me know aught of it. So Allah upon thee, tell me what thou hast been doing to her that she died." Quoth I did nothing." Quoth my mother, "Allah avenge her on thee! Verily she told me not, but kept her secret till she died of her love longings for thee. But when she died I was with her, and she opened her eyes and said to me, 'O wife of my uncle, may Allah hold thy son guiltless of my blood and punish him not for what he hath done by me! And now Allah transporteth me from the house of the world which is perishable to the house of the other world which is eternal.' Said I, 'O my daughter, Allah preserve thee and preserve thy youth!' And as I questioned her of the cause of her illness, she made me no answer, but she smiled and said, 'O wife of my uncle, bid thy son, whenever he would go whither he goeth every day, repeat these 2 saws at his going away, Faith is fair, unfaith is foul; for this is of my tender affection to him, that I am solicitous concerning him during my lifetime and after my death.' Then she gave me somewhat for thee and sware me that I would not give it until I see thee weeping for her and lamenting her death. The thing is with me, and when I have seen thy case as I have said, I will make it over to thee." "Show it me," cried I, but she would not. Then I gave myself up to love delights and thought no more of my cousin's death, for my mind was unsettled and fain would I have been with my lover the livelong day and night. So hardly had I perceived the darkness fall when I betook myself to the garden, where I found the young lady sitting on coals of fire for much impatience. As soon as she was sure that she saw me, she ran to me and throwing her arms about my neck, enquired of the daughter of my uncle. I replied, "Sooth to say she is dead, and we have caused zikr, litanies and recitations of the Koran to be performed for her, and it is now 4 nights, and this be the 5th since she is gone." When she heard that, she shrieked aloud and wept and said, "Did I not tell thee that thou hast slain her? Hadst thou let me know of her before her death, I would have requited her the kindness she did me, in that she served me and united thee to me. For without her we had never foregathered, we twain, and I fear lest some calamity befall thee because of thy sin against her." Quoth I, "She acquitted me of offence ere she died." And I repeated to her what my mother had told me. Quoth she, "Allah upon thee! when thou returnest to thy mother, learn what thing she keepeth for thee." I rejoined, "My mother also said to me, before the daughter of thy uncle died, she laid a charge upon me, saying, whenever thy son would go whither he is wont to go, teach him these 2 saws: Faith is fair, unfaith is foul." When my lady heard this, she exclaimed, "The mercy of Almighty Allah be upon her! Indeed, she hath delivered thee from me, for I minded to do thee a mischief, but now I will not harm thee nor trouble thee." I wondered at this and asked her, "What then wast thou minded to do with me in time past, and we two being in bond of love?" Answered she, "Thou art infatuated with me, for thou art young in life and a raw laddie; thy heart is void of guile and thou weetest not our malice and deceit. Were she yet alive, she would protect thee, for she is the cause of thy preservation, and she hath delivered thee from destruction. And now I charge thee, speak not with any woman, neither accost one of our sex, be she young or be she old. And again I say, beware, for thou art simple and raw, and knowest not the wiles of women and their malice, and she who interpreted the signs to thee is dead. And indeed I fear for thee, lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it, now the daughter of thy uncle is no more."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 121st Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: Then the young lady said to me, I fear for thee lest thou fall into some disgrace and find none to deliver thee from it. Alas for thy cousin and the pity of her! Would I had known her before her death, that I might have requited by waiting upon her the fair service she did me. The mercy of Allah Almighty be upon her, for she kept her secret and revealed not what she suffered, and but for her thou hadst never foregathered with me, no, never. But there is one thing I desire of thee. I asked, What is it? And she answered, It is that thou bring me to her grave, that I may visit her in the tomb wherein she is, and write some couplets thereon. I rejoined, To morrow, if Allah please. I slept with her that night, and she ceased not saying after every hour, Would thou hadst told me of thy cousin before her death. And I asked her, What is the meaning of the 2 saws she taught me? Faith is fair, unfaith is foul. But she made no answer. As soon as it was day she rose and, taking a purse of gold pieces, said to me, Come, show me her tomb, that I may visit it and grave some verses thereon and build a dome over it and commend her to Allah's mercy. and bestow these dinars in alms for her soul." I replied, "To hear is to obey," and walked on before her, whilst she followed me, giving alms as she went and saying to all upon whom she lavished bounty, "This is an alms for the soul of Azizah, who kept her counsel till she drank the cup of death and never told the secret of her love." And she stinted not thus to give alms and say, "For Azizah's soul," till the purse was empty and we came to the grave. And when she looked at the tomb she wept and threw herself on it. Then, pulling out a chisel of steel and a light hammer, she graved therewith upon the head stone in fine small characters these couplets: "I passed by a broken tomb amid a garth right sheen, whereon 7 blooms of Nu'uman glowed with cramoise. Quoth I, 'Who sleepeth in this tomb?' Quoth answering Earth, 'Before a lover Hades' tomb bend reverently.' Quoth I, 'May Allah help thee, O thou slain of love, and grant thee home in heaven and Paradise hight to see. Hapless are lovers all entombed in their tombs, where amid living folk the dust weighs heavily. Fain would I plant a garden blooming round thy grave, and water every flower with teardrops flowing free.'" Then she turned away in tears and I with her, and returned to the garden, where she said to me, "By Allah, I conjure thee never leave me!" "To hear is to obey," replied I. Then I gave myself wholly up to her and paid her frequent visits. She was good and generous to me, and as often as I passed the night with her, she would make much of me and would ask me of the 2 saws my cousin Azizah told my mother, and I would repeat them to her. And matters ceased not to be on this wise, and I continued for a whole year, eating and drinking and enjoying dalliance and wearing change of rich raiment, until I waxed gross and fat, so that I lost all thought of sorrowing and mourning, and I clean forgot my cousin Azizah. And on New Year's Day I went to the bath, where I refreshed myself and put on a suit of sumptuous clothes. Then coming out I drank a cup of wine and smelt the scent of my new gear, which was perfumed with various essences, and my breast was broadened thereby. For I knew not the tricks of Fate, nor the changing ways of Time. When the hour of night prayer came, I was minded to repair to my lover; but, being the worse for wine, I knew not when going to her whither I went. So my drunkenness turned me into a by street, called Syndic Street, and the while I walked up that street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman faring with a lighted taper in one hand, and in the other a folded letter.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Project Gutenberg's of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 48, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 48. When it was the 122nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant, whose name was Aziz, continued to Taj al Muluk. And when I entered the street called Syndic Street, behold, I caught sight of an old woman walking with a lighted taper in one hand and in the other a folded letter, and I drew near her and lo! she was weeping and repeating these couplets: O glad news bearer, welcome, welcome, hail! How sweet thy speech to me, what treat thy tale! O messenger from him whose weal I love, God bless thee long as breathes soft morning gale. Now when she saw me she asked, O my son, canst thou read? And I answered of my officiousness, Yes, old Nonty. Rejoined she, Then take this letter and read it to me. And when she handed it to me, I took it and unfolding it read it to her, and behold, it was from an absent man to his friends and lovers whom he greeted. And when she heard its purport, she rejoiced at the good tidings and blessed me, saying, Allah dispel thine anxiety, even as thou hast dispelled mine. Then she took the letter and walked on. Meanwhile I was urged by a call of nature, and sat down on my heels to make water. When I had ended I stood up and wiped the orifice with a pebble, and then letting down my clothes, I was about to wend my way, when suddenly the old woman came up to me again and bending down over my hand, kissed it and said, O my master, the Lord give thee joy of thy youth. I entreat thee to walk with me a few steps as far as yonder door, for I told them what thou didst read to me of the letter, and they believe me not. So come with me 2 steps and read them the letter from behind the door, and accept the prayers of a righteous woman. I enquired, What is the history of this letter? And she replied, O my son, this letter is from my son, who hath been absent for a term of 10 years. He set out with a stock of merchandise and tarried long in foreign parts, till we lost hope of him and supposed him to be dead. Now after all that delay cometh this letter from him, and he hath a sister who weepeth for him night and day. So I said to her, He is well and all right, but she will not believe me and declares, There is no help but thou bring me one who will read this letter in my presence, that my heart may be at rest and my mind at ease. Thou knowest, O my son, that all who love are wont to think evil. So be good enough to go with me and read to her this letter, standing behind the curtain whilst I call his sister to listen within the door. So shalt thou dispel our heed and fulfil our need. Verily, quoth the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and preserve, whoso easeth the troubled of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah will ease him of 100 troubles. And according to another tradition, whoso easeth his brother of one of the troubles of this troublous world, Allah shall relieve him of 72 troubles on the day of resurrection. And I have betaken myself to thee, so disappoint me not. Replied I, To hear is to obey, do thou go before me. So she walked on devancing me, and I followed her a little way, till she came to the gate of a large and handsome mansion, whose door was plated with copper. I stood behind the door, whilst the old woman cried out in Persian, and ere I knew it a damsel ran up with light and nimble step. She had tucked up her trousers to her knees, so that I saw a pair of calves that confounded thinker and lighter, and the maid herself was as saith the poet describing her: O thou who bearest leg calf, better to suggest for passion madded amorist better things above. Towards its lover cloth the bowl go round and run, cup and cup bearer only drive us daft with love. Now these legs were like two pillars of alabaster adorned with anklets of gold, wherein were set stones of price. And the damsel had tucked up the end of her gown under her armpit, and had rolled up her sleeves to the elbow, so that I could see her white wrists, whereon were two pairs of bracelets with clasps of great pearls, and round her neck was a collar of costly gems. Her ears were adorned with pendants of pearls, and on her head she wore a kerchief of brocade, brand new and broidered with jewels of price. And she had thrust her skirt of her shift into her trouser string, being busy with some household business. So when I saw her in this undress I was confounded at her beauty, for she was like a shining sun. Then she said with soft choice speech, never heard I sweeter, "O my mother, is this he who cometh to read the letter?" "It is," replied the old woman, and she put out her hand to me with the letter. Now between her and the door was a distance of about half a rod, so I stretched forth my hand to take the letter from her, and thrust head and shoulders within the door, thinking to draw near her and read the letter, when, before I knew what her design was, the old woman butted her head against my back, and pushed me forwards with the letter in my hand, so that ere I could take thought I found myself in the middle of the hall, far beyond the vestibule. Then she entered, faster than a flash of blinding leven, and had not to do but to shut the door. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 123rd Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth Aziz pursued to Taj al Muluk. When the old woman pushed me forwards, I found myself, ere I could think, inside the vestibule, and the old woman entered faster than a flash of blinding leven, and had not to do but to shut the door. When the girl saw me in the vestibule, she came up to me and strained me to her bosom, and threw me to the floor. Then she sat astraddle upon my breast, and kneaded my belly with her fingers, till I well nigh lost my senses. Thereupon she took me by the hand and led me, unable to resist for the violence of her pressure, through 7 vestibules, whilst the old woman forewent us with the lighted candle, till we came to a great saloon with 4 estrades, whereon a horseman might play polo. Here she released me, saying, "Open thine eyes." So I opened them, still giddy for the excess of her embracing and pressing, and saw that the whole saloon was built of the finest marbles and alabasters, and all its furniture was of silk and brocade, even to the cushions and mattresses. Therein also were 2 benches of yellow brass, and a couch of red gold, set with pearls and precious stones, befitting none save kings like thyself. And off the saloon were smaller sitting rooms, and the whole place was redolent of wealth. Then she asked, "O Aziz, which is liefer to thee, life or death?" "Life," answered I, and she said, "If life be liefer to thee, marry me." Quoth I, "Indeed I should hate to marry the like of thee." Quoth she, "If thou marry me, thou wilt at least be safe from the daughter of Dalilah, the Wily One." I asked, "And who be that daughter of the Wily One?" Whereupon she laughed and replied, "'Tis she who hath companied with thee this day for a year and 4 months. May the Almighty destroy and afflict her with one worse than herself! By Allah, there liveth not a more perfidious than she! How many men hath she not slain before thee, and what deeds hath she not done? Nor can I understand how thou hast been all the time in her company, yet she hath not killed thee nor done thee a mischief." When I heard her words, I marvelled with exceeding marvel and said, "O my lady, who made thee to know her?" Said she. I know her, as the age knoweth its calamities. But now I would fain have thee tell me all that hath passed between you two, that I may ken the cause of thy deliverance from her." So I told her all that had happened between us, including the story of my cousin Azizah. She expressed her pity when she heard of the death, and her eyes ran over with tears, and she claps hand on hand and cried out, "Her youth was lost on Allah's way, and may the Lord bless thee for her good works. By Allah, O Aziz, she who died for thee was the cause of thy preservation from the daughter of Dahlia the Wily, and but for her thou hadst been lost. And now she is dead, I fear for thee from the crafty one's perfidy and mischief, but my throat is choking and I cannot speak." Quoth I, "Ay, by Allah, all this happened even as thou sayest." And she shook her head and cried, "There liveth not this day the likes of Azizah." I continued, "And on her death bed she bade me repeat to my lover these two saws: Faith is fair, unfaith is foul." When she heard me say this, she exclaimed, "O Aziz, by Allah those same words saved thee from dying by her hand! And now my heart is at ease for thee from her, for she will never kill thee, and the daughter of thy uncle preserve thee during her lifetime and after her death. By Allah, I have desired thee day after day, but could not get at thee till this time, when I tricked thee and outwitted thee; for thou art a raw youth and knowest not the wiles of young women nor the deadly guile of old women." Rejoined I, "No, by Allah." Then said she to me, "Be of good cheer and eyes clear; the dead hath found Allah's grace, and the live shall be in good case. Thou art a handsome youth, and I do not desire thee but according to the ordinance of Allah and His Apostle (on whom be salutation and salvation). Whatever thou requirest of money and stuff, thou shalt have forthright without stint, and I will not impose any toll on thee, no, never, for there is with me always bread baked hot and water in pot. All I need of thee is that thou do with me even as the cock doth." I asked, "And what doth the cock?" Upon this she laughed and clapped her hands and fell over on her back for excess of merriment; then she sat up and smiled and said, "O light of my eyes, really dost thou not know what cock's duty is?" "No, by Allah," replied I; and she, "The cock's duty is to eat and drink and tread." I was abashed at her words and asked, "Is that the cock's duty?" "Yes," answered she, "and all I ask of thee now is to gird thy loins and strengthen thy will and futter thy best." Then she clapped her hands and cried out, saying, "O my mother, bring forward those who are with thee." And behold, in came the old woman accompanied by 4 lawful witnesses and carrying a veil of silk. Then she lighted 4 candles, whilst the witnesses saluted me and sat down; and the girl veiled herself with the veil and deputed one of them to execute the contract on her behalf. So they wrote out the marriage bond, and she testified to have received the whole sum settled upon her, both the half in advance and the half in arrears, and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 124th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young merchant continued to Taj al Muluk: "When they wrote out the marriage contract, she testified to having received the whole sum settled upon her, the half in advance and the half in arrears. and that she was indebted to me in the sum of 10,000 dirhams. She paid the witnesses their wage, and they withdrew whence they came. Thereupon she arose and cast off her clothes and stood in a chemise of fine silk edged with gold lace; after which she took off her trousers and seized my hand and led me up to the couch, saying, "There is no sin in a lawful put in." She lay down on the couch outspread upon her back, and drawing me on to her breast, heaved a sigh and followed it up with a wriggle by way of being coy. Then she pulled up the shift above her breasts, and when I saw her in this pose, I could not withhold myself from thrusting it into her, after I had sucked her lips, whilst she whimpered and shammed shame and wept when no tears came. And then said she, "O my beloved, do it, and do thy best." Indeed, the case reminded me of his saying who said, "When I drew up her shift from the roof of her ℍ𝔀𝔶𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, I found it strait as my mind and my money. So I drew it halfway, and she sighed a loud sigh. Quoth I, 'Why this sigh? For the rest of it, honey.' And she repeated, 'O my beloved, let the finish be made, for I am thine handmaid. My life on thee, up with it, give it me, all of it, that I may take it in my hand and thrust it into my very vitals.' And she ceased not to excite me with sobs and sighs and amorous cries in the intervals of kissing and clasping, until amid our murmurs of pleasure we attained the supreme delight and the term we had in sight. We slept together till the morning, when I would have gone out, but lo! she came up to me laughing and said, 'So, thinkest thou that going into the Hammam is the same as going out? Dost thou deem me to be the like of the daughter of Dalilah the wily one? Beware of such a thought, for thou art my husband by contract and according to law. If thou be drunken, return to thy right mind, and know that the house wherein thou art openeth but one day in every year. Go down and look at the great door.' So I rose and went down and found the door locked and nailed up, and returned and told her of the locking and nailing. 'O Aziz,' said she, 'we have in this house flour, grain, fruits and pomegranates, sugar, meat, sheep, poultry, and so forth, enough for many years, and the door will not be opened till after the lapse of a whole 12 month, and well I weet thou shalt not find thyself without this house till then.' Quoth I, 'There is no Majesty and there is no Might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great.' 'And how can this harm thee,' rejoined she, 'seeing thou knowest cock's duty, whereof I told thee?' Then she laughed and I laughed too, and I conformed to what she said and abode with her doing cock's duty and eating and drinking and futtering for a year of full 12 months, during which time she conceived by me, and I was blessed with a baby by her. On the New Year's Day I heard the door opened, and behold, men came in with cakes and flour and sugar. Upon this I would have gone out, but my wife said, 'Wait till supper tide and go out even as thou camest in.' So I waited till the hour of night prayer and was about to go forth in fear and trembling, when she stopped me, saying, 'By Allah, I will not let thee go until thou swear to come back this night before the closing of the door.' I agreed to this and she swore me a solemn oath on blade and book, and the oath of divorce to boot, that I would return to her. Then I left her and going straight to the garden, found the door open as usual, whereat I was angry and said to myself, 'I have been absent this whole year and come here unawares and find the place open as of wont. I wonder is the damsel still here as before? I needs must enter and see before I go to my mother, more by reason that it is now nightfall. So I entered the flower garden.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 48 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. And also end of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Thank you for listening. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 30, Volume 2 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝔅𝔀🌍🌍🌍. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2, Section 30. When it was the 82nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to bespeak Zau al-Makan in this wise. And quoth the maiden to thy father, Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmad bin Hanbal and said to him, O Imam of the faith, we are a family that spin thread by night and work for our living by day, and oftentimes the cressets of the watch of Baghdad pass by, and we on the roof spinning by their light. Is this forbidden to us? Asked Ahmad, Who art thou? I am the sister of Bishr Barefoot, answered she. Rejoined the Imam, O household of Bishr, I shall never cease to drink full draughts of piety from your hearts. Quoth one of the sages, When Allah willeth well to his servant, he openeth upon him the gate of action. Malik bin Dinar, when he passed through the bazaar and saw aught he desired, was wont to say, O soul, take patience, for I will not accord to thee what thou desirest. He said also, Allah accept him. The salvation of the soul lies in resistance to it, and its damnation in submission to it. Quoth Mansur bin Ammar, I made a pilgrimage and was faring Mecca ward by way of Kufa, and the night was overcast, when I heard a voice crying out from the deeps of the darkness, saying, O Allah, I swear by thy greatness and thy glory, I meant not, through my disobedience, to transgress against thee. For indeed I am not ignorant of thee, but my fault is one thou didst foreordain to me from eternity without beginning. So do thou pardon my transgression, for indeed I disobeyed thee of my ignorance. When he had made an end of his prayer, he recited aloud the verse, O true believers, save your souls and those of your families from the fire, whose fuel is men and stones. Then I heard a fall, but not knowing what it was, I passed on. When the morning morrowed, as we went our way, behold, we fell in with a funeral train, followed by an old woman whose strength had left her. I asked her of the dead, and she answered, This is the funeral of a man who passed by us yesterday, whilst my son was standing at prayer, and after his prayer he recited a verse from the Book of Allah Almighty, when the man's gall bladder burst, and he fell dead. Therewith the fourth damsel retired, and the fifth came forward and said, I here will also repeat what occurreth to me regarding the acts of devotees in olden time. 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 bin Dinar used to say, by making sound the secret thoughts, sins great and small are covered. And when the servant of Allah is resolved to leave sinning, victory cometh to him. Also quoth he, every worldly good which doth not draw one nearer to Allah is a calamity, for a little of this world distracteth from a mickle of the world to come, and a mickle of the present maketh thee forget the whole of the future. It was asked of Abu Hazim, who is the most prosperous of men? And he answered, whoso spendeth his life in submission to Allah. The other inquired, and who is the most foolish of mankind? Whoso selleth his future for the worldly goods of others, replied Abu Hazim. It is reported of Moses, on whom be peace, that when he came to the waters of Midian, he exclaimed, O Lord, verily I stand in need of the good which thou shalt send down to me. And he asked of his Lord, and not of his folk. There came two damsels, and he drew water for them both, and allowed not the shepherds to draw first. When the twain returned, they informed their father Shu'aib, on whom be peace, who said, haply he is hungry, adding to one of them, go back to him and bid him hither. Now when she came to Moses, she veiled her face and said, my father biddeth thee to him, that he may pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for us. Moses was averse to this, and was not willing to follow her. Now she was a woman large in the back parts, and in wind blowing upon her garment, covered the hinder cheeks to Moses, which when Moses saw, he lowered his eyes and said to her, get thee behind, while I walk in front. So she followed him, till he entered the house of Shu'aib, where supper was ready. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 83rd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al-Makan. Now quoth the fifth damsel to thy sire, when Moses, on whom be peace, entered the home of Shu'aib, where supper was ready, Shu'aib said to him, O Moses, I desire to pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for these two. But Moses answered, I am of the household which selleth nothing of the fashion of the next world for what is on earth of gold and silver. Then quoth Shu'aib, O youth, nevertheless thou art my guest, and it is my wont, and that of my forebears, to honor the guest by setting food before him. So Moses sat down and ate. Then Shu'aib hired Moses for 8 pilgrimages, that is to say, 8 years, and made his wage marriage with one of his 2 daughters, and Moses' service to him was to stand for her dowry. As saith the holy writ of him, verily I will give thee one of these my 2 daughters in marriage, on condition that thou serve me for hire 8 pilgrimages, and if thou fulfill 10 years, it is in thine own breast, for I seek not to impose a hardship on thee. A certain man once said to one of his friends, whom he had not met for many days, Thou hast made me desolate. for that I have not seen thee this long a while." Quoth the other, "I have been distracted from thee by Ibn Shihab. Dost thou know him?" Quoth his friend, "Yes, he hath been my neighbor these 30 years, but I have never spoken to him." He replied, "Verily, thou forgettest Allah in forgetting thy neighbor. If thou lovest Allah, thou wouldst love thy neighbor. Knowest thou not that a neighbor hath a claim upon his neighbor, even as a right of kith and kin?" Said Huzaifa, "We entered Mecca with Ibrahim bin Adham, and Shakik al-Balki was also making a pilgrimage that year. Now we met whilst circumambulating the Kaaba, and Ibrahim said to Shakik, 'What is your fashion in your country?' Replied Shakik, 'When we are blessed with our daily bread, we eat, and when we hunger, we take patience.' 'This wise,' said Ibrahim, 'to the dogs of Balkh, but we, when blessed with plenty, do honor to Allah, and when we hungered, we thank Him.' And Shakik seated himself before Ibrahim and said to him, 'Thou art my master.' Also said Mohammed bin Imran, 'A man once asked of Hatim the deaf, What maketh thee to trust in Allah?' 'Two things,' answered he. 'I know that none save myself shall eat my daily bread, so my heart is at rest as to that, and I know that I was not created without the knowledge of Allah, and am abashed before Him.' Then the fifth damsel retired, and the ancient dame came forward, and kissing the ground before thy father 9 times, said, 'Thou hast heard, O King, what these all have spoken on the subject of piety, and I will follow their example in relating what hath reached me of the famous men of past times. It is said that the Imam al-Shafi'i departed the night into 3 portions, the first for study, the second for sleep, and the third for prayer. The Imam Abu Hanifa was wont also to pass half the night in prayer. One day a man pointed him out to another as he walked by, and remarked, 'Yonder man watcheth the whole night.' When he heard this, Abu Hanifa said, 'I was abashed before Allah to hear myself praised for what was not in me.' So after this he used to watch the whole night. And one of the sages hath said, 'Who seeketh for pearl in the deep dives deep, who on 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝔍𝐻 robs his night of sleep.' Al-Rabi' relates that Al-Shafi'i used to recite the whole Koran 70 times during the month of Ramazan, and that in his daily prayers. Quoth Al-Shafi'i, Allah accept him, 'During 10 years I never ate my fill of barley bread, for fullness hardeneth the heart, and deadeneth the wit, and induceth sleep, and enfeebleth one from standing up to pray.' It is reported of Abdullah bin Mohammed al-Sakra that he said, 'I was once talking with Omar, and he observed to me, Never saw I a more God-fearing or eloquent man than Mohammed bin Idris al-Shafi'i. It so happened I went out one day with Al-Haris bin Labib al-Safar, who was a disciple of al-Muzani, and had a fine voice, and he read the saying of the Almighty, "This shall be a day whereon they shall not speak to any purpose, nor shall they be permitted to excuse themselves." I saw al-Shafi's color change. His skin shuddered with horripilation. He was violently moved, and he fell down in a fainting fit. When he revived, he said, "I take refuge with Allah from the stead of the liars and the lot of the negligent. O Allah, before whom the hearts of the wise abase themselves, O Allah, of thy beneficence accord to me the remission of my sins, adorn me with the curtain of thy protection, and pardon me my shortcomings by the magnanimity of thy being." Then I rose and went away. Quoth one of the pious, "When I entered Baghdad, al-Shafi was there, so I sat down on the river bank to make the ablution before prayer, and behold, there passed me one who said, 'O youth, make thou wuzu ablution well, and Allah will make it well for thee in this world and in the next.' I turned, and lo, there was a man, behind whom came a company of people. So I hastened to finish my ablution and followed him. Presently he turned and asked me, 'Say, dost thou want aught?' 'Yes,' answered I desire that thou teach me somewhat of that which Allah Almighty hath taught thee.' He said, 'Know then that whoso believeth in Allah shall be saved, and whoso jealously loveth his faith shall be delivered from destruction, and whoso practiseth abstinence in this world, his eyes shall be solaced on the morrow of death. Shall I tell thee any more?' I replied, 'Assuredly.' And he continued, 'Be thou of the word that is, heedless, and of the word to come, greediest. Be truthful in all thy dealings, and thou shalt be saved with the Salvationists.' Then he went on, and I asked about him, and was told that he was the Imam al-Shafi. Al-Shafi was wont to remark, 'I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me.'" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 84th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zau al-Makan, 'The old woman bespake thy sire, saying, The Imam al-Shafi was wont to remark, I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me.' He also said, I never disputed with any one, but I would that Almighty Allah should give him the knowledge of the truth and aid him to dispread it. Nor did I ever dispute with any one at all, but for the showing forth of the truth. And I reck not whether Allah manifest it by my tongue or by his." He also said, whom Allah accept, "If thou fear to grow conceited by thy lore, then bethink thee whose grace thou seekest, and for what good thou yearnest, and what punishment thou dreadest." it was told of Abu Hanifa that the commander of the faithful, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, had appointed him Qazi and ordered him a salary of 10,000 dirhams. But he would not accept of this, and when the day came on which the money was to be paid him, he prayed the dawn prayer, then covered his head with his robe and spoke not. When the Caliph's messenger came with the money, he went in to the Imam and accosted him, but he would not speak to him. So the messenger said, "Verily, this money is lawfully thine." "I know that it is lawfully mine," replied he, "but I abhor that the love of tyrants get a hold upon my heart." Asked the other, "If thou go in to them, canst thou not guard thyself from loving them?" Answered Abu Hanifa, "Can I look to enter the sea without my clothes being wet?" Another of al-Shafi's saying, Allah accepting, is, "O soul of mine, and thou accept my rede, thou shalt be wealthy and of grace entire. Cast off ambitious hopes and vain desires. How many a death was done by vain desire." Among the sayings of Sufyan al-Thawri, with which he admonished Ali bin al-Hasan al-Salami, was, "Be thou a man of truth, and wear lies and treachery and hypocrisy and pride. Be not indebted save to him who is merciful to his debtors, and let thine associate be one who shall dissociate thee from the world. Be ever mindful of death, and be constant in craving pardon of Allah, and in beseeching of Allah peace for what remaineth of thy life. Counsel every true believer when he asketh thee concerning the things of his faith, and beware of betraying a believer, for whoso betrayeth a believer betrayeth Allah and his apostle. Avoid dissensions and litigations, and leave that which causeth doubt in thee, for things which breed no doubt. So shalt thou be at peace. Enjoin beneficence and forbid malevolence. So shalt thou be loved of Allah. Adorn thine inner man, and Allah shall adorn thine outer man. Accept the excuse of him who excuseth self to thee, and hate not any one of the Muslims. Draw near unto those who withdraw from thee, and excuse those that misuse thee. So shalt thou be the friend of the prophets. Let thine affairs, both public and private, be in Allah's charge, and fear him with the fear of one who knoweth he is dead, and who fareth towards resurrection and judgment stead between the hands of the Lord of dread. And remember that to one of two houses thou art sped, either for heaven's etern, or to the hell fires that burn." Thereupon the old woman sat down beside the damsels. Now when thy father, who hath found mercy, heard their discourse, he knew that they were the most accomplished of the people of their time, and seeing their beauty and loveliness, and the extent of their wisdom and lore, he showed them all favors. Moreover, he turned to the ancient dame and treated her with honor, and set apart for her and her damsels the palace which had lodged Princess Abrizah, daughter of the king of Greece, to which he bade carry all the luxuries they needed. They abode with him 10 days, and the old woman abode with them. And whenever the king visited them, he found her absorbed in prayer, watching by night and fasting by day, whereby love of her took hold upon his heart, and he said to me, O Wazir, verily this old woman is of the pious, and awe of her is strong in my heart. Now on the 11th day the king visited her, that he might pay her the price of the damsels. But she said to him, O king, know that the price of these maidens surpasseth the competence of man. Indeed, I seek not from them either gold or silver or jewels, be it little or much. Now when thy father heard these words, he wondered and asked her, O my lady, and what is their price? Whereto she answered, I will not sell them to thee save on condition that thou fast, watching by night a whole month, and abstaining by day, all for the love of Allah Almighty. And if thou do this, they are thy property to use in thy palace as thou please. So the king wondered at the perfection of her rectitude and piety and abnegation. She was magnified in his eyes, and he said, Allah make this pious woman to profit us. Then he agreed with her to fast for a month, as she had stipulated, and she said to him, I will help thee with the prayers I pray for thee, and now bring me a gugglet of water. They brought one, and she took it and recited over it, and muttered spells, and sat for an hour, speaking in speech no one understood, or knew aught thereof. Lastly, she covered it with a cloth, and sealing it with her signet ring, gave it to thy sire, saying, When thou hast fasted the first 10 days, break thy fast on the 11th night with what is in this gugglet, for it will root out the love of the word from thine heart, and fill it with light and faith. As for me, tomorrow I will go forth to my brethren, the invisible 𝔅𝔀𝔁, for I yearn after them, and I will return to thee when the first 10 days are past. Thy father took the gugglet, and arose and set it apart in a closet in his palace, then locked the door and put the key in his pocket. The next day the king fasted, and the old woman went her ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 30 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 2. Recording by Filippo Joachim.